Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, September 6, 2022 regular commission meeting. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here. Thank you. I'm going to sit, if you don't mind, for the invocation. The moment of silence is mine tonight. And I'm just going to ask that our actions be thoughtful, that we consider things in the best interest of the city as a whole, that we treat each other with kindness and respect, and that we get through this night before 11 o'clock. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mr. Diaz, and I'm going to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a couple, Madam Clerk, do we have any additions, deletions, or reordering?
We do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, can you run them by me slowly?
I can.
Thank
So
you.
new business item D, ordinance 2022-15, approval of a mixed-use urban plan development for the project commonly referred to as Lake Worth Station, will be now heard at the September 20th regular commission meeting. Everyone is fine with that, including the developer.
And that's continued to the September 20th.
It's continued.
Correct? Okay, thank you very much. And I have asked that, there's obviously a lot of people here for some important issues that we're doing, and as a courtesy to the folks here and to see if I can last as long as I possibly can, I'm asking that the 1822, which is the panhandling ordinance, be moved up to new business A, is it, Madam Clerk?
No, it's still going to be F, but
F.
it is just going to be heard after consent.
Okay, so we're going to have the consent agenda. Yeah, I just let's put it at the end. We've got a lot of people here out of courtesy. Then they can all go home. You're welcome. Me too. So we're going to have that first, and then after that, we're going to have the sheriff's office contract.
Okay, so we'll have new business F. Unfortunately, I did it the opposite way. I
Okay,
did A and then F, but we could switch it to F and then A, and then we'll go back to public hearings and follow the agenda as it is.
let's keep it simple. I'm going to look for guidance from you, ma'am, on some of
I
this.
am here to help.
Thank you, Madam City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want to make sure we receive guidance from our city attorney regarding moving the item D under new business to be continued at our September 20th meeting. So I want to make sure we do that properly so that we can do the correct continuance.
That's correct. I think the motion is when you accepting the agenda, you're continuing that to a time certain on September 20th.
And what that means is we don't have to resend out I'm getting a terrible echo, resend out the 400 notices. So, okay.
Correct.
So be on notice. If you were interested in that, you'll see it on the 20th.
Madam
Oh,
Mayor,
Yeah, is there anything?
I'm going to ask that we table the conversation on panhandling until legal comes back with the right way to address this and to put in rules in place that will protect not only the residents, but the visitors and the citizens in this city instead of us just pulling it off.
I'm going to ask the city attorney to address that.
What was that?
I'm
Well,
going to ask the city
if-
attorney to address that.
if the commissioner is making a motion to table, that's up to you all whether you want to table that discussion or
But
not.
I
So
would like to know before we have a second and a table and a vote, I would like to hear from you what the ramifications are that with pending I would like to do a little history because there's a pending lawsuit. And I'm
okay.
concerned about the timeliness of the repeal of this. We have a law, if you don't mind, Sarah, I think we need to know a little bit
Absolutely.
background. So
Okay.
if you could go over that a little bit,
All right. So this,
because I think we need to keep it tonight is my understanding.
okay. So what we have is and I think I sent a letter out on Friday to each of you talking about the timeline. over the last several years, there have been a number of lawsuits around the country striking down panhandling / solicitation ordinances. We've had a few locally. Palm Beach County, for example, repealed their ordinance of January this year. West Palm Beach repealed theirs in December of last year. Fort Lauderdale is in the middle of a federal lawsuit striking down, which has already been partly stricken down by a federal judge. We've been sued as of June or July. I think we got a lawsuit, and there is pending what's called a motion for a temporary injunction, where if the judge grants that, the judge will, if he grants it, he will then effectively repeal our ordinance. And the impact on that would be, it could be that if you attempt to modify an ordinance, enact a new ordinance in the future, you might have to go back to a federal judge for their consideration, as opposed to on your own being able to make an ordinance without being under federal court oversight.
Okay, and this has been very expensive. So that you and I have spoken, obviously, and my understanding is that if we allow the lawsuit to go forward, we're going to lose, and it will cost us a lot of money.
There is a possibility that we will lose, and it will cost money. West Palm Beach, for example, my understanding paid $89,000 settling their lawsuit. Palm Beach County resolved their suit very quickly and were only responsible for $10,000.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm not asking, the reason I'm asking though is because, and again, we do have a couple weeks. I would like to table this item until the city's attorney's office has had enough time to research rules and regulations that we can put in place in our city, instead of just lifting it all together, rules that will protect the residents, the citizens, the business owners, and the visitors. There are ways that we can require those who do need to panhandle in our city to have rules, to go through background checks, and to have regulations. And I would love for the Homeless Voice, who's a newspaper who also encourages no panhandling, to come and do a presentation in our city for us to do it the right way.
I have been supplied with a couple of ordinances from different places in the country that seem to so far have passed muster, that I've sent to the city attorney for review. And I thank the citizen that sent that. And I've spoken with a couple other attorneys from different places. So and I'm asking you, do you feel, because it's a big ask in light of everything else that we're working with for your office to come up with that language within 2 weeks?
Well, I will say this, there's no guarantee whatever language anybody comes up with is going to withstand constitutional muster, because this has been a trend in the last 3 or 4 years. There've been lots and lots of lawsuits where these type of ordinances have been stricken down. If any city had this silver bullet, we'd all be following it. So there's not been, and we were researching as late as today, there's not been a case yet where a federal court has upheld the ordinance. And maybe back up a little bit. In 2015, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a decision that dealt with First Amendment rights and signs. And generally that impacted city sign codes. I don't know whether it's an unintended consequence or an intended consequence, but that decision has now led to, well, if someone's holding a sign, that's protected too. And then the next, version of that was, there was a court, and I think I put in a letter that said begging is a First Amendment protected activity. Right. So that 2015 First Amendment case that I don't believe Justice Thomas, because he's the one that authored the opinion, intended that consequence. Maybe he did, but that has become the consequence. You now have all these panhandling ordinances in every city around the country. I mean, this isn't just Palm Beach County, not just Florida, where these have been stricken down. Might ours prevail the way, because when we drafted it, we tried to draft it as the aggressive panhandling, which at that time seemed to be able to pass muster. We can let the lawsuit play out. I mean, the federal judge has put us on essentially a short leash. Every 3 weeks, we have to report where we are on this ordinance. And if he feels we're not moving forward with either repealing it or modifying it, he will have the hearing on the motion for injunction, and he'll either grant that, in which case then the judge will say you cannot enforce your ordinance, or he will say your ordinance is acceptable.
So we could tweak it though.
Pardon me?
We could tweak it.
I've had my light on.
She just thought a follow-up question. Go ahead.
We could certainly try
Or let me-
to tweak it and see if that would work.
Do you think we have enough time if we do it in 2 weeks?
At the end of the day, if the plaintiffs go to the court and say, we think they're dilly-dallying and we want to move it forward, then the judge can either move it forward or not. But meanwhile, the ordinance on the books. Now, I think you're all aware that it's not been enforced in months.
Right.
Either way. So whether it's quote on the books or not on the books, it's not being enforced and has not been enforced since I believe January or February, because the sheriff's office received their directive from their legal department based on the West Palm Beach case, the Palm Beach County case, the Fort Lauderdale case, not to enforce it. So whether we keep it on the books as is or not, as a practical matter, is not going to have much impact. It's a question of whether you want a federal judge deciding whether your ordinance is effective or not, or whether you want to.
And do we want to pay the attorney's fees to have that either go either way?
Right. And that could be expensive.
Yeah, Mr. McBoy?
Thank you. I think it's very helpful, and I hope that everybody in the room and everybody in the community who's made a lot of input over the last several weeks recognizes that what we are doing as a commission is not simply that some of the commission woke up one morning and said, well, why don't we plan the downfall of Lake Worth Beach and look for some ordinances and ways to do that. This came about because litigation was filed against us. I think, may I ask the city attorney, the organization that filed it, is this, we're all aware that there are groups of lawyers that go around, and I think they do it with handicap parking or things. They look to make money off of filing against municipalities. In your opinion, city attorney, would you say that the outfit that is suing us fits in that category, or is it a nonprofit public interest one?
You're at microphone.
I cannot denigrate fellow lawyers like that.
Heaven forfend.
But heaven forbid. But, if you're someone who benefits from a lawsuit, then they're your hero. If you're someone who is on the losing end, then the lawyer's the devil. I understand that.
Right.
You may all remember 10 or 15 years ago, the ADA was,
I think that's what.
and there were folks that went up and down 10th Avenue, for example, a gentleman in a wheelchair, and would go in, and that law firm would continually sue. Well, was that being a bad lawyer, or was that enforcing the law and making those facilities compliant for individuals with disability?
Yeah.
Same situation here. There are several law firms around the state. This particular law firm is based out of Gainesville. They work with a local lawyer in West Palm Beach, and they have filed several of these lawsuits. There are other law firms. Let's face it, it's almost a cottage industry. If you know that you have an opening and you can advance the law, advance civil rights, and make some money, then you're going to find someone that does that in any profession. And that's what we have here.
And attorney's fees are part of this, like they were with the ADA.
Say again.
I'm sorry, with the ADA, it was like automatic attorney's fees.
And this is similar to that.
Okay.
It's similar to that. You're getting into that situation where, again, you wouldn't have hundreds of lawsuits around the country if lawyers didn't think they were going to have a good chance to win, change the law, make their clients some money, and make themselves some money.
Okay, so it's possible. I think I looked them up at one point. It seemed to be sort of a nonprofit outfit that looked sort of what I would call, for lack of a better, a public interest law firm that took on pro bono type cases, to help out people that otherwise wouldn't have representation.
It could be.
I don't know anymore. I don't know anything about them, but I hear the mayor pointing out that there is a risk of potentially considerable attorney fees if we were to have to go that route. And I think I'm hearing you say that if we were to revoke this today, that in no way precludes what other ordinances we might try to put together, right?
That's correct.
I mean, we may get sued again, depending on what they are, and so the process of trying to come up with an ordinance that's likely to pass muster, given that these ordinances are falling all around the country based on Supreme Court law, that doesn't strike me as something that's a sure shot, and certainly not a sure shot to do on a short time frame. Right. So what I'm hearing is, if you don't want to make, I think you said it was a federal judge, if you don't want to make the federal judge mad, if you want to have full control as a community to write whatever you want, rather than having a judge write it, the wise thing to do, and if you want to avoid avoidable litigation costs, the wise thing to do would be repeal this now.
And
Us
work
as
on
a
it.
commission provide direction that we'd like you to look at it, come back in some reasonable amount of time and give us a shot, do are we going to be the one city in the country who comes up with something that passes muster when everybody else's are dropping off? We might be.
We might be.
You're pretty good. But
And there are a lot of ordinances, like the two that were sent to us, that are more specific. I think one of the things is we're faced with having to find a balance
Yeah.
between the free speech, the constitutionality, and protecting. I've heard from a lot of downtown businesses that their people are eating outside in the outside, and people are approaching them and banging on their chairs and making it unpleasant. We talk about supporting our local businesses. We can't always give them money, but this is one way that we can give them support to help find some kind of language that would help that situation. So, and we've got a little down a rabbit hole, but I appreciate you bringing that up. So my personal thought would be, let's repeal this and then give you a little more time to work.
And I'm going to ask the colleagues sitting here in front of all these people to say that you will entertain an ordinance down the road, that it's not just going to be, well, we repealed it and we're just going to wash our hands because now it's off the books. This is something that we cannot just walk away from. We need to make sure that we are protecting everybody, not just the few. That's all I ask, because if we can't table it for more information from our legal, that the rest of the commission says, you know what, we will make this a priority. We will find a way to do it either through the homeless voice, through badging, through some kind of system to help everybody. That's all I asked.
Okay, Commissioner Stokes.
Right now on the agenda, we are on the item of approving our agenda. I feel like we're having a lot of conversation that should be happening around the
Well,
actual
we just have
item.
to get past.
Right,
termination.
so I'm not for tabling it,
I'll withdraw my table.
Okay,
and we'll continue this conversation at the
Sure.
appropriate time in the meeting.
very good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that, Ms. McBoy, Ms. Malega, whatever your name is. I had surgery. Okay, Mr. Malega,
All right,
how are you
so
doing today?
motion
so-
to approve with the reordering.
So we did we're bringing up the panhandling and we're bringing up the sheriff's. I also asked for the sheriff's
Right,
thing to do. So
motion to approve with the reordering and the continuance of item D.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And Madam Clerk, I'm going to rely on you a little bit to help me where with. So the next one, now we have a motion to approve the agenda is done. Now, the first thing we have of actual business is a presentation by the Corradino Group regarding the FDOT intersection project update on US 1 and Lake and Lucerne Avenues. And I see something is up on do we have a speaker from FDOT? And here he comes. Make way.
do we need more lanes in the middle of them?
Yeah, really. A suicide lane in the middle? What's that, ma'am? Take one and pass it along.
I think you could have been a teacher.
Yes. Come on. Thank you. Oh, this is water. Oh, okay. So no, wait a minute. Okay, there's a couple things now. I have to be,
Here's the
Um,
thing.
it's gonna be a long night, folks. Okay,
It looks like she has them sorted.
there are a couple of agenda items regarding FDOT, so I'm just trying to make sure that I get the cards for the right one. This one is Lake and Lucerne, not Dixie Highway. The Dixie Highway one is much more interesting to people.
Madam
and-
Mayor, there's no public comment on presentations, and it's a little confusing because there are presentations and later on the agenda are actual items. So the comment should go with the actual items, not the presentations.
You're trying to kill me, right?
I am, that's my goal tonight. No,
I
of course
appreciate
not,
it.
never.
At least you're honest about it.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm just trying to clarify.
So new business, okay, so presentations, there's no, okay, thank you. Have at it. Thank you very much. We got to turn the mic on.
Test. Okay. My name is Melissa Redling. I'm a community outreach consultant for Florida Department of Transportation on the lighting and signalization improvements project on Lake Avenue and Lake Lucerne Avenue intersections on US 1 State Road 8005. We were asked by the public utilities to come and just make a quick update on what the work is that's being done and see if the commissioners have any questions. It's a non-controversial project. It's already gone through design. It had input. Let me go ahead and the project limits are at the intersections of US 1 and Lucerne and US 1 and Lake Avenue, as you can see. And the work that we're going to be done basically is we're installing new mast arms. The mast arms that are there are worn, and it's time to replace them with new steel signalized mast arms, and they're going to have LED luminaries at the intersections. If there's any concrete that's disturbed during the replacement, we're going to replace that concrete, pavers and the curb and gutter. There'll be signing upgrades, detectable warning surfaces for pedestrian crossing. Then we're going to improve some street lighting and pedestrian signalization. It is about 0.4 miles for both projects. Our contractor is Signal Technology and Installation. We've already begun the project. You may not have noticed because they've only been doing soft digs, which is just digging into the ground for cable and signal, those utilities.
Quiet in the chambers, please.
Yeah. We're gonna make you close the door in a minute if you don't.
No, it's okay. Not a problem. Estimated cost is 1 million. Contract time is 178 days, not including weather and holidays, and it's estimated to be complete in the spring of 2023. This is a scope of work listing of basically what I just told you, that there's going to be signalization and lighting improvements and pedestrian improvements. The flyers that I've given you have all this information on them. It will be in the project improvement section. Our traffic impacts work is only taking place during daytime hours, during non-peak. So it won't be during rush hour in the morning or rush hour in the evening. It'll only take place between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And we are allowed to have lane closures between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. And access to pedestrians who walk around in the area will always be maintained. Right now, this is a current photo of the signalization mast arms. I believe that's at Lucerne, or is that Lake? And then the other one is at Lucerne. And as you can see, there's a span wire system on the bottom right. That one's going to be replaced by a mast arm. The signalization, this is an example of a new signalization pole that's going to go in for pedestrians where they can press the button and stop traffic so that they can cross the street. This right here is an example of when they're putting in their drill shafts for the concrete foundation. Sorry, the concrete foundation. So they will have lane closures during that time so that that machine can fit in the space. Public safety is FDOT's #1 priority. Advanced warning and project signage will be placed throughout the construction corridor. We will continue to work and coordinate with you and local, any other local municipalities outside of here, which I don't think there are. And, if there's any schools in the area, and also emergency vehicles will always have access at all time. We've already coordinated with the fire and police, so they are aware and they're on our mailing list. Again, my name is Melissa Redling. I'm the Community Outreach Specialist. That's my information. It's also on the flyer. We do have some extra flyers that we can leave behind. But if anyone else is interested in the information, we have a website and it's at d4fdot.com and it has everything there. KG is the project manager and Chris is the project administrator. Tonight, I have our senior project engineer, Ida Oshimoni, and he's here to answer any detailed questions that you might have that I haven't been able to answer this evening.
Okay, I just have 2 quick questions. The pedestrian, will that be for vision impaired people as well? Will that be verbal, lots of sound?
No, it will be standard pedestrian push buttons.
What does that mean though? If I'm standing there and I'm blind?
It's just a button. There is one audible here on Lake that you cross to the east.
Yeah.
But that accommodation has been his mute. It's the accommodation that was made is no longer valid. That person who it was made for is no longer using that crossing, so there's no current requirement for us to continue with that. Those are done case by case.
Wait, excuse me. Sorry.
Lucerne, I apologize.
I mean, so it was put in for one blind person and he's gone or she's gone.
It's not a blind. I don't know the details of the person disability or whatever the
was
reason
audible.
was it was put, but it was put and the person does not live here in the area anymore. So there's no warrant for us to continue to have that. type of
Forgive me
button.
for perhaps being cynical, but what happened if other sight impaired people move into the city? Do we have to call you now and do they need that? I mean, I don't know if you're doing this project, and this is just me talking here, but
Right.
aren't we
So
protecting all of our,
we are, but
different
let me
ages
just take a
people?
step back and say that that is out of sight of what we're doing now. This is,
well, you're
that would
putting
be
in the-
design phase. That would be the design phase of the project. In the review phase where engineering staff from the city and Palm Beach County traffic get to look at the job and make comments to address things like that, stakeholders.
So that's gonna happen later.
No, that, I think you're saying.
It was already occurred. And right now is being constructed with standard buttons that you just walk up and push the button.
And
And
what
you wait for
happens? Is
this.
there a ding? Is there a 5, 4, 3, 2?
Oh, the countdown clock, yes.
Okay,
The
but-
countdown is
And
there.
that's all.
Audible.
The countdown and the signal, whether a person moving or do not walk.
Is the countdown audible?
No,
So don't cross Dixie Highway if you can't see well. I mean, I'm sorry, but I find that a little, I
I
object to that.
suspect the mayor's would jaw dropping be somewhat a fair character.
Well, I just think it's,
I agree.
if we're doing all this
If we're
work,
gonna do it,
why don't we accommodate?
this is a
people
very
that-
central location.
And a very dangerous, one of the most dangerous intersections.
It-
Lucerne
it's-
and Dixie is one of the most dangerous intersections in Palm Beach County.
Yep.
So
And-
I think if we are talking, and I'm just gonna step right on you
Agree.
here, we're talking about ADA compliance. I mean, what exempts vision impaired people from ADA protection?
right, but you're talking about hearing,
No,
correct?
I'm talking about, I'm blind, I can't see. I press a button and I can't see the numbers going by. I want the machinery to say, it's okay to cross now.
I understand. We're doing the construction part and respectfully, that's what we have in front of us in the plans to do.
So who do you
If-
talk to
if-
try to get that put in?
That can go through transportation operations through the.
Yeah,
engineering.
Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. So typically what happens, there's a process through the county. If someone has a disability, that they register to the county. There's an actual, I believe it's house of, I can't remember the actual the organization. But you're basically registered with the county and then they go through whatever your route is. Or if you're going to Publix or whatever intersections you utilize to make sure that whatever is needed at those particular intersections is actually installed there. So I know there used to be, I believe it was in Second North and
Yeah.
Dixie.
Yeah.
I believe there's 3 people that used to be registered through the county. So they have the countdown and the verbal, the audible, and I guess every year it's re-upped. But if someone moves or something like that, like you're saying, there is no longer a case for them to keep whatever that particular thing is there. So there is something that has to be registered through, and I wish I could remember the name. I can get the information for the organization that they go through for the registration. Because it just slips my mind right now.
It just seems
But-
to me, I mean, I have to register if
That's the
I
way
have
it
a
works.
wheelchair. Please put in a ramp. I mean, I'm not faulting you.
Just leave it.
But they're leaving, is there one there that's audible?
No, not now.
No, not right now.
Yeah, yes, there is. It's the single movement. It's a single movement on this side of the road crossing to the east.
Yeah. You're on. Yeah.
Only east. Only the
Only
east
eastbound.
crossing.
Yeah, I don't think it goes the other.
Yeah.
So we need to get the word out, I guess. Register if you're vision impaired.
If
I
you
think
would
Mr.
be,
Boy was next. Let's keep.
if you would be so kind as to convey back to them, we recognize this is not the design phase, you're at the construction phase and you don't deal with this part, but I think there's pretty much unanimous feeling that these are both very central intersections. TPA is very aware that they're high risk ones, part of our Vision Zero stuff. if we can get a request to make those all audible, just do it and don't worry about whether there's anybody here. We would all be very much in favor of that. The other one that I would add to that is you might get a real person to push the button and try to cross, not, who's the fellow, the Jamaican guy that runs really fast?
It's on both.
Or Lance Armstrong or whoever. Because I'm in fairly decent shape and I can't get across at a reasonable pace. And I know there are a lot of people who walk slower than I do and can't get across. So if, again, I recognize your construction, but this is City Hall. This is a very central intersection. And a lot of people go all different variations of it. It would be really nice if it was timed reasonable and if it was auto.
Commissioner Diaz.
I think you guys covered it really well. I walk across both those intersections multiple times a day, going to office and here and whatnot. And I'll push back on there's nobody that lives here that doesn't need that service because, like I said, I do it every day. And maybe the registry is based on people who have a home address, because I have for sure seen people recently walking who are clearly visually impaired and with a cane. They're feeling, for the tactile pads and all that. So. And then, of course, we have events. Of course, we draw people from all around. Just because they don't live here, we try to draw people here. Street painting festival, 100,000 people. You can't tell me that not one of those is disabled and there's a need for it. So I appreciate, that we missed the design phase. I know I did. But if there's room for improvement, we're clearly in favor of that. Because there is a community here that is disabled and they need it. And definitely echo Mr. Commissioner McVoy's running across the intersection because I'm in relatively decent shape and you cannot make it from one side to the other before the signal changes. And then on top of that, you have to work with the pedestrian signal changes and then you have a green on the left turn. So you're having to look both ways as you're crossing. It's not ideal. I know that can be improved. And I think one way that can be improved, and the one question I did have is the detection technology, is that still the coil underground? Is it going to be cameras? Or because I know the cameras can help with timing, like
They could. The vehicle detection is following Palm Beach County traffic standards, which is in-ground loops.
well, and the county, because as a member of the TPA board, I have spoken to county people and they do have cameras, and I know in some areas they're working on moving towards that because of the improvement on timing and they're safer. So that's another thing to factor, but the easy ask I think is for sure for visual and audio and visually impaired
Okay.
people.
I think you've gotten our message.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
I did want to share that the traffic light timing and the pedestrian signals
It's not you.
are controlled by Palm Beach County,
Yeah.
but I will be happy to share that with our contacts with Palm Beach County that you have that concern for this particular area.
Thank you.
As for the type of signalization that is done, like you said, in the design phase, and I'm not familiar with the steps, but it is something that I can also relay and we can follow up and go from there.
If it wasn't such an important intersection and such a dangerous intersection, I don't think we'd be whining quite as much.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine. Thank you.
Overall, it's great though. I mean,
Yeah.
the condition of the sidewalk and the old mats, like I'm excited. I can't wait for it to come online. So hopefully I don't have to sprint across to get to our meetings.
I'm just gonna walk
So
right
thank
now.
Thank
you very
you.
much. Appreciate it. Next, we have a presentation by the Transportation Planning Agency, presentation regarding Vision Zero and complete streets. Couple more.
All right, thank you. Maresh, commissioners, I appreciate the time that you're giving me here today. It's a very timely discussion. Here I was thinking it's going to be a transportation night, but everybody else maybe showed up for a different item. Brian Rucher, I'm the Deputy Director of Multimodal at the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency. And tonight I'm going to be talking to you about Complete Streets and Vision Zero. Both of these are on your agenda tonight. First, I'll do a very brief dive into who the TPA is. We're a federally mandated government agency with a governing board of 21 locally elected officials. Commissioner Diaz sits on this board. What that means is, in plain speak, is that the TPA is more or less a visionary agency, and we aim to collaboratively plan, prioritize, and fund the transportation system. What does that system look like? It's safe, it's efficient, it's connected, and it's multimodal. Our discussion here today, as I said before, is going to be focused on complete streets and Vision Zero. You've touched already a little bit on US 1, and there's going to be a presentation on that at the next agenda item by our consultant, Kimley Horn. So I'll be happy to be going into these items now, and some of them have been touched on already. So I'll be brief. Vision Zero, it's a very important goal. It's a commitment to zero traffic fatalities and serious injuries. So I'm going to ask everybody in the room, raise your hand if you've known someone who's ever gotten into a serious crash, seen someone, known someone, maybe someone who's died. I will let you know that pretty much anybody in Palm Beach County knows someone that has had this happen to them in their immediate family circle of friends. Vision Zero essentially says everyone has the right to move safely in their communities, and that this decision starts at the top. What this means is that if you adopt Vision Zero as a goal, is that you recognize that there should be no serious injuries or traffic-related fatalities within your community. How you start doing that is through a safe systems approach. It starts at the top with the system planners and the policymakers. We talk about the important corridors on our streets, and we look at them from the perspective of a top-down, and we say, US 1 at Lake and Lucerne should not have concerns to get across for walking. We don't want to encourage driving everywhere when we can offer up safe and meaningful options for people to get across the street by walking. From there, from the decisions we make, we build a safe transportation system, and then we ask individual road users to follow the rules of a safe road system. And if individuals make mistakes, they're not such a horrible mistake that someone is either has a life-altering injury or a fatality. There are 6 tenets on the screen that go by what we call the safe systems approach. At the very top is engineering. At the very bottom is equity, because you can't have those things without all of the tenets combined. Locally in Palm Beach County, we've had 8 municipalities adopt Vision Zero as a goal by either 2030 or 2035. Palm Beach TPA was the first to adopt it, followed closely by a number of other municipalities, many of which are now either in the process of developing a Vision Zero action plan or working already on their roadway projects through a Vision Zero lens. We're not unique in the problem of having unsafe roadways. South Florida for many years was consistently ranked in the top 20 for being the most dangerous. We've consistently ranked as number 14. Florida was only eclipsed recently by New Mexico because they got so much worse per capita crashes for people walking and biking. Florida remained on a poor trend where more people are being killed on our roadways every year. But granted, we're not number 1 anymore, thankfully. One of the major tenets about Vision Zero is about reducing kinetic energy. So if you get into a crash and you're walking at 20 miles per hour, you have a 5% chance of being killed. Otherwise, you have a 95% chance of surviving. If you get into a crash while you're walking and that car is going 40 miles per hour, you have an 85% chance of fatality. Conversely, if you look at the driver's field of vision on the screen, 15 miles per hour, you have a much further and wider cone of vision than you do at the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. So one of the major tenets around Vision Zero is reducing kinetic energy. We've all seen the major crashes that happen. They're dramatic. The goal of this is realistically to reduce the kinetic energy on the street. It would ultimately result in less impactful crashes to cars and to people. Palm Beach County has been consistently trending upwards for all types of crashes, whether it be people driving, people walking, and people bicycling. Vision Zero as a tenet is first and foremost enshrined through a draft resolution, followed by data, funding, and resources available at the TPA for your support. Just to give you a quick look at some of the crash heat maps in the area, between 2016 and 2021, Lake Worth Beach had 38 fatal crashes, 259 serious injury crashes. And I'll just draw your attention to I-95 and US 1. When you compare these 2 corridors, they're almost equal, if not worse, for US 1, which is quite tragic considering the efficiency that I-95 has. There's a lot less people on US 1 than there is on 95. So I don't want to draw too many parallels because you're also looking at different systems, but it's a very dramatic picture that's painted on the screen. So now I'll dive into complete streets. How do these two things come together? They're very complementary in nature, and I believe it's hard to see on these screens, so I'll point over here if possible. And if you look at what you're looking at on the left is essentially an existing condition. It's a 2-lane roadway with some turn lanes. Some very minor things can be said about this street on the right, which would improve the conditions without affecting any of the conditions of the motorists. So first, bulb extensions at the intersection would make it a safer pedestrian crossing. Second, narrower travel lanes slows the traffic. Reducing kinetic energy reduces the impact of on people and on cars when you have a crash. And then third, buffered bike lanes. While these are, typically 5 to 7 feet wide, there's no facility from the picture on the left. What I will say about complete streets that's often confused with, building bike lanes everywhere. Complete streets and what you are trying to accomplish is about tying land use to transportation. So for example, if you have a residential street, you probably don't necessarily need to build a bike lane. If it's a, single family homes on either side, you don't need to have that level of facility. Whereas if you have a major corridor, you want to start talking about having a conventional bike
Excuse
lane.
me. The phone, what was somebody's phone? Please turn it off.
Thank you. So, and the context speaks to one another. So if you have high-rise residential, for example, like in West Palm Beach, they have a different type of facility. Complete streets is about tying land use to your transportation system and having them speak to one another. And that's why we've reflected it in a resolution and policy for Vision Zero and complete streets. So this is actually outside of the city's limits, but it's an example of a complete street in progress. This is being constructed. It's one of the first FDOT projects with a protected bike lane. This is closer to the Palm Beach Atlantic University campus by Rollison. You'll notice there are 7-foot wide buffered bike lanes with intermittent protection. So there's actually a curb in between where the bicycle is traveling and the cars. And this is because the speed of the road is so high that we want to make sure that if there is a mistake on the road, that the bicyclist is not impacted by the vehicle. We also have space for trees, wider sidewalks, and other amenities to make it much nicer. As I said before, we have another concept here just as an illustration for US 1 where you could add enhanced bus facilities. Stuart Robertson will be giving a presentation on this particular road in Dixie in just a moment, so I won't dive too deep. But of course, how do we fund this stuff? Not every municipality has unlimited resources or a great tax base, which is where the TPA comes in. We are a major funding partner. For any state road modification, we get about $20 million a year to program about 5 years out. For any local initiative project, which is typically your arterials and your collector roads, those get about an additional $20 million a year. So we're talking a fairly large sum of money. And then for any of your local streets, kind of your residential, if your neighborhood streets, we get an additional 3.8. So we're talking about a very large bucket of money, which could be utilized, has been utilized, I think, very much so by the city of Lake Worth Beach, especially for your ADA upgrades in some of your neighborhoods. These programs are likely to get increases with the new federal infrastructure money. So I'd suggest taking a closer look at them when they come out in October.
Brian, if you can go back to that last screen real quick. I just wanted to make a note that under the local initiatives, we did receive back in 2020, we got this grant for 1.1, and that's where we're about to start in a few months here. That's the citywide ADA improvements. And then for the, that was the transportation alternatives. And the local initiatives is actually, we got 5 million, we're back in 2020. And that's the East Coast and H project we're going to be looking at doing between Lake Ave and 6th Avenue South. So just wanted to kind of throw that out there. So, we are going after these funds.
Lake Worth Beach has been very successful. I served on the committee which helped rank projects. They're putting forward some very good efforts. I will say there are additional funding pots that are very much so available right now through the federal government. These are a little bit more competitive because they're a national grant, and they also unfortunately require 20% match, which can't be federal. So most of the funding pots that I just talked about You can't use them to match for this one. It would have to be either a local dollar through your municipality or through a private organization. But there are infrastructure funds coming through for Safe Streets and Roads for All, which deals directly with Vision Zero. There's the TPA funding programs. FDOT has a highway safety improvement program. We work very closely with the Lake Worth Beach city staff on these matters. So we look forward to continuing that relationship and working with you all once you adopt a Vision Zero action plan and your complete streets policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going anywhere. Actually,
Are we gonna do presentations tonight?
Just a quick question on, because this is significant funding and it's something that we're very interested in the community. If we pass tonight the Vision Zero and the Complete Streets resolutions, does that open us up to some of this funding that we wouldn't be open to?
It's done in concert with one another. So for example, Complete Streets is complementary to a number of funding programs we have through the transportation alternatives. The Vision Zero action plan is a required component to get access to the federal funding program, which is available for next 5 years for Safe Streets and Roads for All. So they play into one another and they are complementary to one another. And frankly, it does help when you're doing project identification to look at it through a Complete Streets lens, a Vision Zero lens. If you're looking at, for example, an FDOT project and you want to apply your Complete Streets and Vision Zero policy, that can get to work as soon as you adopt these types of things. And that's how it's been applied in other communities such as Boynton Beach, Delray Beach, Wellington. You know, they've all taken that approach and started looking at projects through that way, through that matter.
Good. So this is a helpful step if we can.
Yes, absolutely.
And then a quick follow-up to that for Jamie Brown. You mentioned, Brian, in your term, Vision Zero action plan.
Yes.
I don't know if you look, we have a resolution. Do we have an action plan with it?
No, one of the grants he actually put up, the Safe Streets for All, which is going to be funding for the next 5 years. One of the things, if we pass this tonight, we would actually be putting in to actually fund that Vision Zero action plan. And like you mentioned before, it'd be 20% match, but that's kind of the first step in the process to move forward. So
So this is
absolutely.
all, if we pass these, this is all moving in the right direction to open us up to funding,
Correct.
as well as better safety, which is our goal.
And I'll add, the federal government is going to have $1 billion for the next 4 fiscal years after this fiscal year for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program alone. So that's a lot of money to go after. First step would be a Vision Zero action plan.
Do it.
And then after that, you identify a number of capital projects, which could be also a complete street project. And you can go after those funds and get matching implementation capital dollars.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, boy, it's traffic night tonight. Next up is a presentation by Kimley Horn regarding Dixie Highway lane repurposing.
Sorry.
He's like, I'm gonna get it all at once.
I'm telling you.
So briefly again, Brian Rusher with the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency. I'm joined here by Stuart Robinson. Jamie so kindly asked us to have a transportation night, like I had said before. And one of the projects that we have looked at very closely throughout many years has been US 1 corridor. So this, I have a presentation here for.
That's one just for all of us. We call it Dixie Highway here.
Yes.
Just so we know, because some places it gets mixed up.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, Commissioner McBoy. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Jamie and Stuart to make the presentation.
And if you looked at, I provided some backup for this, but you know, a few years ago, both the city, TPA, Community Redevelopment Organization, Joan was involved in this as well. We all funded this joint study that Stuart with Kimley Horn put together for us. So this is kind of a triple thing that we came together on. But Stuart's going to kind of go through the background and what we're talking about here. And as Commissioner McBoy just mentioned, it says US 1 multimodal corridor study, but in Lake Worth Beach, you know, at our south end, at Lantana's north, and we kind of split from US 1 and Dixie. So we are referring to Dixie Highway when you see US 1 in the study. But Stuart, I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
Commissioners, my name is Stuart Robertson with Kimley Horn and Associates. It's an honor to be here tonight to discuss the study. Jamie and Brian, thank you for that introduction. The study is a follow-up to the TPA's multimodal corridor study, which we were on the consultant team that completed that study. Various municipalities have now been conducting more detailed studies of their own individual sections of the corridor. And so this is part of that more detailed study of their individual section. The study was completed consistent with the TPA's mission and vision, which Brian has covered for us already. The US 1 Multimodal Corridor Study is a Palm Beach TPA priority project. Study was conducted in 2017 and 18, adopted by the TPA Governing Board in May of 2018. And it covered 42 miles of US 1 from Camino Real in Boca Raton all the way up to Indiantown Road in Jupiter. And the purpose of the study was to identify safety improvements that could be implemented within the current FDOT right-of-way. We studied very closely the Palm Tran ridership characteristics in the corridor. Route 1, which serves Dixie Highway and Lake Worth Beach. Palm Tran's Route 1 is the highest ridership route in Palm Beach County. The population that lives immediately along the corridor have very high rates of transit dependencies. And also, most of the transit riders are walking to get to the bus stop, as you might expect, rather than being dropped off or taking a bicycle or transferring from another route. The study included the first ever health impact assessment to be included by the TPA within a transportation study. So this looks at the impacts that we make from a transportation decision-making process, the impacts that has on the community health, both the benefits as well as potential drawbacks, in addition to a transit assessment and a roadway assessment. The health impact assessment used data from the Florida Department of Health in Palm Beach County to identify health trends along the corridor. And we found that many of the areas along the corridor currently do suffer from negative health impacts. Also, we found that there are several areas of lower than area median income within the corridor, low rates of vehicle accessibility, meaning that many of our friends and neighbors may not always have a vehicle available for the trip that they're making. There are long stretches without bicycle lanes, including the entire stretch throughout Lake Worth Beach, and also very high rates of pedestrian and bicyclist crashes in the corridor. Lake Worth Beach has 2 of the top 3 bus stops in terms of total ridership anywhere along the Route 1 corridor. And again, Route 1 is the highest Palm Tran fixed route, and 2 of the top 3 bus stops for ridership are located here in the corridor. Looking at specifically the crashes that occur along Dixie Highway in Lake Worth Beach, there are over-representation of fatalities for people on foot and people on a bicycle. In fact, about 2/3 of the fatalities that have occurred within the study period are people on foot or people on a bicycle. So those that don't have the protection afforded by vehicles, such as the steel cages, the seat belts, the airbags. We also looked not only at Dixie Highway, but also we looked at Federal, the adjacent corridor. And even when you normalize for vehicle traffic volume, the fact that there's more cars on US 1, you're still twice as likely to be involved in a crash on US 1 as you are on Federal Highway. So the US 1 Multimodal Corridor Study included a variety of public outreach opportunities, including a website. There were 18 days of Open Studio charrette as part of the planning process, including 3 here at Hatch 1121 in Lake Worth Beach, 6 public workshops, an open streets event. The participants were able to participate in interactive types of events such as developing their own street sections through what we call a build a street set, which is like a puzzle set where people can actually put together a street that they would like to see within the right of way. So we got a lot of really interesting results from that. And this is just a few of the photos from the Lake Worth Beach charrette that was held in 2017 at Hatch. So some of the key recommendations that came out of the study were to advance a premium transit on US 1, now called PTX or Palm Tran Express, which would be limited stop service that would be faster along the corridor and also would have branded bus shelters and bus stops with more efficient loading systems. And also to implement complete streets for the US 1 corridor, similar to the types of improvements that Brian displayed in the last presentation. So here's what some of the PTX recommendations look like. There's going to be 3 overlay routes, yellow, blue, and green, which would allow for more efficient transit service within the corridor. An additional 229,000 riders are expected because of the implementation of the PTX service. And I mentioned that the stations would have more efficient types of loading activities, such as the possibility of having off-vehicle fare collection. And this is a mock-up of one of the proposed transit station designs that's currently being considered by the TPA and FDOT. The study also looked at potential for transit-oriented developments within the entire study limits, including charrette drawings from the time that we spent here working with the stakeholders within the city. So the recommendations on the complete street side for Dixie Highway was to examine a lane repurposing strategy, which would take the 2 travel lanes that we have in each direction today and convert them to 1 lane in each direction with a center 2-way left turn lane. This would allow for repurposing space for dedicated bicycle facilities and also an increased buffer for people walking on the street, so the sidewalk would not be quite as close to people driving in cars. The study found that currently the traffic volumes on Dixie Highway range from about 15,000 to 21,000, depending on where you are within the corridor. And that number would be expected to grow with background growth into the long-range planning horizon that the TPA studies. A lane repurposing option based on the travel demand models that were conducted for the current US 1 lane repurposing study shows that the lane repurposing would be expected to limit the growth in traffic in US 1 as people begin to choose other alternative forms of travel, or potentially could divert to other routes or make more local trips within the area. So even though it wouldn't necessarily bring down the amount of traffic on US 1, it is expected to reduce the growth in traffic on US 1 compared to the do nothing scenario where we leave the corridor as is. And this is part of the travel demand modeling that was conducted for the US 1 lane repurposing study using the what's called the Southeast Regional Planning Model, or SERPM, which is a model that the TPA and FDOT maintain for future planning. And the planning horizon year of that model is 2045. There are various segments along the corridor, including within the downtown area, a little bit wider section to accommodate the turn lanes. And so we have developed typical sections of what each one of those segments could look like. This particular one from 2nd Avenue North to Gregory Road shows the northern part of the city's section of a Dixie Highway. And you can see there the center lane that would allow traffic making a left turn to no longer have to queue in the through lane. But now traffic making a left turn under this scenario would be able to be out of traffic in their own lane, waiting for a gap to make a left turn. So this is a potential mock-up for one of the options that could be considered at US 1 and Lake. This is a Google Earth image of the way that the intersection looks today. And this is a mock-up from the US1 multimodal corridor study that includes a converting the outside lane to a dedicated bus lane, called a bus queue jump, that would allow faster travel times on the bus.
All the way up.
And also to just between Lake and Lucerne, taking advantage of the wider right-of-way here. There's not enough space within the right-of-way to have a bus lane all the way up along the corridor.
And forgive me, guys, but hopefully I'm asking questions that we all have.
Mhm.
So north of there, the bus is in front of me. I'm in that lane going north and the bus is in front of me and it stops. I have to stop for that bus. I can't get around it. Is that accurate?
The bus would actually have space to pull into the bike lane, which is common on most roads that have buffered bike lanes. The buses actually stop in the bike lane to pick up passengers along the corridor. So what we have found when this has been implemented in other communities is that traffic following the bus does still move around the bus to the left.
And they could go into that turn, the suicide lane, the turn lane, right?
Potentially, partially into
But they
that
don't.
two-way left turn
I
lane.
think if I understand the mayor's question, the whole idea, maybe you could go back to that slide, is that the bus gets out of the two north, the north or southbound lane, and it's not in the turning lane, obviously. So it is fully out of the,
For this block, yes, that's correct.
yeah,
Yeah.
right, for that one. Well, that's where the main stop is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a high traffic stop.
Sorry, keep going.
No problem. So some of the other benefits that could be gained from the lane repurposing include that separation of different modes, separating turning traffic from through traffic. The center left turn lane would allow that separation, and also separating bicyclists from people in cars, because we would have a buffered bike lane along the corridor. There's also the possibility to be able to install safe pedestrian crossings here, because the center lane could be used intermittently for pedestrian refuges to allow additional safety at crosswalks, to actually have some additional space there for that. In the 4-lane sections of Dixie Highway, the way it's configured today, there's no space for pedestrians to wait in the middle of the road. It's just a double yellow stripe separating the two different directions of traffic. Another bit of separation that this alternative would allow would be to separate oncoming traffic by that center lane. Right now, the double yellow is the only separation between oncoming traffic. This would allow a little bit of extra separation, in addition to the mobility benefits of having dedicated bicycle lanes along the corridor. So the Federal Highway Administration has performed studies to look at the outcome of communities that have implemented this strategy for one of their roads. And the data show that we can expect anywhere from a 19 to a 47% reduction in crashes from this type of alternative. Also, crashes that do occur are not as severe because it cuts down on excessive speeding. Traffic would be traveling at a more consistent pace, slower, but more consistent pace. And it really does cut down on the top end speeding when we see those excessive speeding conditions of people driving 50, 55, even 60 miles an hour on Dixie Highway. This type of alternative cuts down on those occurrences.
Excuse me,
So-
Madam Mayor,
Certainly.
Yes.
the 10 minutes has been exceeded, just to let you know.
How much longer do you have?
Just a few more slides.
Can we give a few more slides, folks?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I think most of these benefits I have hit on, except for the potential for enhancing some of the economic growth potential of the community along the corridor. We have seen other communities that have implemented this see increased forms of redevelopment along the corridor that are more transit supportive and face the street rather than turning away from the street. This graphic shows a bus that right now is blocking traffic in the through lane under the existing configuration, and then in the proposed configuration is stopping in the bicycle lane to pick up traffic. One other thing I wanted to mention is the potential for emergency vehicles to utilize the center lane as a way of not being as impeded by traffic along the corridor. A couple of Florida examples here. Edgewater Drive in Orlando was probably the first one that was implemented. It's going on 20 years now. And that is a 4-lane to 3-lane conversion, very similar to what you're considering for a Dixie Highway. The section of Dixie and Lake Worth Beach is one of the priority 1 sections for the TPA. A prioritization process was conducted as part of the multimodal corridor study, and it graded out as number 1. And Brian mentioned the funding that could potentially be available to pursue a strategy like this. And the consideration at this point where we are in the process would be that it would be up to the city to decide whether you wanted to submit an application to the Florida Department of Transportation to consider the traffic study that we have prepared.
So we would have to take action is that one of the resolutions in the past?
So yeah, I was going to mention, so this presentation kind of goes along with another item on the agenda. It's actually unfinished business A. So I'm sure there are questions following this presentation. Stuart's going to stick around. So when we get to unfinished business A, we can actually go through any concerns, questions you guys have. And that's that resolution that.
And there were a couple cards, Ms. Fisher, about this, and I'm going to ask you then, because this is on the agenda. No,
Not for the presentation, for unfinished business A.
Oh, okay.
Unfinished.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm a little confused.
Great.
Well,
I guess
Mr.
we'll have-
Alstead have made a comment and repurposing Dixie unfinished business A. Okay. So Mr. Alstead, we'll do that when we get to an actual agenda item. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
all
your
right.
time.
Thanks, Brian Stewart.
Stick around for more fun. Now we have something completely different. Now we have a presentation by Lauren Bennett, who is our Leisure Services Director, Queen of Recreation Lake Worth, with her wonderful minions that make things happen and make the city a
See them come.
pleasant place to live. And they have been awarded a number of awards lately, and we're here tonight to tout them out. Lauren and your group, come on up and get recognized. I know. These are the people that make it happen. When you go to a festival, when you go to a concert, when anything happens downtown, these are the people that make it possible, and we thank them so much.
Okay, I'll be super quick. I know it's a long night. Good evening, Madam Mayor Lauren Bennett, for the record, Director of the Leisure Services Department. So the city is a part of the Florida Festival and Events Association, which is comprised of different cities, private event producers, fairs throughout the entire state. It's a really big deal, like in our field. So we go to the conference every year, and the big hoopla is their award ceremony. This year, we submitted 57 award applications alone. It took me 2.5 days with the help of Ben Kurt to submit all of them.
Okay.
They had over 500 award applications this year. Only 50 organizations were awarded.
Wow.
We were the 3rd highest awarded organization, and we took home 12 awards.
I love it.
But before I jump into them, I'm nothing without my team, and my team jumps in anywhere possible to help. So I wanted to highlight them. Decarius Davis is our special events assistant. Doug Yoakum is our aquatics manager. The lifeguards always jump in to help us with whatever we need. Rec also jumps in. So I have Greg Jarrett and Chris Hanna. Greg's our rec manager. Chris is our park superintendent. And then Emmerich Jeancombe is our special events manager. So this year we took home 1st place radio promotion for the Street Painting Festival, 1st place promotional mailer for the Street Painting Festival, and 1st place billboard signage for our little Scream event. And all the billboard signage, all of it was created in-house by Ben Kerr. He couldn't be here tonight, so I want to give him a shout out. We got 2nd place photo op for our Easter egg hunt. 2nd place social media advertising for street painting. 2nd place promotional poster for 4th of July. That was where Lady Liberty wore a mask. Everybody laughed, but we won an award for it. 2nd place for our Taco Fiesta t-shirt design. 2nd place for our billboard signage for Dia de los Muertos. 3rd place billboard Easter egg hunt. 3rd place promotional poster for street painting and signage for street painting as well. And then this year, the big award category was for diversity. It's the first time that they've ever awarded this award. It was like the big one of the night, and we took home first place for it. So in closing, I just kind of wanted to say that it's something we already knew, but it's proven. Mayor, you have the best leisure services team in the state.
We all, considering that the Street Painting Festival, this was the first year the city took it on, extra kudos to you guys for doing it.
6 months to plan it, yeah.
And it was brilliant, and we thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Another round.
Sure.
We're gonna have to put in a supplemental budget to build them a trophy case.
It really, it's amazing. And always cheerful and friendly and helpful. Now, Lauren, you actually have more people on staff, don't you, than the folks that are up here tonight, correct?
Not many.
Not many, really. Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's a very skeletal crew
That's
for
amazing.
the amount of events we produce.
Oh, I know. I mean, 4th of July, you're unpacking tables and chairs. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
All right. Oh, that's the most fun one. All right, now, are we going to do commission liaison reports tonight?
I'll pass.
Do we pass it? We pass, we can pass. Let's pass it. We have a real, yeah. Okay. They don't care, no. I know, right? City manager, do you have a report?
No, ma'am.
All right, I like this. Now, public participation of non-agenda items and the consent agenda is next. I have, let's see, this is new business E&F. I have public participation, non-agenda. Okay, Kara Jennings. Here she comes.
Good evening.
And for everybody that's going to speak, name and address, please.
Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. With the new school year beginning, we have a really serious issue at Lake Worth Middle School with the students walking over the the interstate, to get to school. And I think everyone's probably familiar with that problem. There's no crossing guard between A Street and Barnett where the kids turn to go to school. And I personally know a kid on B Street who was hit by a car riding his bicycle down the, on their way to school. It's a really serious safety issue. And I know it's been kicked around. The city says the school board's responsible. The school board says PBSO is responsible. And we really need the 3 agencies, or maybe the 4 and the county, to get together and solve this issue. It's going to be horrible if someone really gets hurt, if one of those kids walking to or from school. The traffic in the morning is insane. And it's just a time. It's like a ticking time bomb until somebody gets seriously injured. So I don't know if the city manager could be directed or somebody from staff to try to meet with all the players and get this resolved. You have the sheriff's contract on your budget, 14.6 million. Maybe he can find some money for some crossing guards to be up there to help ensure that the traffic and the kids all work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I have a card here that I can't quite read, so I'm going to assume it's non-agenda items. Mel Bishop Hinkey. Bishop Hinkney. Is he here? Yeah, Bishop Hinkney. Oh, let's call out. I really can't. It says speak on the community something. Sorry. It went away. The word just disappeared. I saw him leave the building. Oh, okay. All right. Well, if he comes back, we have time. Okay, so excuse me. I'm gonna ask. Madam Clerk, I was gonna ask.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items or the consent agenda?
Yes, I have 7.
Okay, let's hear them.
First comment is from Amanda Winters. 1319 South M Street. This blows me away. The city turns down projects that would bring in real money, new business, and rejuvenate downtown because they feel more money needs to be spent on the housing crisis by adding tiny houses for the homeless, and 400 affordable housing units have recently been added. How about making my housing situation affordable with lower utility rates that have consistent service? Or maybe cleaning up the project houses that lie between Federal and Dixie. Trash, drugs, discarded furniture line the streets and clutter vacant lots. The code enforcement office says they are short-staffed and overworked. Grow up, Lake Worth, and be something we can be proud to call home. There is so much potential here. Next is Lisa Wilson, 1412 North K Street. Good evening. My concerns on allowing homeless to sleep in any public area. I am strongly against this. You spend hundreds of tax dollars rebuilding and beautifying Lake Worth, only to destroy it with drug addicts and homeless urinating and dumping feces anywhere. I saw a drug head walking past children waiting for school bus with just pants on and not zipped up. I saw a homeless woman pick up PVC pipe and start hitting a man riding his bike. He was not bothering anyone. Another homeless screaming profanity at me when I came out of the store. We pay taxes, they do not. This is not a solution. This is turning Lake Worth into a dump like California, a cesspool. We work hard and do not need this. There are plenty of buildings in bare by towns empty. Get volunteers to pull in the homeless and evaluate them. The ones that really want help, help. The others should be incarcerated, forced to rehab and work. Thank you for hearing me. Next is Andrew Carey, 1022 North K Street. Would it be prohibitively expensive to display all public comments on the city website, or in the alternative to display the count of comments related to agenda items separated by for or against? In other words, let the public know how much interest there is to an upcoming item the city is considering. Also, it'd be nice to list the items by name. Thanks. Eric Feldman, 1017 North M Street. You cannot allow the homeless to sleep in any public places. It will turn Bryant Park into a homeless encampment bigger than the one the county had to break up in John Prince Park a few years back. Who wouldn't want to camp on the Intercoastal Waterway for free? The city will lose money when people stop using the boat ramp because they are being hassled by panhandlers. Also, what tourist is going to pay to stay at the newly renovated Gulfstream Hotel? This will send a message to every homeless person to come to Lake Worth Beach. You can sleep anywhere, anytime, and beg for money. I won't live in that town. Thank you. Next is David Sue Palumbo from Dave's Last Resort and Raw Bar and I Got Martiki Bar. Dear Commissioners and Mayor, we ask that this letter be read tonight. We are greatly concerned over the many rumors running rampant regarding an item trying to get added to tonight's commission meeting agenda. How do you propose it to be safe for homeless people to have an ordinance allowing them to sleep wherever they want? Example, the gentleman who was found deceased in the bus stop across from John Prince Park last week. Can you imagine waiting at a bus stop with your child because you don't have a car and your child must witness a dead man lying on the ground? How is this safe for the homeless people themselves? Stop and think. Your local businesses are experiencing many problems with large amount of homeless who have become aggressive, often some of them having long criminal records. There are so many incidences that we could give you to illustrate just how bad the problem has become. To name a few of the worst scenarios in the past month, we have had problems with some of them urinating in our plants and on the oak tree in front of our restaurant as customers dine. They're constantly walking up to tables and asking for money as our customers dine and becoming threatening when asked to leave. We had one encounter when one came into our establishment waving a hand grenade that turned out to be a working taser gun, threatening our customers and staff. The next few nights, the same guy with the taser then banged on our windows after closing, screaming at the employees while they were closing and glaring at them in the windows. The employees had to wait to leave our building until they felt it was safe to walk out. Another employee was leaving work one night at 3 a.m. after closing, and a homeless guy was banging on his car door and chasing him as he drove away. I personally had one swinging at my wife's car with a baseball bat and yelling as she drove away around the corner down K Street. One homeless girl grabbed my office door out of my wife's hand, screaming that we stole her belongings. How is this safe, and how are we not allowed to protect our businesses, patrons, and staff? One of our neighboring businesses was greeted in the morning upon their arrival to human poop and urination at their front door. Some are sleeping in the alcoves at their front doors. They're following people around aggressively, intimidating, and seeking money. Stop and think how you would feel in any of these above-mentioned scenarios. We have had to call the police too many times to mention, and they are telling us that their hands are tied at this point. Some of these homeless are carrying cell phone numbers of a few city commissioners so they can get out of trouble. So instead of protecting us and our businesses, the homeless are being protected. Do you even see what this says to all of us who have worked for years to build our businesses? Do you care how this reflects to the rest of your tax-paying citizens? Our customers have a right to feel safe and comfortable. That's time for that comment. Two more comments. Leah Nina Benarope, 316 Fordham Drive. As a resident for more than 8 years, I've come to appreciate being able to safely wander and enjoy the streets and public areas of Lake Worth Beach. Allowing homeless people to sleep in these places will bring more crime to and damage the reputation of the city, not to mention public defecation, drug use, and the unpredictable, dangerous behavior of the mentally ill. And the last comment is from Stephen Ehrenstein, 308 South Ocean Breeze. Do not make Lake Worth Beach a haven for the homeless. There are job opportunities that they can qualify for. Then they can afford nightly shelter. Those are all the comments I have for this item, for non-agenda items.
Thank you very much. Now, I noticed we have quite a pile of comments regarding the panhandling ordinance. Some of them, when I look at the comments, also include the homeless issue, the sleeping in the park issue. So I'm going to look to my fellow commissioners for guidance. Rather than have those folks come up twice to talk, can we just let them talk about an agenda item and a non-agenda item in the same comment? It's going to save a lot of time.
They filled out 2 public comments.
No, it's one public comment, but it's like this, and you know, they're concerned with the panhandling and the other homeless. Yeah.
Right, they get 2 minutes. I think it should go with the agenda item.
Well, but some of I'm just warning, I'm just bringing to your attention that some of the agenda items, it's going to bleed into some non-agenda items. And I think, in all fairness to us and everybody out here, let's have people do it in one shot rather than have them come up for 2 different items.
Okay. Okay.
Well, it's talking about, they're talking about homeless people in the city, but they're also talking specifically about the panhandling. So I think they're so connected. Let's just do it that way. Do I have consent agenda? I mean, consent. Okay. All right. Do we have the approval? Next is approval of minutes. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Are we going to vote?
Oh, yes, we should vote. So picky. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now we are doing. Help me, Miss City Clerk. Now
Madam Mayor, we are now going to move to new business item F,
which is
ordinance 18-2022.
So we're skipping the public hearings?
Where, yes, we're going to do 2 new business items and then go back to the agenda as this is how it was approved for tonight.
I'm just following your lead, Miss Melissa.
We follow her lead.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Panhandling, I'm just going through the cards here. Yeah. Okay. All right, great. All right, so the next item is,
So sorry, Madam Mayor.
it's okay.
Excuse the interruption. Were we going to public hearings? We're
I
gonna-
think
We're gonna do the public hearings after
Okay,
these
I'm
things,
sorry.
because so many
Yeah,
people here.
just wanna make-
Let them go home and have dinner.
I so agree. I just wanted to make sure we weren't overlooking.
Why should they suffer with us? But we love what we do. Okay, so F is. This is the panhandling ordinance, 18/2022, I believe, Mr.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, Mr. Law, would you please give us, we started earlier, but would you please give us a kind of a background to,
Okay, you're going to read the title of it first and then I'll do the
Well, I can
background.
do that.
I could do them both. Okay, ordinance number 2022-18 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing sections 15-90 definitions, 15-91 prohibited acts regarding panhandling, and 1914 right-of-way solicitors and canvassers of the city code of ordinances, which make certain instances of panhandling or soliciting public areas unlawful. Right of severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date, and other purposes.
thank you very much. So this is the ordinance that we talked about earlier, regarding panhandling. So do we want to discuss it first? Do we want to have a motion first? I think we've just scared Ms. Maliga away.
Dixie had a bathroom run, which we do a minute too.
Well, it's 7:30. Do we want, with all due respect, do we want to take a little break? I know that sometimes we want to wait till 8 o'clock for the break. Okay, then we have a request for a quick break, a quick bathroom break. So,
Sure.
okay, you're gonna run?
I'm right.
Okay, go ahead, because I'm gonna be a little later than that. And getting up for me is such a pain. So we're gonna take a little break. Discuss it amongst yourselves. Jokes, we have any sort, little stories about Lake Worth? And then get prepared to listen to a lot of public comment.
Wow. I'll write my card. Oh, good.
We're going to get started here.
Everybody standing in front of the camera, please move. Thank you,
yeah.
gentlemen.
Yes, we're going to, thank you. Some seats have opened up in here, so if we can kind of adjust ourselves so that folks from the hallway can come in. There's not a lot of seats, but we might be able to squeeze one or two out. And I'm not giving up my seat. If I went down like you, I could never get up again. So that would be 911, I've fallen and I can't get up, which is a common phrase in my vocabulary these days. So panhandling, new business, handling. Okay. All right, we're going to have a lot of citizen comment tonight. So, Mr. Law. We started talking about the repeal of the panhandling ordinance earlier in the meeting. We went over it a little bit. For those folks that weren't here, I would like to have that background given to the people. And if you've heard it before, bear with us. He'll keep it short. He charges by the word, so we have to keep it short. That's how lawyers used to get paid, by the way. So that's where all the 26.
We don't anymore?
Yeah.
Anyway, so good evening. First, I'll read the title. It's ordinance 2022-18, which is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing sections 15-90 definitions, 15-91 prohibited acts regarding panhandling, and 1914 right-of-way solicitors and canvassers of the city code of ordinances, which make certain instances of panhandling or soliciting in public areas unlawful, for severability, conflicts, codification, and effective date and other purposes. So by way of background, Lake Worth Beach, along with probably hundreds of cities and counties around the country, have had various restrictions on panhandling, soliciting for years. They've been challenged for years, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. In 2015, there was a case called Reed, which was dealing with a city's ability to regulate signs. And Justice Clarence Thomas wrote an opinion which expanded the First Amendment to the point where cities had a much more difficult time regulating signs. I'm speculating that it was an unintended consequence of that opinion that you started seeing in 2017 and 2018 on to today, lots of lawsuits challenging these kind of ordinances on First Amendment grounds. And the courts have accepted that holding up a sign is a protected First Amendment. You're holding it up, whether you're saying, I love
Save the
flying or whatever you love, or you're saying, give me money, you still have First Amendment protections. And that's been included to talk about speech, please give me $1 is not allowed, but going up to someone and saying, how do I get to Walmart is allowed. So that's what's called a content-based restriction on speech. So you can't restrict someone from asking for directions. So therefore you can't ban someone from asking for $1 or whatever they're asking for. And locally, what's happened is in the last couple of years, there've been many lawsuits. There's one in Fort Lauderdale that's still going on. And I was just rereading that and these are almost all in federal courts. That federal judge's opinion from last year. And he talked about the fact that we hear the city of Fort Lauderdale arguments, but the city itself has not given us one case since the Reed decision that has upheld these kind of ordinances. And that's been the problem, that the cases are consistently, the judges are consistently finding against cities. So for example, locally, West Palm Beach, at the end of last year, December, was sued. They settled their lawsuit. They repealed their panhandling ordinances and they paid about $89,000. In addition to their own legal fees to pay their own lawyers. That's the other side. Palm Beach County got sued early this year. They settled very quickly and only had to pay $10,000. So what you're seeing is every city, once they get sued, they look at this and they say the risk outweighs the potential benefit. We're sued now. The city of Lake Worth Beach got sued in June. The plaintiffs in that case, the same law firm is doing a lot of these cases. There are several law firms around the country, obviously, but locally they've been the main law firm. And the federal court judge has, they've applied for what's called an injunction. So if the court grants their injunction, the judge will stop this ordinance from going forward. It will say, no, you can't do that. The risk in that is two risks. One, you will have a bigger attorney's fee award that you'll be paying and damages you'll be paying to the plaintiffs. But you also have the risk of a federal judge overseeing future panhandling ordinances. It doesn't happen often, but it's almost like the desegregation orders from the 60s and 70s where courts would continue to oversee. So it's usually something you want to avoid because laws change. And who knows, 6 months from now, maybe there's a Supreme Court decision that goes in a different direction and cities can start enacting these ordinances again. And obviously every city keeps trying to. Several of you have sent me emails with cases, and you're right, cities keep trying to find a way, but so far we've not found any that have been successful. So that's kind of the status. The federal judge entered an order in our case, holding up our case, staying our case for 60 days, but we have to provide a status report every 3 weeks. So we just gave a status report September 2nd and 3 weeks. And what the judge wants to know is, where are you on repealing this? As you're moving forward, so repealing it, we'll hold off on this lawsuit. If you stop your efforts as repealing it, we will activate the lawsuit and we'll have a hearing and a decision. We might win that case. There's always a chance. But, I've got to be honest with you, there's also a chance that you lose that lawsuit and get that injunction. And we're being defended by a very good law firm, Robertson Reynolds. They represent, lots of defendants, including cities. And, they're the ones that suggested that we may want to consider repealing it. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Okay, so currently there is a pending lawsuit against the city
There is.
that we are dealing with. Okay, Mr. McFoy?
Lawsuit against it, the judge is watching this.
Right.
One could say like a hawk and wants to know everything.
Could you turn on your mic, Vice Mayor, please? Thank you.
Not only is there a pending lawsuit, but the judge is watching very closely and wants to see whether we have in fact provoked it, whether we're serious about addressing the threat. So
That's correct.
That was at least for me, that was very clear. And that helped us understand that whatever one's views are of the goodness or the not goodness of panhandling or how it should be dealt with, that is one issue. It is very separate from the legal issue of, do we want to do something that almost certainly will incur more legal fees and has, at this point, I think if I understood you right, no one has won those around the country that we're aware of.
Not since that Reed case, right? Since that Reed case came out.
Since 2015.
Since 2015.
So the chances that we would come up with something or that we would win this seem pretty vanishingly small. So we have, I don't see anything but the only wise choice is we have to revoke the thing. I was going to ask, I spoke with Captain Bear earlier and learned something that I wasn't aware of before, which is, could you speak, Captain Bear, a little bit to when we had it in place, where we were enforcing it when we had this ordinance? Because I think that might be useful for people to know.
And to piggyback on that, has there been, since the sheriff's office stopped enforcing it, have you seen any difference in?
You stole my question, but.
Okay. Hey, good evening, everybody.
Talk right into the microphone.
Okay. First question was where we could enforce it. When
When it was in.
there's two ordinances that are up. There's the aggressive panhandling and then there's the solicitation. The aggressive panhandling, we did not make many cases on because we have to witness the entire act. And typically if someone is aggressively panhandling you and you call us, no matter how quickly we get there, by the time we would get there, most of the acts would be over. The solicitation ordinance was the one that was most utilized. That was the one where it wasn't just panhandling. The firemen couldn't walk around with the boots, flower sales, water sales, car wash, the whole 9 yards. None of that was permitted based on the being in the roadway. That one we used fairly regularly, but it was also not citywide. The aggressive one was citywide to my knowledge. The solicitation one was only in certain areas of the city. It was 10th Avenue North and 95, 6th Avenue South and 95, 10th and Dixie, 6th and Dixie, Lake Lucerne and Dixie, and I believe under the Tri-Rail area. It could not be citywide. It was not in the downtown, the solicitation ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other one would just be anecdotal. I only see what I see. I've seen, it depends on the day, but I've seen a little uptick, yes, since we ceased enforcement.
Do you have another?
Yeah, so I think as a community, it's very important for us to be working on a factual basis of what's going on. So the facts of it is, I think many of us have the impression that there are problems in the downtown. We've already heard some of the comments in the public participation. I'm sure we'll hear more. There are concerns about quality of life. They're very valid concerns. However, this particular ordinance, I believe it is, really didn't have a whole lot of effect on that, even if when it was in place. The parts that were most enforced were at the exits to 95, not in the downtown. And the aggressive part, which, I think we all agree that aggressive panhandling is not very desirable, including some of the homeless folks that I've talked to don't like it either. We didn't enforce that downtown because it was not practically enforceable. So although there is a lot of alarm about revoking this, that this is going to make it even worse, de facto, it's not, if I understand right, it's not going to be that big a change. It on paper takes away a tool that could be helpful. In practice, it wasn't a tool that we were using very much, unfortunately.
Okay, Commissioner Diaz?
I think that's a really important point to consider because there is, I've seen the comments, I see the fear. I understand it. Obviously, we don't want those kinds of issues in front of our offices and buildings. And the reality is this repeal is not just pulling a rug from, underneath Captain Bear's feet. There's other tools available to address these situations. Things like the aggressive panhandling ordinance is largely duplicative. There's already criminal law against addressing all the things that were defined by that ordinance, hence why it's being challenged. On its face, you have to look at the big picture. It's not just removing an ordinance. There's other things that are available, other legal tools. And also we as a city, I always encourage people to pay attention to our budget workshops. I know you can't comment or really participate, but we've had a lot of conversation in those workshops on what we need to do as a city. This is a very socially minded, very conscious city. And we know that, we have to do our part to address the situation at its core. And we also obviously talk a lot about affordable housing. We have some good, federal state dollars coming in, and we're doing better at that sort of thing. We've talked a lot in some of our budget workshops about what can we do to help the amazing, we're lucky, like I've said it many times, as someone who runs a nonprofit in this town, some about Lake Worth Beach, there's just a high density of nonprofits and quite a few of them do such amazing work for our community, especially our houseless community. And we, are looking to help them do better and be more effective and help lift these people out of that situation. Because it's not just the pulling back of an ordinance. It's, obviously we have to do it because of litigation, but it's also part of a bigger move or a bigger plan of what can we do to address this situation at the core, because very clearly the ordinance wasn't effective. Right? It's situations already happening. Those people, they're either criminally trespassed, the battery situations, those things. We have criminal laws against that, and those should be used if it ever elevates to that point. But very clearly, we're not going to police our way out of the houseless situation. I also would encourage the community to get away from this notion that if you're houseless, you're automatically a criminal or addict. I mean, there's a considerable population of that, but there's so much more. I mean, these are families we're talking about. These are, moms with children sleeping in their cars, and there are some adverse effects that we can see in the community. People are being excluded. I often hear, well, they should go to a shelter, they should go somewhere. And it's like, well, those resources, they're not going to be available to them if they have a bench warrant on them because they didn't pay their fine. So we need to do our part as a city, as a community, to help address this situation at the core and not just punish people for their awful situation.
Thank you. Commissioner Millett, are your lights out? Okay, I'm going to make a comment. We are doing this, repealing this ordinance, I think tonight, because of the lawsuit which brought it to a head. I am very concerned though and I'm all about balances. I'm all about how do you balance the needs of one group versus the needs of another group. And I think we have to pay very close attention, not just to the needs of the people that are panhandling, for want of a better word, but to the business owners. When I hear from Dave's Last Resort that people are being accosted as they eat, that's not fair to the business. So I am going to encourage our commission and our city attorney, to not drop this. We're doing this tonight, but to not drop this and to come up with something, hopefully, if we can use other cities' ordinances and then try to piece something together to get something which will try to hit a better balance between the free speech constitutional issue and people that want to live their lives without being, I get a lot of phone calls and emails from people on, 10th Avenue North, banging on the doors, on the car doors, standing in front of the car so they can't go by, things like that. That's not what we're talking about. So I hope that our commission is united in the idea that we have to, protect the constitutionality, but also address the issue that we need to live in a safe, not threatening environment as we live our lives. So that's what I'm going to say about that. We have a lot of public comment about this. And I think we're agreeing that we're going to let people talk about some of these cards deal with the panhandling, but also about sleeping in the park, homeless issue. And I believe the city clerk has 70 cards. So what we've done in the past, and if I have your consensus to do it again, instead of having her read out 70 cards, to have her read out the names of the people and, for or again, and their positions. So that would just make things go a lot faster. And then but we're going to do these first because these folks are here. And then after we're done with this, then we can go to the city clerk. Ms. Slega. Oh, the lights went on.
Possibly in the future, when we have this many comments, I guess this is more towards the CM. If we could have those comments put up on our website prior to the meeting. So at least we as a commission have the opportunity, if we haven't received the email and responded to it, like I have to probably 65 people.
Yeah.
That we actually have the opportunity to read the comments prior to the meeting. I would like that. Something like the Gulfstream. Obviously, we know it's a big issue. This is a big issue. And if we can kind of get ahead of it, maybe even 48 hours before, have them post it to the website so we can all see the comments and not break sunshine law by doing so. I think that would be something beneficial for everybody.
Yeah, I spent about 3.5 hours today just answering emails of people that because I do like to respond to everybody. So, do we, what do you think of that idea? Okay, I was just gonna ask that question, just to address that question.
I echo that concern. I just really wanted to commit to, this issue that's of the comment is coming up regularly at this point, and we should really commit to having a very consistent policy on it, basically. I mean, because every time it seems like we choose or we address it case by case. If we're going to read the numbers or if we're going to read the comments, maybe we should have something hard line written out that says, if the comments online exceed this amount, The tally is read or
Why don't we talk about that in an agenda meeting?
pre-agenda.
A pre-agenda meeting. That's a good idea. Commissioner McVoy.
I have, I guess, a similar concern that when people, we have a commitment at this commission to accept public comment and encourage people to comment. We don't tell them that, look, if there are a lot of people commenting, we're not going to pay attention to what you took the effort to write. I think that we need to at least tell them up front that what we're going to do.
Mhm.
And people have no idea of knowing when I write my comment that there are going to be 20 others or 40 others or whatever it is. They just write their comment and expect them to be. My other one that I have a concern is if we treat the folks who perhaps have childcare issues or other jobs or many other things, and they took the time to write their comments and send them in, if we're going to treat them differently than the people who came, I'm not very comfortable with that.
But they are posted on the website, is my understanding. The actual comments are posted on the website after the meeting, I'm quite sure.
That is not correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you correct me.
I have all the public comments. I keep them. I can talk to the city manager, see how we want to go going forward. If we want to have all public comment just posted live for every meeting. That's something that needs to be decided. But for the Gulfstream, because we knew that was going to be a huge issue, we posted everything live. Once it was submitted, it went live immediately. We did not for this.
Oh, okay, because I asked you that about the Gulfstream and I thought you said yes. Commissioner Stokes.
I don't feel comfortable tonight skipping having the public comments read because the people submitted them, they took the time, they thought when they hit that button, they were under the impression that they would be read into the record tonight in a public meeting. And I 100% agree, we need to have a discussion about a policy and it needs to be clear to people what their expectation is. And I think tonight, the expectation was that their comment would be read and that the Gulfstream was completely different. And we, like she said, we posted it live and so I don't feel comfortable skipping it tonight.
Okay, did you have a comment, Ms. Davis?
Yes, I do look forward to us discussing a consistent policy. I think that'd be very helpful. I just want to say in this case tonight, certainly the response was unexpected. So we didn't anticipate the large number. And if the clerk could correct me, I don't know when the comments came in, but sometimes we won't know till close to the time of the meeting when the comments come in. So, but if we want to talk about posting
As they come in.
we can consider that.
Yeah, I
But
think that'll be
that'd be a helpful discussion.
I think it will. So, does everybody want to hear all 70 comments? Let's, yeah. No, okay, please. Not. No, what I think what Commissioner Stokes is asking that the actual comment be read. Yes. We order pizzas at 10 o'clock. Okay, so
Mayor, if I can offer assistance to the Madam Clerk, if you want me to help you read those comments, I'm willing to do so.
I'm good, I'm ready. I just will need to take like little sips of water along the way, but
Okay, no.
vodka.
no vodka.
No vodka.
Not
I
till
meant nothing
11:01
but-
when the meeting's over.
Oh, that's what I said. Yeah, so do we have a motion?
I guess we have a motion to read all of the comments.
No, a motion for the ordinance.
Oh, to the ordinance. Oh, okay. I thought you were looking for another.
No, we're gonna read them.
Okay. So we need a motion to repeat it. to revoke
Yes,
the ordinance,
right, the ordinance.
based on the information we've been given by our attorney and by the Captain Bear. Motion to repeal.
Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
All, we're not gonna vote. Okay, we have really seriously downtown pieces open till 10. We have a lot. I'm gonna call your name. I hope that you are still here. If you're not, your comment, I'll just read what's on here. And let's start with Jeffrey Nizish. I'm sorry about the pronunciation. And when you come up, please state your name and your home address. Yeah, good idea. Okay, so,
Do
we have people in the
Have a
public.
mechanism to let the people in the hallway know?
That's
Are
what
there-
she's doing right now.
Okay.
Okay, so then we have Patty Sheldon. Is here. I see you. Come on up. followed by Devin Roberts, if still there. Is Ms. Roberts, Mr. Rob? I don't know if Devin is in. Okay, great, thank you. No, Devin is back there. Hi, good evening. It's
Good
2 minutes.
evening. Good evening to all the distinguished people out here, mayor and commissioners and our residents. My name is Patty Sheldon, legally Patricia Chung Sheldon. I live at 731 South Palmway. This issue of the ordinance has really gotten to my husband, who rarely comes out to the city. Most people think I'm not married. However, we've moved here and we've noticed in the last 2 years a real quiet walking to go breakfast at Roxy's. Before, there would always be people sitting on benches. I don't know if they're homeless. I don't know if they're drug addicts. I don't know if they're just upstanding citizens, but I do know you're being accosted by, can I get $1? You have any change? Will you give me a cigarette? And that really has slowed down. I find it, and my husband find it so much easier now to walk as residents who are paying astronomical taxes to the city. And I would like to see the ordinance somehow come to a common ground if it's being rewritten so people can still walk and have some peace and quiet, and whomever is homeless can still sit quietly and enjoy the beautiful city. I have nothing against the homeless sitting and enjoying the city, enjoying the beach, going in the water, but I do have some to do with panhandlers or people who are just looking for another high to accost myself, my husband, my customers that come to the shop. Those things bother me. And I consider myself a pretty open person, always looking for a common ground. So my hope is that you will write a new ordinance and make it possible for all of our residents to enjoy the beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts. And up on deck is Suki DeJong. Suki, are you here?
Suki's here.
Suki's here, all right. She's on deck.
Hello, my name is Devin Robert. Ooh, Jesus. Oh, anyways,
Your home address,
6914, 143rd Street North.
where's that?
That's in, right down the way in, up Donald Ross.
Donald Ross?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's,
Jupiter?
yeah, Jupiter. Yeah, I just work right down the street.
Okay.
I just love, just talking about the First Amendment. A lot of you sitting here have actually kind of not let us use that during a lot of these parades, under threat, saying that we will not be able to participate in the city parades, the boat races, stuff like that. So I just think that you guys should take that to mind. I think it's pretty funny. The panhandling, I just want to see more policing when it comes to violent and homeless people. They can ask for money. That doesn't really bother me. But for them sleeping everywhere, if you guys agree with it, have them come to your house and sleep on your yard first. Once they fill up there, then they can go everywhere else. Last thing, Alex Jones is right. Have a good night.
Suki DeJong? Followed by Roger Overby. Is Mr. Overby here? Mr. Overby calling once.
Suki Dion.
So followed by Mr. Pangiani Solkis.
Penioche. 2381 Sunset Avenue. So yeah, I'm in favor of repealing this ordinance. I think we should, as so eloquently put by a couple of our commissioners, really address the core issue, which is, people are down and out, not by their own choosing a lot. And that's what we should be looking at. And I just feel it's so selfish not to let, if someone wants to sleep on a park bench, it really doesn't bother me, and they should be okay if they're not supposed to be there. Okay, tell them to leave, but we really shouldn't be fining them. I think that's horrible. So yeah, I would like to see this repealed. Thank you.
Thank you. Pangiani, Mr. Sol, I never say it right, Solkis. Are you here? All right, we'll put you aside. Kara Jennings. Did Kara leave? I saw her. She went out. She went, is she coming back? I don't know. Oh, okay. You're not her keeper? Not yet. Not yet. Good luck on that one. We love Kara. Kara's an interesting and important part of our community. Randy Lewis. He left, okay. Sue Welch. Sue Welch? I'm sorry? Okay, all right, it's a big. Okay, well, if you're here, we'd ask them to come up and read it. But then I'll read it, no problem. Uphold the First Amendment rights and ask for money. That's Mr. Lewis. Oh, I know her. Sue Welch, repeal support services and community, repeal and support services and community that bring humanity to all community members. That's Ms. Welch. Michael Klein, are you here? Followed by Wes Bickle.
Good evening. Michael Klein, and address 1301 North J Terrace. I'd like to say that I really appreciate the mayor saying that the repeal of the regulation is going to pass tonight before the vote started. Makes me feel like I'm really doing my part here. Madam Mayor, you said that you want the city attorney to come up with some kind of new solution that helps businesses. Well, this lawsuit was 2 months ago. It'd be great if you guys came with something to the table tonight. You had some time. In regard to the comments being read from an online and better comment process, Commissioner Diaz. He said, hey, we keep talking about this, nothing ever happens. What's going to stop with the repeal? You guys are going to keep talking about it, not do anything. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wes Bickle. Oh. Peter Gonzalez. Mr. Bickle did not, he's against it. Peter Gonzalez, room was full, can't get in. That was his comment, and here we go. Andrew Carey, is he here? Andrew Carey, it is asinine to repeal the ordinance without a replacement. Panhandling causes traffic safety issues by impeding traffic and causing distractions. Stop playing with people's safety. Okay, next, Miriam Ordonez, is she here? Okay, I was scammed by a known landlord who stole $3,000 and forced me on the street with my 4 children. I'm a single mother struggling to make ends meet, and now I'll also be a criminal for being poor. Demi Perel? Here? No? Okay, come on in. Dami. Is she here? I'll read it. As a Lake Worth resident who often shares food with our houseless neighbors, I would like to ask the commissioners to repeal this cruel, heartless ordinance. It is unconstitutional and a waste of money to pursue this lawsuit. The county has already repealed this, and it makes no sense for the city to fight this. Agreed. V is for it. And they live at 19th Avenue North. No comments. Elodia Diaz. Ms. Diaz, Mr. Diaz, it's in Spanish. Why do you read it in Spanish? Oh, she's here. Ms. Diaz, no, not Ms. Diaz.
V.
Ms. V, okay, we need your full name and your home address.
My name is V. Iasello, 1134 19th Avenue North. And I am in favor of repealing. I think that it's pretty clear that harassing people, violence, these are already illegal. It's not an issue of creating a new law where all of a sudden we're allowed to harass and harm other people. So
I don't know why we're still harassing people without homes. And I hear a lot of rhetoric today where people were referring to the homeless, a homeless. I saw a homeless. What is that? We're talking about human beings. So I ask that maybe we use language that's accurate. If you don't like poor people, just say you don't like poor people. If you don't like violence, say you don't like violence. People can be arrested for being violent. People can be arrested for screaming at you, harassing you. These are all arrestable offenses. But turning to someone and asking them for help is not violence. Would anyone like to give me $1? Would anyone like to arrest me for asking?
All right, ma'am, you need to address the commission.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, please, sir.
No, but you're
Sir,
not gonna be
hey,
arrested.
sir. This is not a time for interaction between folks out there. This is directed to us. Thank you.
This is a clown show.
Well, please, if you're gonna make comments, we're gonna have to be a little more picky. Okay,
Yeah,
Lopez, Mr.
do you want me to read this one, Mayor?
That's her.
No.
Oh, it's not. Oh, I thought it was. Okay, sure, please.
It's from Elodia Diaz. It's in Spanish, but she says, I believe it's necessary to focus on doing what we can to reduce the rent prices because this would avoid so many people ending up on the streets.
Okay, thank you. Now, I cannot read this name. Lopez is the last name. Okay. Is Mr. Lopez from 32nd or Miss Lopez here? I'll read the, oh, it's in Spanish. Christine Nelson is next up. Is she here?
Yeah, another one, I can't read her first name, Lopez. 4823 32nd Drive, Lake Worth. She's saying the law that in reality, this is a hard one to read. She's again another one that says it's more important to focus on the rising rents because people are being evicted and being forced to sleep on the streets. You as a commission need to do something to change those cases.
Thank you. Okay. Christine Nelson writes, thank you. Please keep Lake Worth Beach a clean, safe, and eclectic town that it is. Allowing free roam for the homeless throughout the city is not the answer to Palm Beach County homelessness. Thank you. Nancy Morrissey, are you here? While I understand the city wants to avoid suit under current ordinances, there must be wording to protect law-abiding citizens from threats or even fear of them. Please do not leave us open to aggressive panhandling. You, Daniel Morgan, are you here? Is he outside?
Daniel Morgan.
He's here.
Okay. And the next up would be Natalie Homewood, if she's here. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, name and address, and then your comment.
Hi, Daniel Morgan, 331 South J Street, apartment 4. I just want to say hello to the mayor and to the commissioners. Thank you for taking my comment. I think, there's obviously a lot of pressure on the city to repeal this, right? But we need to focus on the moral issue of addressing our problems by just putting it off to the police. I believe later tonight you'll also talk about the police budget. And so we have to think about how in the United States we put so many tasks up to our police and how those dollars could be used to address these issues in a different way and more impactful way. Have we really seen the results that we want to see from policing and from punishing this type of behavior? I mean, I think this has been the way, that has been the approach for many years leading up to now. I think this commission has taken upon itself to act differently and to find real solutions to the problems that we have. Even though, you're not going to see immediate solutions. I mean, homelessness is an issue throughout the United States, throughout the entire world. You know what I mean? But we cannot push it off onto another city, onto another area. You know what I mean? We have to take real steps now and make an investment in people so that we can then later, hope to have real results. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Natalie Homewood, is she here? 1505 North K Street, I should read the addresses. If we make this change, being in between two large cities that have strict rules in place, our town will be overrun. This town relies on tourism. No one will want to vacation here if we let this happen. Thank you. And then I'm going to read, okay, M. Garcia from North K Street. Are you here? Nope. Okay. Yes, you are. You got to jump up. Ms. Garcia, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I just recently moved here from Miami because there was too many people. And one of the things that I
You need
like,
to do your address.
1505 North K Street. I fell in love with Lake Worth because it's a small town. It has a lovely small town vibe. There's not a lot of traffic. People are friendly. I have nothing against homelessness. I have a lot of sympathy for the homeless. I think giving them maybe a fee or a fine is absurd because they don't have money to begin with, and that is criminalizing being poor. That said, I think that you're repealing this ordinance is essentially allowing for this small town of Lake Worth that doesn't have the money of Delray Beach, it doesn't have the money of West Palm Beach, and they have larger police forces and stricter ordinances probably than we have. What's going to happen to our small town when it's a free-for-all here? So if you guys don't put an ordinance in place that's fair and reasonable, this place will be overrun. And it won't take very long to see that. And I personally think it's tragic because I love the place and I just found it and I would like for it to remain as nice as it is and for it to be a fair, nice place. So don't charge the homeless, don't give them a fee, but maybe we can help them by moving them to a place where they're safe. Why don't we let them sleep like on the transit? Can they sleep on the transit? There's bathrooms in the trains, for example. There's bathrooms on the train, there's security, other ideas, just other ideas that would help the homeless without criminalizing it, but also protect the town and the taxpayers and make it a place that people want to live and visit. That's it. Thanks.
Next up is Brett Lewis. Mr. Lewis is here.
Hey, thanks for letting me speak.
Name
Move
and
your
address.
it's
Not a pop quiz.
230 North Ocean Breeze. Almost said North O. Some of you guys will get that. So I've lived here for 4 years and came from St. Louis, by the way. I think some of you guys know that. St. Louis is not a very safe city. I can tell you this city is almost not as safe, to be honest with you. Some of the nonsense that goes on. I go to work 5 a.m., come home 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So I get off on 10th Street or 6th Street, depending on where I'm going. And the number of times my car has been run up on and it's ridiculous. So I'm very anti panhandling, but I also understand the homeless situation that we have going on. And my heart goes out to those people. For the same point, from a safety perspective, just from a safety perspective, you know, I'm 6'1". I'm a guy, so I wouldn't want to be somebody that wasn't as was more defenseless, you know, in my car at 10 o'clock at night, trying to come home and get off on 10th Street or 6th Street. So just the panhandling that's going on there, that really bothers me. And I think you guys have an obligation from a safety perspective to fix that. No matter what else happens here, you guys need to fix that.
Working on it. Thank you. Peggy Fisher. And then up next would be Joe Marcus. Jay Marcus, hi. We give penmanship lessons.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I understand the need to repeal this, but I do think you need to look and seriously put in another ordinance that protects all citizens, not just to say someone has the right to stand there with a sign and ask for something or come up and ask you for something. Our business owners, our residents also have the right to say no, and the other person to respect their right to say no. I will also say, and Captain Bear may have to look into this, I believe the interstate ramps are state property, and soliciting on them is illegal per state statute. And if you want to report it, you can call the Florida Highway Patrol. And you can dial star FHP, which is star 347 I know that there are certain officers that make a habit of enforcing the no trespassing for solicitation on the ramps. And I also know there are officers who have had conversations with some of those solicitors who make over $100,000 a year. So I think we need to balance who we're going to protect, and it needs to be fair to all citizens. Our business owners who serve our city are as important as anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Up next. Oh, we got you ready coming up. And after that is David Wood. Is David Wood here? Yep, okay, you're up next.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jay Marcus. I live at 1224 16th Avenue North. I'm a social worker who serves the houseless community. I used to do outreach here in Lake Worth for about a year and a half, and I've worked with the houseless for over 5 years. I also have been in Lake Worth nearly my entire life. I support repealing this ordinance because panhandling laws do more harm than good, just in my professional experience and from what I see. It creates more systemic barriers for people that are houseless. For example, like Commissioner Diaz said, getting barred from entering shelter. Imagine a person on the street missing court because they don't have a mailing address to receive notices. It's a failure to appear, so a warrant is served. With that, a person may not be able to enter the shelter. It's just a rule that they have. Other barriers may be limited housing opportunities, limited employment, and outstanding legal fees. I've seen many clients who could not get help because they're trapped in legal limbo. Additionally, this law is discriminatory as many of the offenses in the panhandling ordinance is already covered by other city statutes. I urge the city to repeal this ordinance because it punishes people for surviving. Our neighbors may not have houses, but they are still our neighbors. It should not be a crime to exist. Thank you.
Thank you. David Wood is coming up, followed by Charles Natvig. Is he here?
Hello, I'm David Wood, 321 Fordham Drive. Thank you, commissioners. First, I'd like to thank you for the discussion you had at the beginning about this. I really appreciated that. I understand the legal ramifications, and I agree that there is a problem here. But before this session is through, I really want to see a motion made that you're actually going to attack this issue and try to come up with an ordinance that is going to protect the citizens of this city. But I mean, if you don't make a commitment tonight to actually follow through and do that, you're just going to table this indefinitely, and it's not going to give a good signal to the citizens.
Yeah, and I do think you did hear that we have made a commitment with our city attorney to follow.
I'd like to hear an actual motion.
Well, that's not on the agenda, so thank you. Charles Natvig, is he here? Okay, I'll read his. He's against it. People won't want to come to Lake Worth Beach when people are panhandling on the corners and sleeping in public under bushes and going to the going to lose tourists. So that's Mr. Natvig, and his address is 218 North Ocean Breeze. Adrian Copeland. Is Adrian here? Yes. Oh, there you are. And after that, Melissa Landis. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Adrian Copeland. I live at 127 North Palmway, Unit 1. First, allow me to say that I mean no ill will towards anyone. But Lake Worth Beach matters to us. Does it matter to some of you? Why would you even propose total repeal without seeking panhandling with protections for all of us, your constituency? Why just for panhandlers? Why was not a single thought given or consideration given to us or to our beloved city or the businesses? No guidance from state laws, no legally permissible language from other municipalities, their codes, laws, and ordinances to tighten or to deter panhandling legally. Can we, city attorney, can we possibly look at?
Please address the commission.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
Can we possibly even look at our own ordinances other than panhandling, such as loitering, registration, nuisances, elder law abuse, disturbing the peace, abusive acts, curfews, and such? I don't know. Is it that possible to act as a deterrent to the panhandling? Also, how about fire hazards, ingresses and egresses to buildings, ATMs, banks where people would be more susceptible having just gotten cash, restaurants, sidewalk, cafes, where we're basically sitting ducks. We all understand the importance of our First Amendment rights. We get that. I have been accosted several times myself. And let me tell you, you lose all sense of safety and security when that happens to you. So I don't know if you realize, but what you and the ACLU have now done and will continue to do by striking down.
Thank you, that's time.
Is basically now all of you are and will continue to be not just proponents of the First Amendment, but the Second Amendment.
Thank you, that's
Because
time.
now you're like the poster children for it. You're the catalyst for our Second Amendment, because now millions of Americans, including myself, are and will be gun owners to protect ourselves when government is not.
Madam Mayor, that's time.
So thank
Please
you
let
all.
her finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking to please let you finish.
Oh, okay. So thank you all for that. And you can give yourselves a pat on the back for that. I'm imploring you to please ensure that any and all legal language and legal remedies, not necessarily punitive to homeless. I don't know where this houseless came from, but I guess that's another subject for another day. Anyway, that all these legal remedies and legal languages are used to protect our businesses and us, your constituency. I also want to say, I find it very curious, and as we all probably do, that this particular lawsuit comes from Gainesville, Florida, and a nonprofit organization where one of the constituents here lives. Highly suspicious. Coincidence? We think not. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to get out of here a lot faster if we hold the applause. So please hold your applause to the end of all the comments. Ginny Powell, followed by Miriam Ordonez. What?
Are you skipping Melissa Landis? And then maybe I'm on.
Did I call her? Did I call your name out already? Oh, then come on up. I don't mean to leave anybody out.
All right. My name is Melissa Landis, and I live at 605 South J Street, 1B. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I live there with my partner, Commissioner Ronaldo Diaz. We live in Lake Worth. And I've worked with him for the past 2 years at Lake Worth Waterkeeper as the education director. You may not have seen me around, present and commenting on local issues, but truth be told, before Ronaldo, Commissioner Diaz, I was not much into politics, and it's mostly because what I have witnessed here for the past several months, bullying and harassment. Not from the commissioners themselves, but by the residents of this town, and not even all the residents, but the seemingly loudest residents, who, by the way, only make up about 2.5% of the 42,000 people who live in this city. Not the majority of voices. But I was reminded recently that not showing up is a privilege. To back away from being uncomfortable is my privilege. The commissioners do not get to back away from their discomfort, and I do hope that they choose to make decisions on what is best for the whole community of 42,000 people, and not just to relieve them of their discomfort. The houseless do not get to back away from their lives as those in this room seek to make decisions for them. Whether you like it or not, these people are a part of our community. And instead of continuing the historical criminalization of the houseless community, it is time to embrace them.
instead of using your privilege to sweep them under the proverbial. Thank you. So you feel more comfortable, extend your hand and help your community. And I find it wholly intriguing to me that I am talking about our own privilege, and there's a lot of fear about harassment of houseless, and you have all had to endure bullying and harassment from the people who fill up these chambers on a regular basis. So I'm in favor of taking away those ordinances for the panhandling. Thanks.
Thank you. Ginny Powell, followed by Miriam Ordonez, if she's here.
You know, sorry, Jenny, we do have rules of decorum. Like, if you're gonna direct your questions, please don't do it to other commenters, like direct your wrath towards us. So, I know, and it's getting old, so we do have rules of decorum, so.
They've not gotten really, really rowdy, so we're just keeping it quiet. Ginny Powell. Well, is Miriam Ordonez here? Okay.
Jenny Powell, 224 North Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. And just so you know, I submitted my comments in 3 ways because I wasn't sure that if I just submitted it online, they would get read. So just so you know, I'm in support of some things about, making a policy on that, because that has happened to me before. Sure. I sent comments in and I just got my name read, and basically, I support or didn't support. Okay, and I have modified those comments a lot, the ones that I sent you by email and online, because of all the things that have been said tonight. So I think it's a little bit shorter than it was. I do support repealing the Sydney ordinance that makes it illegal to panhandle for basically the obvious reasons that we have been sued and we need to resolve this. It would be counterproductive and expensive for us to not repeal. Obviously, long-term, we need affordable and effective mental health and drug treatment and affordable housing to address these problems. We also need some short-term measures other than arresting panhandlers, which simply sends them to other municipalities. Instead of criticizing the homeless, panhandlers, and those who support repealing these ordinances, let's show some compassion and look for possible solutions. Here are some couple of ideas to consider if sounds like we're going to possibly tweak the ordinance or make a new ordinance that might be helpful. This actually I was just in Portland, Oregon, and I think everybody knows homelessness is a terrible problem there. But this is something that they are doing, and it's apparently had some success, is to create panhandling-free and homeless-free zones along the path where kids walk to school, as many parents cite this concern. If that's something that could be considered, I don't know. Also, there seems to be a lot of concerns about the trash generated by panhandlers and homeless. And I've long thought that maybe we could start a program, or not just us, but there are nonprofits, if we could fund something to give panhandlers a safety vest and a trash bag and a grabber tool and get them to pick up trash. And if they can bring a full bag of trash back to a certain point, that maybe they get vouchers for free food or some other essential items. I'll save my comments on homeless issues. I think this is going to come up at some point in the future, so I won't waste your time on that tonight. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Miriam Adonis is for it. She's not here, and there's no other comment. Bill's Lock is not for or against it. So it's just his name, and he's not here apparently. Camille and Robert West. Oh, I thought they were coming up. Are Mr. and Mrs. West here? Okay, they're at 201 Columbia Drive. They are opposed to allowing public camping and panhandling. Don't allow our city to become dangerous. Have you been to San Francisco, Asheville, Santa Barbara? Protect our town! Exclamation. Thank you. Nicole Moritz, is Miss Moritz here? Yep. followed by Samuel Saravia.
Good evening, Commissioners. Nicole Morse. My address is 4200 Community Drive, West Palm Beach. I came here because I work with incarcerated folks, and I understand that additional contact with the police can often lead to someone who's otherwise doing okay and going to be able to re-enter society successfully, going back to jail and having an even harder time pulling themselves out of a difficult situation. So I'm very much in favor of repealing the ordinance and reducing contact with the police, with people who, aren't doing anything to harm anyone. But I just feel called to say, I'm here as a member of the queer community of Palm Beach County. And there are folks here who, are displaying messages that are extremely homophobic and transphobic. And that is their right. I'm a strong advocate of the First Amendment. I don't like that speech. It makes me very uncomfortable. And with some of the comments that have been made, especially about the Second Amendment, et cetera, it even makes me fearful. But I know that that speech is very distinct from causing me actual harm. And I'd like to ask everyone who finds the presence of poor people, the presence of houseless folks scary, to interrogate why they're so afraid and think about the kind of courage it takes for many of us to show up in a space like this and say, we're here to support our whole community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is Samuel Saravina, who has his address is 4077 Lakewood Road, 33461, and there's no for or against it, so I don't know what he thinks. Next up, Dania Rodriguez. Dania Rodriguez. No. Mr. Diaz.
Daniel Rodriguez, 1128 South M Street. We need to be compassionate. She's for the repeal. Her comment is we need to be compassionate. We're in a very difficult situation, and the poor, we need to be heard.
Thank you. Nino Annunziata, 701 Lucerne Avenue, against. That's the comment. Jay Holiday. Okay, 1134 North 19th Avenue, Lake Worth. This ordinance is clearly about criminalizing poor people. No one deserves to face charges for asking for help. Anyone could find themselves in that place, and we all deserve compassion. Mariana Blanco. She here? Yes. She's here. Okay, great. And here she comes. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you? Mariana Blanco, 430 North G Street. I am, first of all, thank you for having us. I am here today because we clearly know that there is a housing crisis, there's an emergency, and people are being quickly displaced. I see that every day in my job. Right before coming here, I was putting a family up in a hotel that had a little 5-year-old son that would have otherwise been sleeping on the street. God forbid, here in Lake Worth, Florida, where they would be criminalized for asking for anything. And I really wish that all of us had the same energy that we have here today to come up with a solution if we all worked in unity and trying to figure out how to house our people effectively and how to have our residents live here in a way that's affordable. Then we wouldn't have to be fighting the panhandling issue here in Lake Worth City. I am here to ask the Commission for compassion. We're talking about individuals, mothers with children. You've heard it multiple times. You've heard it over and over again that families are being displaced. And it is not enough to just continue to say that we are going to do something, that we're going to house the people. You need to start acting on it. And revoking this ordinance would be a very small part in that step, in that direction. I know that people are worried about their safety. I can tell you that a mother with a 5-year-old child is not going to harm you. And they too don't want to sleep on the streets, but that is the reality that they are faced with. And the Commission, all of you have seen the realities of our families. You hear it time and time again. And something like this is not an ordinance that is going to disrupt the city. It's just going to be a step towards the right direction, and hopefully we can find better solutions to not have to talk about panhandling next time. So thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Hafsa Hyder. And that's you? Great, thanks.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Hafsa Hyder. I live at 222 North Federal Highway, Apartment 1 in Lake Worth Beach. I also help with the servicing families at the Guatemalan Maya Center, where, like Mari, my colleague said before, families are coming every single day. They are running out of options. They are being criminalized for sleeping outdoors. I once was homeless for 3 weeks at a time, living in between temporary motels and Airbnbs. If I did not have the support of my family, I would too have been on the street asking for help, going to different resources. Do I look dangerous to you? Do I look like a threat? I'm not sure. I wouldn't think so. I tried my best trying to make sure my clothes were not wrinkly so I could go to a job interview the next day so nobody would think anything less of me. And a few nights ago, I saw a man laying in the middle of a parking lot. I was caught in between trying to call a non-emergency line to help him, but also not wanting to get him in trouble. Is that not a broken system? People are tired at the end of the day. Some couldn't be here. Some have families. Like Mari said, they're living in their car. Please repeal the panhandling law, stop arresting people for sleeping in public, and criminalizing and punishing them for being poor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a couple here. Kara had left, Kara Jennings at 822 North C Street. When the prior commission passed this law, the ACLU was there and made comment that this was unconstitutional. I made comment also about the inhumanity of this law that is part of criminalizing homeless people. It's unfortunate it took a lawsuit to repeal this law. I hope you will support the repeal. And in Panahote Tzolkas, I never get the last name right. Panahote Tzolkas, 822 North C Street. If the city continues trying to appease business interests at the expense of respect for basic civil liberties and human rights, you are going to see civil rights lawsuits that cost the city money that should go towards funding social support programs. Roger Overby did not leave a comment. He is 420 North E Street, and he was for the repeal. And Bishop Hinkie, was he not agenda? Okay. There's so many cards. I'm trying to keep straight. Now, City Clerk. You're up.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I am ready. These are in the order in which they were received. And I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anyone's name.
We can't hear you, Melissa.
Madam Clerk.
Can you hear me now?
Ooh. Ms. Coyne, we can't hear you, ma'am.
Well, I'm unmuted.
Cannot hear you.
I heard a little bit.
Yes, but we can't hear her. Ms. Coyne?
Yes, I'm unmuted. I don't know what's going on. Why there's.
Now you're good.
Now you're good.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to read the comments. They're in order of being received. And I apologize in advance for mispronouncing anyone's name. Eunice Vivar, 1408 North K Street. I've owned my house since 1998. I am wholeheartedly against repealing sections of Ordinance 18-2022 regarding prohibited acts of panhandling. Not only is this unfavorable for our home values, this is a grave safety concern. I have 4 daughters and do not want them having to deal with the level of drug addiction, crime, and mental illness that comes with allowing homeless to panhandle. In item G, you are trying to prohibit smoking and vaping. Why is this any different? This is for our safety. We have come a long way since 1998, and I would not want this to deter from that fact. Please do not allow panhandling in our unique, beautiful city. Connie VO, 125 North Lakeside Drive. Just because law enforcement is not enforcing the ordinances, it does not mean that the rule is not needed. Law enforcement doesn't enforce speeding, yet you wouldn't repeal speeding law limits. Repealing this ordinance would only send an invitation that it is okay to beg from customers who are trying to have a nice dining or shopping experience in downtown, or just going to leave the front of their businesses. And repealing 19-14 is just downright dangerous and irresponsible. Additionally, repealing these ordinances does absolutely nothing to help with the root of the problem. Renee and Gris Panzer, 4 Harvard Drive. We are strongly against the repealing of section 15-19, prohibited acts regarding panhandling, and 19-14, right-of-way solicitors and canvassers. This law protects us in our city and also ensures our city is not overwhelmed with vagrants and homeless people. To repeal this law will only make our city worse, unattractive, and far more unsafe than it is already. It pushes us further in a negative direction. Do not destroy our city. Sabrina Breeden, 4020 Palm City Circle, Apartment C, West Palm Beach. I have been down here since 2012. The Lake Worth area is my favorite place to visit. If you allow panhandling, our beautiful Lake Worth will look like San Francisco. People will walk out their front door tripping over tents and people. There are other ways to help the homeless, and approving panhandling is not the way. It will drive people away from coming to Lake Worth. Peter Crosito, 3440 South Ocean Boulevard, Apartment 504. I am against the appeal. Beth Mack, 802 North Ocean Breeze. As we use recent history as our guide, it would be irresponsible to ignore what has occurred in cities all over the country for those who have permitted panhandling, etc. Increase in crime, lowering of real estate values, and health concerns will plague our city. I have too many friends in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, and New York to accept this as an ordinance to overturn. Helping those in need does not have to include overturning this ordinance. James Else, 514 North Lakeside Drive. There should be no repeal of the ordinance which would allow panhandling in Lake Worth. It will only make things worse in Lake Worth Beach. Even having to discuss this is an affront to our sensibilities. Tammy Panza, 116 North L Street. The problem with removing these two ordinances is that they are not anti-panhandling. They thoughtfully crafted and were run by the ACLU before they were passed and survived their scrutiny. One of them says that if someone says no, they can't keep on asking. It's against aggressiveness, not panhandling. The other one is regarding safety for both drivers and the panhandlers themselves. They should not be panhandling, walking around in traffic at major intersections. You're basically saying now that people can walk around in traffic panhandling and continually harass people, even if they say no and walk away. You are rewarding people for bad behavior. Panhandling has never been illegal in Lake Worth. And as you know, and I know the homeless are made very welcome here, there are a lot of resources, people who feed them and give them support, even though the city cannot really afford it. And most occupants are one paycheck away from being homeless themselves. But the residents have a right to be safe and have a right to say no, and you should advocate for all of your residents. Danielle Hartman, 131 South Palmway. I'm writing in response to the agenda item to repeal the panhandling ordinance. While I understand that the reason this item is being brought forward is due to current and pending lawsuits, I would like to note that while we may have no choice to repeal the panhandling ordinance, we should still maintain portion of the ordinance which pertains to aggressive panhandling as defined in section 15-90.a. It will quickly become a safety issue if aggressive panhandling is allowed in our town. I am concerned about the possibility of violence and aggression to those who say no to a request by a panhandler. Residents and visitors to our city should have the right to eat in an outside cafe, walk the streets, or visit our parks without fear of retaliation for denying a request from a panhandler. My daughter was a student in Baltimore last year, and the aggressive panhandlers caused her much anxiety and stress. Often she was told by panhandlers what to purchase for them on her way into CVS, and if she exited the store without the requested items, the panhandlers became aggressive and she feared for her safety. I don't want that to happen here in our town to myself, my family, or any visitor. If you must repeal the law, then keep in place a section of the ordinance pertaining to aggressive panhandling. Tom Forlenza, 131 South Palmway. I understand that if you must repeal the ordinance against panhandling due to pending and current litigation, then please consider enacting countermeasures to stop aggressive panhandling, which the ordinance section 15-19.a defines. No one should feel unsafe to tell a panhandler no, as that is also a constitutional right. I don't want to see our town being overrun by thugs and aggressive panhandlers, so you must find a way to keep our residents and visitors safe. Richard Beard, 6498 Cypress Lane, Lake Worth. I wish to be on record as opposed to repeal of panhandling ordinances. Revision of these ordinances in order to comply with constitutional requirements seems to be a preferable alternative action to safeguard the public from the increasingly aggressive practice of accosting people on our public walkways, open spaces, and sidewalk cafes. Thank you for your attention. Marissa Palazzotti, 1326 North J Street. As a homeowner in Lake Worth Beach for more than 10 years, I have seen the city struggle to thrive, and I believe that it can. I love taking my kids downtown, running into neighbors, and watching the parades. However, I can hardly ever take my kids to the docks at Snook Islands or Bryant Park due to vagrants sleeping and drinking there at all hours, and I can only imagine it getting worse if you decriminalize panhandling. Never mind how it's going to be getting off I-95. This is a city for everyone, but its future is with its youngest. If this city cannot provide spaces that are pleasant and safe for children, then the city has no future. Sarah Hoffman, 314 South L Street. Regarding legalization of panhandling and homeless to be allowed to sleep in all public areas, this would be detrimental to our community and its future. Loss of tourism, small business will be affected on the avenues, crime rate to skyrocket, property values to decrease, increased drug use, etc. Homelessness can be handled in a more positive way, keeping both the community safe and clean and utilizing old empty building spaces for shelters to help rehabilitate and reintroduce individuals back into society. Amy Cabsinell, 20 Harvard Drive. I am puzzled why the commission and the city attorney have jumped directly to recommending the repeal of certain sections of ordinance 18-2022 versus finding alternative language that will pass legal scrutiny. Other cities have amended their panhandling ordinance versus taking the easy way out. I expect Lake Worth Beach's elected officials, attorney, and staff to investigate potential improvements to our ordinance before recommending repeal. That is what you have been elected or hired to do.
That's it.
Mike LaRuelle, 1531 North K Street. Do not allow homeless to panhandle in the city or sleep or loiter anywhere in the city. If we had known you were going to try to ruin the city for the tax-paying residents, we would not have voted for you. You will need to be voted out if you damage the quality of life of those you work for. You do not represent the homeless population. You represent the residents of the district you are the commissioner of. Elizabeth Dole, 632 North Ocean Breeze. It's clear that municipalities like Lake Worth Beach face legal challenges in protecting their citizens against aggressive panhandlers. Your challenge as our commissioners is to allow for free speech while protecting us from aggressive panhandlers. Our panhandling law ought to be A, neutral, B, concise, C, allow for free speech, D, protect the citizens, businesses, and visitors in Lake Worth Beach. The current law, without the retractions, appears to do exactly what it's supposed to do. Other laws note time limitations for panhandling, such as not before 7 a.m. and not after 8 p.m. I'd suggest adding text along those lines. The recommended retractions, Ordinance 2022-18, are extreme and eliminate protections for those in our city. The $500 fine for a misdemeanor agrees with our Florida statute 775.083, fines for misdemeanor of second nature or a non-criminal violation. Furthermore, our law appears to conform to Florida Statute 316.2045, obstruction of public streets, highways, and roads, which states it is unlawful for any person or persons willfully to obstruct the free, convenient, and normal use of any public street, highway, or road by impeding, hindering, stifling, retarding, or restraining traffic or passage thereon, by standing or approaching motor vehicles thereon, or by endangering the safe movement of vehicles or pedestrians traveling thereon. Any person who violates the provisions of this subsection is guilty of a misdemeanor of second degree. Court rulings. Although courts have connected our First Amendment right to free speech to panhandling and solicitations, restrictions are permitted and they are needed against aggressive panhandling. That's it for that comment, and I need to take a drink. Bear with me one moment, I apologize.
I think we need a drink too, but that's just.
Okay, Gregory Rhodes, 909 North Palmway. The city of Lake Worth Beach has always shown great humanity and forward-thinking ideas when it comes to supporting and helping members of our community. The diversity within Lake Worth attracts people from all over to live here. We've met so many new neighbors who now call Lake Worth Beach their home. Repeal of sections 15-91 definitions, 15-91 prohibited acts regarding panhandling, and 19-14 right-of-way solicitors and canvassers. If we look to repeal these laws, it may render our city powerless to enforce how citizens conduct themselves, and this would not benefit our community, merchants, or the greater good of the area. If our goal is to help those who have to turn to public places for income generation or rest, we should look for a safer way to help these individuals. It is hard to see how helping people to stand in high traffic areas is safe for them. We should also recognize the need to have laws and policies that support and attract new customers to our local businesses, parks, and downtown area. We have many families in our community who are also struggling with high rent, food costs, and inflation, who then have to make difficult choices while being solicited daily for money in our public areas. Legalizing panhandling removes the burden from the city and puts it 100% on the people of the community to support or avoid anyone who chooses to come to Lake Worth and solicit money. Let's find ways to change the narrative and perception that some people hold about the city of Lake Worth Beach. We can make our city better, not worse off, by doing the work necessary to strike the balance of kindness and at the same time keeping it a functional, safe place to live and work. Thomas Osterholt, 2111 North Notre Dame Drive. Cities across the country are repealing their defective ordinances dealing with solicitation and panhandling and replacing them with new ordinances that protect the rights of both the people that panhandle for a living and the rights of citizens driving their cars. These new ordinances restrict panhandling to the sidewalk area only and prohibit this activity in the streets and median. This balance is what needs to be done in our city. Failure to have such an enforceable ordinance will cause harm to members of our community, will cause damages to our businesses, and drain city resources. My review of cities across the country show that these new ordinances not being challenged because they balance the rights of all parties. Robert Sanders recently received a proclamation from the city of West Palm Beach honoring him. At the podium, he thanked the city for this honor and singled out former Mayor Nancy Graham for her strong leadership and vision for the city, which came to reality. He pointed out new development, increased tax dollars, and the city increasing the standard of living for everyone in the community. What is the vision of our elected officials? My concern, based on actions taken by our representatives, is low and middle class neighborhoods are being ignored by Lake Worth Beach leadership, fueling a decline in their housing values and safety, all in the interest of the unhoused, which seems to be their sole priority. Passing a new panhandling ordinance would go a long way to reassuring the citizens you place the best interest of our city first. Naomi Carter, 305 North Lakeside Drive. Repeal our current panhandling ordinance and also allow homeless to sleep in any public place. I believe such a repeal of this ordinance would, one, increase the need for and workload of any city maintenance crews for public places. 2, be a step back toward the squatters invasion, which was just removed from John Prince Park near 6th Avenue South. 3, create a public hazard for citizens and visitors to these places. 4, repeal an undesirable chapter in human history when the government of Rome allowed such abuse of public places in latter years. Kenneth Effinger, 102 16th Avenue South. It is my understanding that you want to legalize panhandling Lake Worth Beach due to legal challenges. The last thing we need is more harassment from individuals asking for money while eating outdoors on the avenue, relaxing in our parks, or stopped at a traffic light. What happened to the rights of our tax-paying citizens? Instead of legalizing panhandling, I asked the city attorney to research phrasing that would be legally acceptable to discourage panhandling. Let's keep moving forward for the betterment of Lake Worth Beach. Barbara Reeve, 25 North Palmway. I urge the commission and its legal counsel to study the issue more carefully before repealing the ordinance. Lake Worth Beach isn't the only community seeking a balance between individual freedom and protection from harassment. I thought this law was originally crafted to protect motorists and pedestrians from harm. That doesn't sound like a First Amendment issue to me. So which is it? If the argument is that PBSO no longer enforces the ordinance, then I ask, since when does the sheriff's office choose which laws to enforce? If the city doesn't want to get caught up in frivolous lawsuits, then don't put its citizen in harm's way of an aggressive panhandler. Please spend some more time and look into the city's options. There must be a better course than simply repealing this ordinance. Let's keep our city moving forward, not backward. Excuse me, ma'am. Kathy Coniglio, 728 North Lakeside Drive. If this happens, Lake Worth Beach will become the slums and not worth saving, commissioners. I implore you to remember that you are here to protect the well-being and quality of life of those who elected you. We, the tax-paying, voting citizens of Lake Worth Beach, voted you into your positions, trusting you had our best interests at heart. Please do the job we hired you to do and make this a city we can enjoy living in and proud of instead of a place to fear. Ashley Mudd, 810 South Lakeside Drive. Panhandling, drug addicts, prostitution, and crime, especially crime of opportunity and theft, have been a huge problem for Lake Worth Beach for the past 10 years we've lived here. Simply stopping at the Walgreens on 6th and Dixie is often scary and a scary experience, with beggars accosting you as you enter or coming to your car as you exit. Drug addicts go door to door in our neighborhoods begging for money, and on many street corners, supposedly homeless canvass for money. We are already a magnet for nefarious individuals due to our warm climate and our relaxed atmosphere. In our city, to legally allow panhandling and sleeping in public spaces will only invite more people who destroy the safety of our neighborhoods and the charm of our downtown. Please do not repeal our laws that are there to protect us, our homes and families, and our cute town. Mary Lindsay, 327 Columbia Drive. Please do not repeal this ordinance. Public spaces are by definition meant to serve all the public, but not any or all purposes selective members of the public might choose. Allowing homeless or anyone else to sleep anywhere at any time in our public spaces severely inhibits and restricts use by our otherwise active and awake residents. Public parks are not meant to be bedroom communities for those who are experiencing homelessness. There are more efficient, more humane, and more dignified ways to help. Encouraging people to live in tent camps is unhealthy, unsanitary, and not in anyone's long-term interest. Please do not repeal this ordinance. Deborah Brantley, 12 Ocean Breeze, Apartment 1. Please legalize panhandling and legalize homeless sleeping on the streets. not only because the city is being sued for this and the money we would lose over this would be better used elsewhere, but because it is a First Amendment right and criminalizing homelessness violates a person's Eighth Amendment right. According to the US Supreme Court, the First Amendment covers charitable appeals for funds, including panhandling. All they are doing is asking for help. Therefore, panhandling is a constitutional right. Taking away their rights is taking away everyone's rights. If we criminalize panhandling, which is essentially just standing in a public space with a sign with words on it, all forms of sign holding are at risk. Will we no longer be allowed to protest anymore? If this becomes illegal, I ask that we also criminally punish whoever put the giant Ron DeSantis sign on a building on Lake Avenue. If being an eyesore is a reason enough to arrest someone for a small sign, then we must arrest whoever put up a much bigger eyesore. Additionally, the Justice Department argues criminalizing sleeping in public when there is insufficient space in shelters violates our Eighth Amendment protection from cruel and unusual punishment. Sleeping is a life-sustaining activity that everyone must do. If there is nowhere else for them to sleep, we cannot punish them unfairly for sleeping in the only place available to them. As long as panhandlers are passive and non-threatening, leave them be. They have a right to ask for help. You do not have to give them anything. You don't have to look at them, but you also don't have to arrest them for existing in the same public space as you. If you don't want to give them money, don't give them money. I'd like to add that if you are scared to give them money, thinking they will buy drugs and alcohol with it, studies show that I'm going to finish the sentence. Studies show that panhandlers primarily spend their earnings on food and other necessities to sustain life. Nancy Goddard, 1429 North M Street. I agree with my neighbor. Please do not repeal this ordinance. Public spaces are by definition meant to serve all the public, but not any or all purposes selective members of the public might choose. Allowing homelessness or anyone else to sleep anywhere at any time in our public spaces severely inhibits and restricts use by our otherwise active and awake residents. Public parks are not meant to be bedroom communities for those who are experiencing homelessness. There are more efficient, more humane, and more dignified ways to help. Encouraging people to live in tent camps is unhealthy, unsanitary, and not in anyone's long-term interest. Please do not repeal this ordinance. Sugar Bear, 626 South K Street, Apartment 2. Minister of Information for the Lake Worth Catholic Worker, Sugar Bear Comics. Many sociologists believe that a culture can be assessed as to how civilized it is by how it treats the most vulnerable in its ranks: the mentally ill, the cripples, the elderly, the children, and pregnant mothers, the alcoholics and addicts, the homeless, and its veterans, who often fall into 3 or 4 of these categories. Remember when Fort Lauderdale disgraced itself and was met with worldwide derision in 2014 when it arrested a 90-year-old World War II veteran for feeding the homeless in a park? Remember when Lake Worth removed a water fountain and benches from Bryant Park in 2015 without offering an explanation? Word on the street was that it was to discourage the homeless and homeless veterans from hanging out in the park. Veterans who have given their all for this country are treated with derision. For what reason? Many psychologists believe that human beings are not hardwired to withstand the horrors of war on a sustained basis without suffering some form of PTSD. No amount of time on Paris Island can prepare a Green Beret from the after effects of hearing the screams of little children totally engulfed in napalm flames, scrambling out of an orphanage hit by friendly fire. The USA spends $800 billion on defense in 2021 and can't provide affordable housing and counseling for its veterans. Any chance of Lake Worth allowing homeless veterans to utter a humble, "Can you spare some cutter, me brother?" on the streets without getting harassed or arrested or scowled upon? Brian Mudd, 810 and 812 South Lakeside Drive. There are a myriad of reasons why policies which would potentially lead to an increase in homelessness and panhandling in Lake Worth Beach would be a bad idea. One need look no further than current examples of cities across the country which have done this, only to see enormous increases in theft, crime, and illegal drug trafficking. One could and should also look to accredited studies. The National Institutes of Health states the rate of violent crimes was 40 times higher and the rate of nonviolent crimes 27 times higher in the homeless population. Homeless defendants were significantly more likely to have been charged with victimizing strangers. A study conducted just last fall showed surrounding areas near homeless populations have 56% higher rates of crime led by property theft. It is a proven matter of fact that encouraging homelessness directly corresponds to increased property, automotive, and violent crimes for those in surrounding areas. Should the city move to do this, you would be making our city less safe for the residents, visitors, and the business owners. Additionally, it's less likely businesses would choose to operate within our city and less likely visitors would choose to patronize our businesses, which would impair our local economy and tax base. What's more, these measures aren't compassionate to those who are homeless or in need of assistance. As someone who actively works with the Salvation Army of Palm Beach County and the Miami Rescue Mission and Broward Outreach Centers, the far more compassionate path for the homeless is to work with our local nonprofits to house and provide opportunity for those in need. Homeless individuals are often victims of crimes themselves. To move forward with this policy, the city would be denying all related facts, choosing to endanger the residents of Lake Worth Beach, impair our economy, and create additional victims out of the homeless population. Kate and Michael Barnini, 219 North Lakeside Drive. We object to any relaxation of the panhandling ordinance and respectfully request that you start enforcing the ordinances related to short-term rentals. Olivia Ouellette, 623 Sea Pine Way, apartment F2, Green Acres. As being a new resident in Lake Worth Beach coming from Broward County, this has been a huge issue with the homeless in that county not having enough resources and housing available for them. I believe decriminalizing panhandling and sleeping in public places is a good way to help those in need and be able to save an abundance of money for resources for the homeless. The fact that criminalizing panhandling and sleeping in public places is a breach of their amendment rights. It is also sickening to see them pushed out of the city just because people believe it to be unsafe and dirty. This creates places such as Boca Raton and West Palm to have an increase of homelessness until they are pushed out of those cities. I believe decriminalizing these rights is a good idea since the city will be sued and spend tons of money losing a battle with the Supreme Court. Please take into consideration the negative effects this will have on their lives and on the city itself. They're just people too who need resources and place to sleep. Just because you're fortunate enough to have a roof over your head and not have to sleep in public parks and buildings does not mean everyone has this luxury. Don't fall for the standard of a clean, pristine city and have many people suffering because of your selfishness. Make the right choice and decriminalize panhandling and sleeping in public places. Diane Scogland, 318 North L Street. It appears that a significant issue keeps recurring at our governing level. Each of you on the commission took an oath that requires you to represent the citizens of Lake Worth Beach. Your role is to not impose your views upon making policy decisions, but rather listen to your constituents and represent them. The life of the constituents of the city should be your primary concern, and I submit to keeping Ordinance 2022-18 as currently written, of which portions have been extracted and replicated below to make my point. 1, Section 13, it is the intention of the City Commission to use the least restrictive means to advance the significant governmental interests of traffic safety and public safety. 2, Section 14, it is the finding of the City Commission that many other alternative channels of communication exist for persons who seek to exercise their First Amendment freedoms. 3, the City Commission desires to preserve and protect the personal safety and quality of life of its residents. 4, Section 17, the City Commission finds that it is in the best interest of the residents of the city to adopt this section. Please vote no on the rewriting of ordinance 2022-18. Your proposed revision removes and excludes the proper focus of your purpose, which was clearly stated and written by a previous commission. David Blair, 419 North M Street. First, I'd like to say you should redesign the comment card website. As it is now, you must select for or against to proceed with a comment. Not everyone who has a comment will have decided if they are for or against an issue. For instance, me, I haven't come to a decision on this because I don't have all the information. I do have a question though. I read sections 15-91 and 19-14, which have to do with panhandling. I don't see anything there about the right to sleep in public, which I've been hearing a lot of people talk about. I've been informed a number of times now that Lake Worth will be the next San Francisco, complete with tent cities all over the place. I find this hard to believe, and I tend to think people are overreacting, but I would like to get more information on this subject. Thanks. Kathy Casella, 9 Harbor Drive, repeal and replace. I have done research and am aware that the repeal of these sections of this ordinance should be in response to lawsuits being brought forth by law firms who are suing municipalities for similar ordinances, saying they violate free speech and are discriminatory. And in fact, I believe Lake Worth Beach is also dealing with a related suit. I would feel better if I thought these law firms were doing this for the right reasons, but I truly believe it's just another cash cow for the legal community. That being said, I strongly urge and request that this repeal be replaced by a well thought out ordinance that considers the safety of the general population who are honest, law-abiding citizens and who want to be able to drive their vehicles or walk with their children and their pets without fear. Any reasonable person understands there must be controls in place to also protect the law-abiding, tax-paying citizens of Lake Worth Beach. Sky Patterson, 806 11th Avenue North. I ask that the City Commission legalize panhandling and legalize homeless sleeping on the streets. Panhandling is not a result of the legalities, but rather deeper rooted issues, such as the healthcare system, low wages, and the housing crisis. Stephanie Isaacson, 432 Wright Drive. I think it's disgraceful that being poor is now a crime. Someone can stand on the corner and fly a flag of Trump 2020 and not get arrested. Yet if someone poor holds a sign that says smile and I give them $1, they are breaking the law. This town should be ashamed of itself. I am ashamed of it. There is no gray area here. Poor individuals have been singled out, arrested, thrown in jail, violated, and the rich white mayor allows it to happen. She is an embarrassment. I remember meeting her for the first time at a debate for city council. I don't know who she was, but she rudely talked the whole time. She also spread gossip about one of the Latino candidates. I shushed her and thought to myself, what a POS. Then she stood up at the end, sorry, and said, I'm not taking sides and I wish all of you the best of luck. However, I heard her remarks, I saw her true self, and I listened to her words behind closed doors. When she thought that no one here at this white privileged table was listening, but I was. Just because I can afford rent and I am a white female doesn't make 1 second of my breath on this earth any less important than someone who isn't the same. This is a clear violation of anyone's freedom of speech, and the mayor and her cronies are supporting it. Powell, 432 Wright Drive, no. Beverly Osterholt, 2111 Notre Dame Drive. I understand the need to repeal the current panhandling ordinance because it is constitutionally defective. However, this body should immediately enact a new ordinance that balances the rights of our citizens and the panhandling population. I am aware of a number of cities that have restricted panhandling to the sidewalk only. This fits perfectly with Vision Zero to prevent traffic and pedestrian accidents. If the panhandling or solicitation is restricted to the sidewalk, these type of accidents can be avoided. Robert Patterson, 806 11th Avenue North. I believe outlawing homelessness is a violation of the Constitution and basic human rights. Why waste money in court when that money can be used to home people? Panhandling is not a crime. These are people, let's treat them like that. Please repeal this ridiculous ordinance. Thank you. Durin Christine, 516 Lucerne Avenue. We have many homeless people in Lake Worth Beach who come to scat on our private areas, and it's up to us to clean up every morning. Others come to our outdoor water taps on our private property, although closed, and without our authorization when we are closed. Some come to wash in our toilets reserved for customers only, or throw their garbage cans in our private spaces. They hurt our business. Jessica Steinweg, 1010 North M Street. I am deeply concerned about the notion of abolishing our current panhandling ordinance and allowing the homeless to sleep in any public places. I am not in favor of any notion that would relax our current ordinances around panhandling or solicitation, as relaxing the rules risks leading to higher crime rates. Noam Brown, 1701 North D Street. I support the repeal of this ordinance, which criminalizes folks who are struggling with poverty and essentially reaching out for a little assistance from those of us who are in a position to have a little something to give. Panhandling is clearly a symptom of a greater problem. Addressing the conditions that are contributing to the dire financial reality that so many folks are in is where the focus needs to be. For some who oppose the repeal of this ordinance, the argument is that their quality of life is compromised when they have to face folks asking for spare change. Are those same folks actively speaking out against those who are responsible and or contributing to the housing crisis we're currently experiencing? Are they scrutinizing the city's budget, which does not adequately fund needed community resources to generally benefit those in our communities most in need? What about scrutinizing the fact that the city allocates approximately half the budget to the police? We don't need more of our residents in jail for being poor. There are plenty of folks currently incarcerated for exactly that. This is what an ordinance like this contributes to. Please vote to repeal this insensitive and inhumane ordinance. Mary Lou Machin, 27 Harbor Drive. I do agree that there is a housing crisis, but legalization of panhandling and use of all public areas for sleeping will not be the solution. This will not decrease homelessness, will not improve the lives of the unfortunate, sick, and suffering on the street. The city has worked hard to decrease crime. This will again increase the problems and may worsen the already high numbers of overdoses due to the opioid crisis that affects our city. The homeless population exists partially because they refuse to give up their vices as required by homeless shelters. Making it legal in our town to have businesses must pay for taxes, insurance, rent, utilities. Palm Beach County has shelters and there are organizations that prepare foods daily. These individuals do not want to stop drinking, smoking, or using narcotics. The city needs to increase tax bases to improve shelters and housing to prevent the setup of tents in the parks. Furthermore, if one town takes action to lift sleeping and street restriction without coordination with other nearby jurisdictions, it will exacerbate things locally, potentially attracting non-residents and adding more stress to the infrastructure and local quality of life. Before any change in the ordinance regarding panhandling, the commission should assess expert opinion regarding the dangers that this would bring to our citizens. There are other towns and cities that are dealing with this problem and have been successful in decreasing homelessness. These are the types of conversations we need to have before any change. Sabrina Russo, hello all. I'm concerned about abolishing our current panhandling laws. This should not be allowed to happen. As it is a crime up in our community, my car gets broken into approximately once a month. If we were so concerned about changing the name of O Street to a vanity name as haughty as Ocean Breeze for property value's sake, then we should also be concerned that by repealing our current panhandling ordinance, our property values and more importantly, our safety will be at risk. On a side note, it appears that certain members of the commission are not really representing their constituents, but rather a select few. My husband, Greg Lowe, and I strongly oppose abolishing the current ordinance. All you have to do is look at 10 communities in Seattle, California, and even right in Fort Lauderdale to see what a horrific mistake that would be. John Tierney, 221 South M Street. I'm a resident entering my second year in Lake Worth Beach, and it is wonderful. However, there is absolutely no sound reason to allow additional panhandling or homeless to detract from the area. We should be helpful and compassionate while maintaining the safe environment that draws so many of us here. Safety and security is paramount to a town's growth and prosperity. There are plenty of open air markets available, as well as secure temporary housing just a few miles inland. Walter Steinmark, 317 North M Street. Madam Member and council members, I moved to Florida 15 years ago, and the first time I came to Lake Avenue, I fell in love with our downtown. Not too big and overcrowded, with a great variety of businesses. I soon found out that Lake Worth was not a safe place to live because of the drug dealers and prostitutes and the people who live in that lifestyle. Then PBSO came in and did a great job of cleaning up the city. I moved to 7th Avenue North 4 years ago and loved it. I needed a bigger place, so I rented another place on North End and was lucky enough to buy it last year. It was a good investment, a great price for a house that I love in a neighborhood that I love in a city that's on its way up. 5 homes on my block were purchased by new owners in the past 2 years, and the new owners immediately began fixing up and making improvements to their homes. I was really looking forward to a Lake Worth renaissance. If panhandling and camping out on public property are being legalized, I'll be selling up and getting out while the getting is good. My proposed taxes are going up 66%, the highest increase in the 86-year history of my house. I don't want to pay taxes so that vagrants can live on public property. That property belongs to the taxpayers, and we don't want it used as vagrant campground. I voted for each and every one of you and will not be voting for you again if my and my neighbors' voices are not heard. I'm a dedicated pedestrian who enjoys walking around town to take care of my business. As it is, I never go to the ATM without my dog because it can still be sketchy around Lake and Federal. What will it be like if there is a tent city at the City Hall Annex? I wouldn't be going to the ATM, library, or 2J's at all. During my walks, I find at least 2 hypodermic needles each week. They're not there because the residents shot up and threw it out a window. Stephanie Verdi, 431 South L Street. It's simple, it's not safe and acceptable having homeless peoples all over Lake Worth Beach, as it is now in public area day and night. If you want to help them, create a real structure for them, but not in public area and not on prime real estate. It's absolutely not good for business. There is a big difference between helping and giving. When I walk my dog, I find constantly needles, piles of trash, dog poop. Thank you for thinking of them, but think of people like me who pay taxes in this town. Thank you again. Memory Trees Corporation, 810 Lake Avenue. In 2021, my family and I made a significant investment at 810 Lake Avenue when we opened a retail storefront for a charitable foundation. Our business, Leather and Art by Memory Trees, also features an education center, a permanent and free art exhibition, local tourist attraction, and is the hosting venue for promoting a local artist of the month. Recently, in response to our request, PBSO deputies have politely asked a homeless person or people who have converted our storefront's entrance into temporary overnight shelter to relocate elsewhere, which they did. If the commission elects to support panhandling, allows homeless people to sleep anywhere, and encourages public lawlessness in general, then our business will be forced to reconsider our ongoing investment and presence in Lake Worth Beach. Bear with me, I need a minute.
She just rolled right into that. She needs a minute. Is that what you said? A minute.
Okay, well, not quite a minute, just to.
How many more do you have to go?
I don't even know. I would say I'm 3/4 of the way through.
You all wanted it. Okay.
Howard Perkins, 1005 North Palmway. We should not go back to where we were before. Public safety on Interstate 95 on and off ramp should be cleared of obstruction by panhandlers. It is a safety issue. Jonathan Nicholas, 3 Auburn Drive. I am in support of repeal of sections 15-91, 15- and 19-14 in order to protect the city from frivolous lawsuits. But I also feel that the city is obligated to rewrite the ordinance in such a manner that it keeps people out of the street and intersections and from harassing citizens. Other cities have rewritten the ordinance that provides for freedom of speech, but keeps our intersections free and clear, free and safe of pedestrians soliciting money. I urge this commission to look at other cities to see what they have done and replace the ordinance with something similar. Some cities even require that panhandlers are required to get a license in order to be compliant. Certainly this commission, which prides itself on doing its due diligence, will find it in their best interest to do the same with this issue. Do not simply replace the ordinance, rewrite the ordinance. Michaela Clanton, 419 North Ocean Breeze. I am against any unauthorized undermined panhandling or soliciting in Lake Worth Beach. The majority of Lake Worth Beach is against this. Why are we not discussing the repeal and replacement of this ordinance with one that doesn't violate constitutional rights? Why does it seem that Mr. McVoy, Mr. Diaz, and Ms. Stokes are not listening to those that elected them? Gary Cernese, 11715 Timbers Way, Boca Raton. As inflation soars and Fed Chair Powell foresees further pain for households and businesses in the fight against it, the houseless and the hard up, so to speak, should be given a broad scope to pursue financial resources. Repealing the panhandling ban is a small but necessary step toward that end. Rodella House-Hour, 3100 South Ocean Boulevard, number 406. I frequently walk over the bridge with my dog to patronize Lake Worth Beach's wonderful local establishments, grabbing a coffee, lunch, or dinner, often by myself and sometimes with a friend. I guarantee if I have to walk past people sleeping in Bryant Park or on sidewalks or alleyways, I will not be making that journey anymore. I will not feel safe and will instead stay on the island walking down to Lantana instead. This is one of the most ridiculous ideas to even consider, allowing the loosening up of current regulations. No one with money will come to spend at Lake Worth Beach establishments. You will shoot yourselves in your foot. There are many other ways to help and home the homeless, as was done before when the tent city popped up at John Prince Park a couple of years ago. As the saying goes, don't be so open-minded that your brains fall out. Heidi Ferguson, 617 Lake Avenue. I own and operate a business in downtown Lake Worth. As it stands, at least once a week, I have homeless people or drug addicts enter my business and threaten my daughter or myself and customers, and have destroyed property as recently as last month. It's a problem, a big problem. My fear is that if our current panhandling variance is revoked without a new ordinance in effect, it will compound the issue further, causing even more stress for our residences or businesses. Blue Kaufman, 401 South Lakeside Drive, Apartment 6. I wanted to give a public comment because I saw some papers circulating that said homeless people allowed to sleep anywhere in Lake Worth Beach. After about just 15 minutes of research, I realized how misleading and alarmist these papers were. This isn't really about any commissioner's desire to abolish repealed panhandling ordinances. This is about the city being sued in violation of First Amendment rights, which quite honestly makes sense. You cannot just silence or eliminate someone's right to free speech because it makes you uncomfortable. Clearly, this makes sense to the city attorney too, who has recommended revoking it the way other cities and counties are having to. The flyers indicate something wildly different, and it's pretty concerning how misinformation like this is spreading. While I don't think this ordinance is an appropriate response to the unaffordability and houselessness crisis we're facing in South Florida, declaring a housing emergency is a step towards doing so. And for that, I commend city leadership. Thank you. Catherine Nolan, 222 North Palmway. Dear mayors and commissioners, I'm writing to you regarding the panhandling ordinance on the agenda and matters related to it. As with nearby towns, we should be taking measures to modify our ordinance similarly so as to take into consideration the needs and well-being of Lake Worth Beach community as a whole. Regarding related instructions issued by a commissioner at the last meeting about sleeping in public, The stated intention to immediately declare our homeless citizens free to roam is not an adequate solution to our crisis, nor a moral victory by any stretch of the imagination. It is further placing vulnerable citizens in a perilous situation and compromising the social fabric of our community. Not sure what the solutions are. Consult national and international experts in this matter, of which there are legion, on how best to proceed and implement cost-effective, data-driven best practice programs that have been successful in many other towns and cities throughout the US and abroad. Solutions, methods, and programs that take into consideration the well-being of our entire community. This meeting should be the starting point of collaborative discussions that involve the constituency as a whole in a functioning democratic process. Thank you for your consideration. Nancy Zidek, 120 Vassar Drive. I do not want this ordinance repealed. I do want the current ordinance to stay in place as it is. I do not want people sleeping in public places. Please leave as it is. Carolyn Clore, 525 Lake Avenue. As a business owner in downtown Lake Worth for 23 years, abolishing the panhandling ordinance would be detrimental to commerce and tourism, both vital to Lake Worth Beach. Crime has gone down since this ordinance was enacted. Do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. If the ordinance needs retooling, then make the necessary adjustments to satisfy the lawyers and keep panhandling illegal. Patty Bebby and Aronoff, 412 12th Avenue North. Making panhandling legal in Lake Worth Beach will most surely bring panhandlers from other municipalities where it is illegal. As a new permanent resident to Lake Worth Beach, my husband and I cannot see how this will be beneficial to the city. You need to bring revenues into the city. Being invaded by panhandlers will scare tourists off and probably entice entire current residents to move somewhere else. Shay Klizonka, 2 Harbor Drive. I'm adamantly against the repealing of the current panhandling ordinance. That is dangerous and will lead to a slew of other issues. We must be proactive about helping the homeless, but allowing them to panhandle and allowing encampments wherever the homeless feel like they want to live is not in any way helping them. It is a lose-lose for the homeless and tax-paying, law-abiding citizens. Christopher Pope, 623 North Ocean Breeze. I'm a resident located on North Ocean Breeze. It has been brought to my attention that some of the commissioners wish to repeal the city's current panhandling ordinance. I am not sure why they would want to do this. It does not seem to be a positive for the city or our image. So I want you to keep the ordinance in place, and I will be watching to see who votes and which way. Christy Jansen, 2406 North Lakeside Drive. Repeal and replace. While I understand we have to address the lawsuits, many cities have perfectly legal ordinances that take into consideration the safety of the general population who want to drive, walk, and enjoy our city without fear. Look at Buffalo and Rochester, which laws have held up in court. Taxpayers should have rights to feel safe in their city. Consider giving the panhandlers a garbage bag and pay them to clean up the streets like Portland. Sonia Shornden, 804 East Windward Way, apartment 508. As someone who regularly keeps singles on hand for the houseless souls in our community, I appreciate your hard work and diligence in protecting my right to be neighborly while not placing me at risk or in physical danger by having to exit my car on a busy road to assist someone in need. Thank you for understanding that we are all one circumstance away from being the people on the street. Thank you for continuing to protect my right to gift charitably, privately, and personally to people normally unknown to me, were it not for us passing on public streets. We are all connected at source, and it behooves us to allow that spirit of connection and unity to guide our policies and reactions today. Once again, commissioners, thank you for all you do. I continue to be a grateful and supportive constituent. Chad Alvarez, 7127 Westlake Drive, West Palm Beach. Please remember these are few fellow humans that will be affected. Mike and Nancy Walker, 2012 North Notre Dame Drive. As citizens of Lake Worth Beach, we would encourage the city to repeal the current panhandling ordinance and replace it with a more restrictive rather than lesser ordinance. This would be for the safety and welfare of both the panhandler and the citizens of our community. Public education to discourage the donations and provide adequate access and availability of social services to those individuals in need should be prioritized. Aggressive and intimidating behavior should not be tolerated on our roadways. Amy Ferreter, 30 South J Street. I urge the commission to repeal the panhandling ordinance and replace it to keep the public safe. The city attorney's letter provided in backup clearly says the city's insurance company has asked the ordinance be repealed. What the insurance company wants is to settle this case and show the court the offending ordinance has been repealed. However, this action does not prevent in any way passing a new constitutional ordinance. The city attorney should be advising the commissioners that cities all over the country are passing new enforceable ordinances to address this issue, repeal and replace. Courtney Klein, 327 Lakeside Drive. My concern is the agenda item to repeal the panhandling ordinance. From what I understand, this item is being considered due to the possibility of a First Amendment lawsuit. So rather than repeal the law, I believe we should develop new language that outlaws panhandling without overriding free speech. At the very least, we must maintain a portion of the ordinance which pertains to aggressive panhandling as defined in section 15-90.a. If aggressive panhandling is allowed in our town, it will quickly become a safety issue. I am concerned about the possibility of violence and aggression to those who say no to a request by a panhandler. Residents and visitors to our city should have the right to eat in an outside cafe, walk the streets, or visit our parks without fear of retaliation for denying a request from a panhandler. Jason Sprague, 414 South Palmway. Panhandling, aggressive or otherwise, is a dangerous activity that should remain illegal. It puts the panhandler in danger while walking in and out of traffic to ask for money or to sell stuff. Many of the people asking for handouts wobble and struggle to walk around idling vehicles at the bottom of the I-95 off-ramp at 6th Avenue South. Motorists try to avoid them, tend to creep up on the vehicle in front, increasing the possibility of an accident. This commission will be responsible for endangering the lives of panhandlers if they make the practice legal. Suzanne Masterson, 122 South Lakeside Drive, apartment 6B. Many young adults that staff our stores and restaurants walk to and from home all hours of the night and day. Allowing panhandling and encouraging individuals that are homeless to live in our area puts our hardworking neighbors at risk of harassment and possibly aggressive behavior from people needing other people's money. Rachel Kowarski, 1510 South D Street. I am urging commissioners to vote yes to repeal the anti-panhandling ordinance. As you, the commissioners, are currently facing litigation regarding the unconstitutionality of this ordinance, I imagine you will vote yes anyways. However, it is critical to continue to decriminalize crimes of poverty. To vote yes is a move in that direction. Elizabeth Bonham, staff attorney for the ACLU of Ohio, said, cities can't curb free speech because begging makes people uncomfortable. There is no constitutional right to not feel bothered by confronting homelessness and poverty. Anti-panhandling laws have been repealed all over the country and in other parts of Florida. It's time Lake Worth does the same. To conclude this comment, I will leave you with words from Sabaresh Nilankata, one of the attorneys spearheading the lawsuit. This is from the lawsuit and was published in the Palm Beach Post in March. A politician asking for votes, a person asking others to join their church, or a person asking for directions may do so freely, but if you're standing on a corner asking for money because you're poor, then you're violating the law. To single out people who are poor and are asking for charity is singling out a certain kind of speech. Let's continue to work together to support all our community members, regardless of their economic status, immigration status, race, ethnicity, religion, or gender, or other ways which make this community diverse and wonderful. We need more solutions to our social challenges, not anti-poverty laws. Thank you. Only 3 more comments, just to let you know.
Excuse me, Melissa, I just want to make a motion to extend the meeting.
Okey dokey.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, was there a second?
Stokes.
Okay. I see Vice Mayor's not there. All right. Now the 3 last comments. Erin Allen, 208 East Lakeside Drive, apartment 513. While I understand that our panhandling ordinance in its present form is illegal, that does not prevent us from repealing this version and replacing it with an ordinance that will be upheld in a court of law. Many cities across the US are doing this, and their ordinances have stood up in court. Panhandlers are very aggressive at times, and it is a life safety issue that should be addressed by the commission. We have a right to feel safe and secure when we are going about our tasks of daily living in the city. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Mike Smith, 314 Lake Avenue. Repealing the panhandling ordinance is gravely detrimental to Lake Worth Beach. We have had multiple accounts of threats of physical assault from said panhandlers to us and our patrons. Also, having to ask people to move to be able to enter an establishment or just to walk on a sidewalk is not something we should need to do. If we want this community to thrive and be prosperous and safe, then we need to keep the ordinance. Thank you. Hillary Keys, 1212 Lake Avenue. Please vote yes to repeal the anti-panhandling ordinance. There are human beings who are struggling and need our compassion, not to be arrested. Please repeal this, and then let's work on finding ways to help so that people don't have to get to that point. Thank you, and thank all of you for bearing with me.
Thank you.
Really? You get a great start. I actually found 2 other comments, so I have, the one is from John Christian Potter, who's for our refilling. The other one was from Jeffrey Neesish with no homeless. I understand the issue at hand. The only thing being talked about is problems homeless people cause, but there's no help that actually gets us long-term help, and constant harassment by Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, which I'm a little incredulous about because they haven't enforced it since January, but that's the other 2 comments that I found. So we have, I believe we have a motion and a second. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
We do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, are we going to talk about this more, or can we vote? I see a couple lights on.
Well, I gave up my comment to wait till after the comments, so I haven't had a chance to have a word except for before. So
Commissioner Malega was first.
I just want to be clear that I was raised financially challenged. This is not an attack on those who are economically challenged. This is about protecting all. And earlier, the Second Amendment was brought up, and I thought this morning, well, what if somebody comes up to a car, taps on a window? We have the stand your ground rule. Somebody has the ability to protect themselves. It just opens a lot of unsafe and unknowns. And that's why I asked in the beginning of this meeting 4 hours ago to table this conversation and bring back a better version. Business owners, and I'm one who is dealing with every single day, regardless of the fact that I have a no trespassing sign at the front and at the back of my business. And I have amazing deputies who patrol. Every single morning, my staff and my wife have to come in and clean up human feces and garbage and debris that's left behind on my property that I pay taxes for and I pay rent for. So this is about a respect, right? This isn't about not helping those displaced, because this dais, in my opinion, has been the most aggressive in helping the displaced and putting money and putting in laws and resolutions and ordinances. We don't shy away from that. This isn't a social attack on those who are unfortunately displaced right now. We do have amazing programs in this city, such as the Lord's Place, the Guatemala Maya Center, Adopt a Family, Habitat for Humanity, Goodwill. We as a dais have $10,000, each one of us as a commission up here of discretionary funds that we can do whatever we want with. I'm very proud to say that I have spent almost all of mine and I've given it to all the nonprofits that I could help in this city. Because I put my money behind where my mouth is, right? I don't just want to talk about it. I want to try to help wherever I can. We need to encourage the good practices. And it's funny because I had this conversation with the city attorney and the city manager this morning. There are many cities in North America that have programs where panhandlers can go through a background check. They're given a city ID and they can sell goods. They can be street vendors and they can raise money and they can do what they need to do. And I'm all in favor of that. I put little kits together of travel toiletries and I give those to displaced individuals because I don't believe in giving the money. I just don't. I'll give a bottle of water. I'll give tampons to women. I'm crazy. I do whatever I can. Toothbrushes, you name it. There's ways that we could put parking meters throughout town and we can encourage people who come to our city to donate to the parking meter. And that money could then be given to other nonprofits to help with all their programs. There are many things that we could do in this city. We could ask the Homeless Voice newspaper to come do a presentation and figure out how we can get our displaced to be able to work for the Homeless Voice newspaper and write and make money, honestly. This is going to be broadcast on the news in 4 minutes. And the outcome of this is going to be broadcast tomorrow morning. And my fear as a business owner, as an elected, is that we have on the books right now that we're about to possibly get rid of, that there's no panhandling within 15 feet in any direction of a sidewalk cafe. We're getting rid of that. No panhandling in a parking lot, a parking garage, or any parking pay station owned and operated by the city. We just opened the Bohemian. We just paid $2 million for the Bohemian parking garage. An area within 15 feet in any direction of an automatic teller machine. So now anybody can walk up to somebody who's taking out money or a business owner who's putting money in and approach them. And again, if somebody's carrying a gun and you approach me in an ATM, that can turn into a bad situation. Within 15 feet in any direction or exit of a commercial or governmental building. My building is is not governmental, it's commercial. But yet I have people who are sleeping in my hallway every single night. So they're already not abiding by the laws. Private property, unless the person panhandling has permission from the owner of such property. So you go out of town and you have a place right here that's accessible where people are walking by, a panhandler can just stand there with a sign, give me money. These are the rules that I want us to critique. This is where I say the language, and I'm begging the commission to think before we just act. Because we are a very busy commission. Before we know it, it's going to be 3 months down the road. We're getting through budget, we're getting through vision sessions, we've got ARPA. When are we going to have the time to do a deep dive on this and bring back an ordinance? And I would not be in favor, just like I mentioned earlier, of abolishing or getting rid of this unless I have 100% commitment from this commission that we are going to support something to protect the residents, the citizens, the business owners in this city and our visitors. That's all I have. I will vote no if it goes to a vote. I'm just begging us to not put this to bed without putting something else on the books.
Mr. Boyd?
Thank you, Commissioner Malega. I think you speak for many people in this community, certainly many business owners, certainly many residents that are concerned about, I guess, quality of life is a reasonable phrase for it. I have certainly heard for quite a while concerns from churches, concerns from business owners, a little bit lesser extent from private residences, of people in the community defecating in places where it's obviously not appropriate. And I don't think there's anybody in this room, anybody who's commented, who thinks that's a great situation or a positive situation. I think we're clear from a legal standpoint what we have to do. We have to revoke this thing well, I've heard a lot of commentary that, oh, there's all sorts of other cities that have done right things. I'm more inclined to listen to our city attorney, who I suspect has researched this quite a bit. And what I'm hearing is there aren't. Are there things that we can modify? Are there other ordinances that we either already have or perhaps need that address certain things that might be useful tools for our law enforcement? Possibly. I heard a lot of comments tonight that said, oh, it would be a terrible thing if we get rid of something that bans aggressive panhandling. My inclination is go to the expert. What I heard from Captain Bear is that it sounds good. Of course, you don't want aggressive panhandling. That sounds, it sounds intimidating. It sounds like somebody's going to repeatedly ask you when you're sitting having a nice lunch on our downtown outside on a table. Of course, you don't want aggressive panhandling. Well, that's good. But when you talk to law enforcement, what you find out is that it's very difficult to define what is aggressive panhandling. It is even more difficult to enforce because by the time somebody gets there, she says it was aggressive, she says it wasn't aggressive, and you're sort of stuck. So I think what we need to do, we clearly need to revoke the thing. That doesn't mean that we don't care about the issues that we're hearing about. We're hearing about real issues. I get that. There's a range of views of how you fix that. Do you do more social programs to help people? I spent quite a while, and I've done it on other occasions, but I spent it particularly today talking with a homeless person who said, look, I was not that great a person when I was homeless and he'd been homeless for, I don't know, since quite a while, a decade, I forget the exact numbers. And he said, I wasn't that great. At some point, apparently he lost his partner. I don't know how, but she died somehow or other. And he said he was a mess for quite a while and did a lot of things that he's not all that proud of. Now, he's sort of got with the problem. His sense was you have a mix of people in the homeless community. And I think that's part of our challenge. We've heard from people tonight, heard from people who deal with it. Somebody putting up a family in a hotel. People who are on the front lines of social work, dealing with real situations of people who, for rent reasons, are going to be homeless or easily could be homeless. We have to have some compassionate way of dealing with that. We have to have some compassionate way if they're asking for help. That's not an unreasonable thing. At the same time, talking with this homeless fellow, his feeling was about 3/4 of the people that he knows of in this community who are homeless, yeah, they're kind of a problem. That was his estimate. How good it is, I don't know. But somehow we have to write policy, spend resources in a way that deals with the range of people, deals with it in a humane way, and is realistic that actually works. I don't think that's an easy task. I don't know that you can necessarily do it by saying, city attorney, write us a good ordinance and it'll work perfectly. I certainly don't think you can do it on a very tight time schedule. I think the problem is more complex. Do we have a problem? Should we try to do some things? Yes, definitely. What should that be? I think that's a much more difficult question, what it should be. So I will vote yes to revoke this thing because I do not want to have the city spend money on a dead end situation that I don't see any indication that there are ordinances out there. Am I committed to trying to make our community better, trying to do that in a humane way, trying to help prevent, I've had discussions with the city manager. Would it make sense to have more public restrooms of some sort, porta potties, something fancier? Well, it sounds better than pooping on the sidewalk in front of a business. Yes, but it might attract more people into the town because they hear there are great porta potties in Lake Worth. I don't know, maybe it would. I kind of doubt it. They aren't that fancy porta potties, but
there are.
So I don't think they're easy solutions. I definitely think that this commission very much cares about all portions of its residents, whether they're houseless, homeless, business owners, whatever. Will we be able to make it perfect? No, guaranteed not. Will we be able to write a perfect tool for law enforcement that will cure the whole problem? No, we won't. The Bible even has some comments on it. The poor you shall have with you always. Well, I suspect the Bible was on something. Let's deal with it in the best possible way, the most humane way, the most Christian way, the most spiritual way, and practical. If anybody has great solutions, I heard Ms. Powell had some interesting ideas. I heard it from some other people. Well, maybe you try to work out something where you reach out to these communities and say, look, we'll help you, but in exchange for something. You're on deck with cleaning up some of this stuff, and we'll give you a benefit. I encouraged the fellow that I talked with. He said he talks to some of his fellow people and he says, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. He says, doesn't always work. And I said, keep doing it. You don't know whether you might not get to one person where they do this. And you're speaking from a first place of knowledge. So I don't think there are quick, fast solutions. Please know that we do hear of the problems that there are, and we're not unconscious of them. And we will keep looking for solutions.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz?
Very similar notion. You know, yes, we're committed to working hard on this and doing better. I think it's a little bit short-sighted to say that the solution to removing this ordinance is to install another ordinance. I don't think it's so cut and dry. I think like the many conversations we've already had in the past in budget and other meetings, pre-agenda, it's going to be a combination of things. It's going to be an availability of services. It's going to be housing. It's going to be, you know, what can we do to help our deputies and make their job easier? There's so many things at play. And well, I just want to thank Melissa and Mayor for your endurance in reading so many cards. I know it's tedious to go through so many, but I got a lot of good notes, a lot of good ideas from both sides. And, you know, some things were highlighted, and, you know, Ms. Powell mentioned like the panhandling free zones. Obviously there's, you know, jurisdiction issues that we have to work on if whether our federal district would allow that, but things to look into. And then there's also reminders, you know, I kind of want to calm those fears that the sky is not falling. This ordinance hasn't been enforced in so long, and the fears that have been portrayed, they haven't come to fruition, you know, not as nearly as bad as people think. And on top of that, we had a couple reminders. I mean, someone online, I missed their name, but they mentioned, for example, it's a misdemeanor to obstruct streets by state law, right? And there are laws to protect against these situations. Panhandling, even the firefighters with their boot, there's a safety issue. You want everyone to be safe. We don't want them to be standing in the middle of a median. There's a lot of things, but there's rules already exist that address these situations. I mean, I think Ms. Fisher, you mentioned that on and off ramps, it's illegal to panhandle, and you can call FHP because that's their jurisdiction. And that's absolutely true. That law is there, and that resource is there. Whether or not FHP will respond is a different question, but the rules are there. And to think that the answer is going to be another ordinance that's duplicative of state laws that already exist, criminal laws, it's a dangerous game, right? It's drafting laws. It's never easy. Ordinance, state law, whatever it may be. There's very rarely a silver bullet, perfectly clear law that is perfectly applicable, addresses the situation. It's just one of many tools that need to be considered. And, you know, so I think the quell those fears, the sky isn't falling, there's 1,000 fires. We still have tools to address the problem situations, the trespassing, and there's other things like I had mentioned before that we as a city really need to step up and, you know, do better to make sure those services are available, to make sure there's facilities and, you know, avoid these situations. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Diaz, I just have a question. So there's a bench sitting in front of my building in UPS. Now, if we lift this tomorrow morning, 3 people can sit there and pester every single person who parks in my parking lot and walks past that bench and ask them for money. How do you think that's going to affect my business and UPS's business that pays prime rent and utilities? PBSO can't show up because they're not trespassing. They're on the city park bench. It just happens to be right in front of my parking lot and my business. So what recourse do I have now? I can't call PBSO and say they're harassing my clients. They're going to say they're not doing anything illegal. They're just harassing your clients, which is going to detour my business. So that's my fear of just saying, let's just release this. If we keep stuff that's on these books, just as, and we have time, we can go back to the judge back and forth. You just, my fear is that because this is going to be on the news and because we have 3/4 of the displaced in the city who don't play by the rules anyway, that this is just going to open up a really bad can of worms for the downtown businesses, especially. You already can't walk out of CVS without 5 people asking you for money. Literally 5 people a week ago out of CVS who approach you from all angles. And CVS is tired of calling PBSO. They're corporate. They're not owner operators. They're not there dealing with it day to day. And the staff, how about the fact that our staff is now going to have to deal with it? Our staff has to walk past 6 or 7 homeless every single day that sit on our bench. You think they're not going to ask our staff now for money, for handouts?
Yes, I've talked to a lot of those people who sit on the benches are here. Pam Triolo, our previous mayor, also talked to a lot of them. And that's an unfair characterization.
No, I know 3 of them, but there's one who was not so unfair where we had one passed out last week right in front of the handicap elevator, passed out. Staff couldn't even come in.
I find that to be
There
very
was
much.
one 2 weeks ago that was sleeping on the porch of our leisure services home. Opened the door, came into leisure services and was sleeping on the porch of our leisure services. So it is happening and our staff is feeling frightened. I'm just asking you guys, please think before you just open the doors of what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks while we're trying to work through possibly building another ordinance.
Once again, other laws like trespassing, the laws that were mentioned in comments.
On city streets.
If I could finish my comment, I also, as Captain Bear knows, I live literally on the epicenter of where the majority of these comments are focusing on crime and safety and all these issues. And my experience living in that community, living as you call it, financially stressed community, is vastly different. I mean, these are humans. They're going to respond better with a little bit of compassion. We need to do better. And yes, are there going to be the few, who stand out, who are just not going to try to do better? Of course, that's everywhere with every situation, no matter what. But all I know is that living where I live, I've never had to call Captain Bear or any of our deputies for really any situation directly. It wasn't but and as we already discussed, the only time that they've had to pay extra attention to, my place of residence was not from a houseless person. It was from somebody who tried to dox us on this issue. The people who live on my corner, the people who are described as these incredibly violent, dangerous people, my experience is just completely different.
Violent. I just said that it deters business. And you know what? When my staff has to clean up human feces and urine tomorrow morning, I'll let you come down and you be part of it just be there in person and see what is already happening to our downtown.
So I do this regularly as well, because part of my job, my nonprofit work, is also maintaining our living shoreline projects, including Jules Steinhardt Cove, which does have a persistent problem of camping as well. And again, rolling back this ordinance does not preclude other tools, other mechanisms, other things that need to be done. All I'm very clearly trying to state is that, and there is not going to be a single ordinance that we can write that is going to be the silver bullet that solves this problem. If that's what people are expecting, I think they're going to be disappointed. I think they need to listen and they need to see all the things that we're doing that has to work in conjunction to resolve this issue. Because once again, I myself, have a downtown front. I have friends who have businesses. They experience the very same things, and their response is very different in terms of what needs to be done. So, it's even things as deep as our planning code. People are being prevented. Somebody I know has their business. She wants a fence because she's dealing with those problems, and we're not allowing it to happen. I mean, there's so many things that need to happen. It's not just going to be a singular ordinance. So I think we need to explore those possibilities of ordinances that need to be done, the zones and things like that, but we need to look at it all and see how it's going to work in conjunction. Laws are difficult. They're not that easy to draft an all-encompassing ordinance or law. So we're clearly committed to resolving this issue.
Okay, thank you. I have a short comment. Number one, my vote for yes will be because of practical aspects, because of the lawsuit that's pending. I really don't want our city to spend a dime on a lawsuit that we're going to lose. So for me, this is a practical, not a philosophical decision. I agree with Commissioner Malega. I don't want this to, fall into the background. I'm asking the city attorney, you've got some, please come back to us. And I'm asking, commissioners to support that. Please come back pretty soon with language. You've got some ordinances that we've submitted to you. It's our job to protect all citizens in the city. And when I get phone calls from, and this, we're bleeding kind of into the homeless in the park issues with public defecation. I don't want to get phone calls and emails from a citizen that tried to bring his kid into the park, but first he had to walk over the human waste and the needles. So that is a big problem to me. We are here to protect all of our citizens, not just one small vulnerable group. I think that in terms of Commissioner Malega's concerns, this has not been enforced since January. So I don't think that this is going to open the floodgates of, welcoming to happen. Yes, it's probably going to be on the news, but I honestly don't think it's going to be a thing. We haven't enforced it for 8 months. My last point is, we can talk all we want. And listen, I am not unsympathetic to the problem of people that are on hard times and have no place to live. And we have the biggest homeless population of middle school, kids in Palm Beach County. And I think that's a terrible thing. But I also want us to remember as we talk about what this small financially strapped city can do practically in terms of solving the problem of the homeless people in Palm Beach County. We have huge limits on what we can do. We have committed money, ARPA funds. We have committed other funds we've gotten, money from Lois Frankel about, affordable housing. We do not have the resource to open up a homeless shelter in Lake Worth Beach. We don't have the money for it. We don't have the space for it. And I don't think that's our job. We don't have enough. We have plenty to do without taking that on. So my vote for yes is going to be mostly based on a practical. I want to see the ordinance come as soon as possible that addresses this more clearly. I don't think the message is to people that are more sympathetic or somehow that, we are unsympathetic, but I believe that we need to protect our businesses. We need to protect our citizens our parks and our streets are our biggest resources, our most amazing assets. And I think everyone needs to be able to enjoy them and not have to worry about what they're going to find when they get there. So that's kind of a discussion for another day when we talk about sleeping in the parks. But as far as this is concerned, it's practical. We have to appeal to it. We have to report to a judge in a couple of weeks. I don't really want to see any of our city. I mean, every time we talk to Mr. with all due respect, every time we talk to you, it costs us money. I would rather see you put your charge for what we do, right? But I would like to see the energy go more into a practical, let's get out, let's get something that we can work with. And also, I think I would ask that our staff and Captain Bear, let's look at the ordinances that we have in the books. Let's look at the state statutes. What are we not enforcing that we could be enforcing? I would ask that we take a deep look at that, because I'm sure there are things out there that we can be doing. And
I would encourage that also from a practical standpoint, not just the enforcement, but are not just the laws, but what can PBSO practically do? We might have a wonderful law that says it's absolutely illegal to defecate in public. Well, the chances that you find the person doing that is pretty slim. So what are you going to do? Yeah, exactly. DNA study.
Like they do for dogs in the HOAs.
I don't see that happen. So I would encourage also a practical involvement from PBSO. How can we, and anybody who has good ideas, how can we, let's work with the organizations that regularly have contact with some of that community and say, hey, is there any room here? Is there any way to put some pressure on people? Same way that I think with landlords and rents. We probably don't have a lot of tools. Is there a way that we can put a little pressure on landlords? Hey, it's really not very cool to raise the rent by $400, $500, $600.
Okay, so
Complicated.
please, Commissioner Malega, be assured that I'm making this vote on a practical basis. Since it has not been enforced for so long, I agree with you that I don't think the sky will start falling. So do we have a motion in a second? I've lost track.
We do.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, now, it's 10:20.
I think that's the first time I voted nay by myself on anything.
And you hear, it's lonely out there. Now I'm gonna, me personally, Betty Resch, my pain level is just to the boiling point at this point. So I see that my sister is here with my leg brace to get this thing wrapped up. So I'm gonna excuse myself for the rest of the Commissioner McDevoy, don't go away again. Oh, thank you. And I appreciate that. So I am gonna excuse myself. I was hoping to stay for the whole thing, but I just had surgery a few days ago, so I'm tired and sore and I'm sad. My pleasure. It's really important to thank you. Send money.
This is an excuse for more. Okay?
Oh, please.
Hang on, before you leave, we need to make a motion to continue to 11 o'clock.
Right now? Didn't you do that? or no?
Isn't that what the motion was, Madam
It was for 10.
Commissioner?
That was at 9:47. We went to 10.
Isn't it
So
past?
then we have another one to go to 11.
It's only 10:20.
No. I thought it was from when it's before 10, it's understood that it's till 11.
Okay.
So then at 11, it would be till midnight and then that's it. At midnight, we're done.
I don't hear anything.
Thank you, everybody, for, this is a tough issue and we're gonna have a lot of discussions about it, but see you soon, hopefully.
Madam Mayor, you're gonna pass the gavel?
I'm passing my lip gloss.
That works.
Okay, and Commissioner McBoy, Vice Mayor McBoy, I never use that gavel, so you just better put that down.
You never use it.
I have not yet used the gavel.
So I wouldn't know what to do.
And oh, by the way, I just have to say this as an aside, there were two candidates for mayor. One lived on the golf course. I'm downtown on L Street, so take that comment from where it comes. Here are blue cards for the upcoming issues. And I've kind of made them more cards, well, for different as they come up, smoking, the this, that. Hey, we are a public input kind of town. Here's my script.
I think I've got one, but I'll take care too.
Good night, everybody. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna bring a snack.
Yes.
Yes. 5-minute recess, mic's off.
Very funny. Did you hear that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Speaker. Oh, what is that? That's a speaker.
My wife got to keep going up there. I real estate.
Then everybody be looking, but it'll be for you.
City manager, Captain Bear would like to go home. He wants to know when we're continuing.
I'll defer to the vice mayor.
No, I was talking to. Okay. We're now prepared for public hearing. I believe we're on public hearing and then the.
We are not, Mr. Vice Mayor. We are on new business A, which was moved to follow new business F. If everyone can please be seated, thank you so much.
She told you not to touch the gavel.
That's right. So I'm knocking on the. All right. So we're back in session. It is 10:37 and
That's
we are
PM.
continuing our meeting. And could you say again where you would like us to be?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, we are on new business A. If you follow along on your paper, it should be after new business F. So after consent, we went to new business F, then new business A, then we'll go back to public hearings and follow the agenda as it was originally. So new business A is the 12th addendum to the contract with PBSO.
That's what I thought it was. I'm seeing unfinished business. I'm seeing public hearings.
Above that,
Business,
Above that. New business.
new business A.
There we go.
12th addendum.
Got it. Okay, so we have reordered items. We will now have for the Madam Clerk, new business item A, 12th addendum to the law enforcement service agreement. And I
Mr.
believe
Vice
the city
Mayor.
manager is going to
Yes,
present.
sir. Yes, sir. As you know, we are considering the 12th addendum to the law enforcement services agreement that is carried out by the Palm Beach, I can't get it out, Sheriff's Office. And in working with the Captain Bear and the other officials with the PBSO, I met with them several times to discuss the services and expectations of the commissioners. And they have been very amenable to working out the desires and services as expressed by the commission. And with that, we have negotiated a rate for 2 years for the fiscal year 22. The recommendation is for the cost of service to be 14,000.
Yes, I vote yes.
It's a deal.
Yes.
Hey, guys. I believe that was a scrivener's error.
I wish it was so true, but $14,174,126 for fiscal year 23. And then for fiscal year 24, the proposed annual cost would be $14,599,350 for that year. These costs for each year represents a 1.5% increase. And so we will lock that in with your consideration.
Those are not the numbers I have on my paper.
No.
I have law enforcement service, the cost would be $14,386,738 with monthly payments of $1.198894.
Yes, please let me correct that.
And
Sorry,
then it
I
goes
was
up to
looking-
14,602,539.
Yes, yes.
Correct?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
long night. I so apologize. Let me correct that for the record. So the agreement is a 1.5% increase from the existing, and the numbers I gave you was the existing. And so the cost of service for fiscal year 23 would be $14,386,737.89 for that year. And for fiscal year 24 will be $602,538.96. So that would be for fiscal year 24.
Motion to approve.
Okay, first, let's ask, are there any public comments? Unless, well, I guess we could do one.
You may have, I believe, Vice Mayor, you may have a few in your stack. I remember a few cards coming forward.
Would we like a motion first or comments first? Okay, we're looking for a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second, so let's take any public comment. I see one. See two, I see three. Oh, we've got several hundred. Make sure there aren't any more.
And I have as well, Vice Mayor.
Okay, while I'm looking, why don't we take yours?
Okay, I'll read my 100 first. Just
Okay.
kidding. I only have one. So I have one comment, Ryan Oblander, 1702 North A Street. I was surprised to find that the PBSO budget for contract year 2023 has risen yet another 1.5%. Given the considerable amount of time and resources freed up by not proactively policing many minor violations while out on patrol and not enforcing the panhandling ordinance since January of this year, one would expect that either the bill would go down or the additional freed resources would result in crime stats dropping across the board, but this has not been the result. Robberies to persons have risen 4% and burglaries to businesses have risen 55 year to date, as presented at the last PBSO Security Liaison meeting on August 31st. Where did all the savings go? When can we expect to see a comprehensive or at very least a general categorized breakdown of PBSO costs and services? In addition, most all of our voluntary neighborhood associations throughout the city have not had their local deputies be able to attend in-person meetings in years since before COVID. And the replacement, an in-person meeting held once a month at the District 14 office or at time remotely on a Wednesday at 10 a.m. is not the ideal substitute when it comes to community policing. That's the only comment I have.
Okay, I have like 5 comments here. I will see if people are here, and if not, I will read them. Richard Stowe is here, so let's, Richard, why don't you come up since you're here?
It's actually different.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, hold on a second. Damie Farrell? No. Paniotti is not here. All right, looks like people are not here, so I will read them. Kara Jennings, 822 North C Street. Public safety is more than policing. It is safe, affordable housing, access to mental health counseling and social services. Let's look beyond PBSO and fund programs that build safe communities. 14+ million is too much. Sue Welch, 1331 North Palmway, is against this, and I guess Ms. Jennings is also against it. Again, too many funds, too much funds allocated to Sheriff Bradshaw. Please seek alternatives for public safety, not just police. Damie Farrell, 1134 19th Avenue North, is against the item. The police already receive way too much of the budget. Please redirect these funds to services that actually help our community. Panayoti Solkas, 822 North C Street, also against. 14.6 million is too much. These are millions that could go towards social support programs to make the community safer. Kate, is there any discussion from the dais? Commissioner Malega.
I just want to say the reason, number one, we didn't have an increase between 20 and 21. So we stayed flatlined. I do agree that we need more community policing, more visual police officers. I know that the horses have been in College Park, which is great, but I don't think College Park needs horses. I'm very thankful that PBSO has heard the cries of the community. The PALS program that just opened a couple months ago at the city's own gymnasium was very successful this summer. And when you talk about community policing and getting to the kids when they're at that young age, right, where they're going to decide right from wrong, and they're so impressionable. We had a waiting list, PBSO had a waiting list for the summer program, and they are open and free for aftercare to the community. So this is a great way for us to help those who are in financial situations where they can't afford aftercare. PBSO is offering this PALS program in our city gymnasium for free. And I just want to say thank you to Captain Bear and to PBSO for bringing this to fruition after all these years, because it's really made an impact on the kids in my district. And these kids love PBSO officers. They've really, it's been impactful. We have gang awareness night coming up soon at Barton Elementary. It's another impactful night that PBSO doesn't brag about, but the gang unit actually comes out and they keep their face covered because most of them are undercover, and they get to talk to the kids about what the signs are and what to do if their sister or brothers or cousins are in gangs. And it's really impactful. So I want the community to know that we're not just giving PBSO $14 million they're really making differences in the lives of our kids. And that's the future of our city, right? When we talk about these kids who are in grade school and impressionable, and I'm very proud of what's happening in PBSO in regards to that. That's why I made the motion.
Commissioner Stokes?
I don't think any of us are ever happy when we have to give money to anybody, but we do it because it's the right thing to do. We gave a 3% increase to all of our cost of living adjustment to all of our staff here that work for us directly in the city. And I think it would be unreasonable to expect that PBSO is not going to pass some of this on to their staff. As we're dealing with inflation, as we're dealing with cost of living, I think they deserve the same amount the rest of the city's getting. But I do support, and I know we're working very hard, and all of these issues are very related. Trying to work and partner with the county, which I know that's half of my meetings with the CM is talking about, because we do need more services, we do need more tools, we do need to have a bigger vision for how we're going to address all our social needs. And there's a lot of agreement between PBSO and the city on, I think they would like more support in addressing some of our social needs. So I don't think it's an either or. We need both. And so I'm for this.
Yeah, you know, I will always have personal reservations on this issue. But I do agree with Commissioner Stokes, like, and this isn't a total criticism, but like, because I understand why this doesn't happen, but like, you know, I would obviously feel way more comfortable if we had like line item and, you know, I would go full 3% if we knew that it all went to continued education for our officers and benefits and things like that. I understand why we don't get that, but, yeah, I mean, we're consistently told that we're a broke city, and then especially when we try to provide services and, you know, we're trying to, I always look at it, having family in law enforcement, knowing what it's like, you know, I always look at it as these social services, these, you know, CIT and all these things that we're working really hard to try and get going. We're trying to make the officer's job easier. Like, I think you know, the deputies, the majority of them, I don't think they're in it to harass people. I think they, you know, like the TV show Cops, they want to chase after thieves and violent people and get that off the streets. Like, that's why they do it. And, you know, we will always need to have that kind of service. So yeah, I mean, fair pay, cost of housing. I know how much police officers make. Unless they have a gold badge, it's not a lot. So no offense, Captain Mayor. So yeah, it's a couple hundred, few $100,000, and hopefully it, you know, it reflects helping our deputies, but also I really want to, you know, appreciate Captain Mayor, and it's been a learning experience, like the openness and the willingness to hear our concerns and to work with that and better those services.
Thank you. I'll comment just a little bit too. I agree that yes, 14 million out of our budget. It's a big chunk, and it's difficult for us because we have very little to spend on other things. On the other hand, we clearly want public safety in the community, and this is part of the way that we get it. Can we work to try and get more help from the county on some of the things that are more social service oriented, that isn't really what you want to be doing anyhow? Yeah, I think everybody would be happy for that, except maybe the county, but we'll keep pushing on them. I think the one item that I would like to say a little bit about is I definitely am appreciative of some of the programs that PBSO does in District 14 here in our community. And some of that gets under the heading of community policing. I think as we look sort of broadly more to the national level community, there are some other views of community policing that what I see in some other places is a bit more interaction, and it's uncomfortable to talk about with Officer Morrell here because he's probably one of the people who he and Mike Mahoney are some of the people who are most active that I'm aware of on the community exchange. But things like, if there's a way to do it, simply have more of the squad cars be untinted windows, have more interaction from the cars to the community. I'd love to see more people on foot or bike or horse, other ways that they can interact more directly with the community. I think, you know, when people ask me, they don't ask it a lot anymore, but occasionally people would ask, well, what do you think? You know, there was Lake Worth Police and there's PBSO. Well, there's no question that PBSO has more resources. I think there's no question that it's a bit more professional, maybe even a lot more professional in the approach. I think on the community interaction side, we took a bit of a hit. So that would be my encouragement. Try to do as much as possible ways to outreach, not just in special programs, but more in the day-to-day, and a higher percentage of that if we can. I recognize there are challenges with that, but that would be my request. So, and with that, I think we have a motion, we have a second, so I think we need a vote unless there's any further discussion. Nope. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I suspect it would carry 5-0 if surgery hadn't intervened. Hey, I believe
Public hearings,
we are now back to the public hearing. Thank you.
right?
Mr. Vice Mayor, before you start with that, it is 10:54. I'm asking for a motion to extend the meeting until midnight, and just warning you, at midnight, we are done, no further extension, so.
So talk fast. I'm not sure I can get you the votes you need for that, but I will try.
Motion to
Motion to extend reluctantly to midnight.
Second.
And thank you, Captain Bear. And
Thank you.
good night. Second, all in favor?
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly, aye, all around. Okay, so now we are on to, where's my list? Oh, yeah, the public hearings. This is adopting the final assessment resolution 55/2022. Adopting the final assessment role for non-ad valorem assessments levied for chronic nuisance services and directing such final assessment be certified to the Palm Beach County tax collector. I hope that we're not relying on Mr. Waters because he was not feeling well and I don't want to keep him up at this time.
Vice Mayor,
The city manager will handle it.
So as you mentioned, as the title of this agenda item, this is a resolution to adopt the final assessment role for the non-ad valorem assessments levied for chronic nuisance services. This item was approved by the commission on July 19th. However, we had an issue with advertisement on the 19th for that public hearing. So therefore, it did not meet statutory requirements. There was an error on the publisher at the time. Staff did follow the proper timelines to submit it. However, there were some issues with the publication. So a new public notice had been mailed and advertised placed to meet the statutory requirements. So this item is to reaffirm the earlier approval granted in July.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. I'd like a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Whoa.
Madam Mayor.
After that.
Madam City Manager. Okay, we are now on to our unfinished business, I believe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Item A, Resolution 63/2022. Approval to submit an application to the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for lane repurposing on US 1 Dixie Highway. We had a presentation on this earlier. We do have a number of comments. Why don't we turn it over to Mr. Brown?
Good evening. For the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. Correct, we did have a presentation from Stuart from Kimberly Horn earlier on. Unfortunately, both Kimberly and the TPA, they had to leave by 10 o'clock tonight. So they are no longer here.
With category officially?
There is a TPA meeting bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yes.
I will be in attendance, but it will be early. So they are no longer here, but I'm here to answer any questions. So based on the presentation we had earlier on the lane repurposing for Federal Highway or for US 1, which is Dixie Highway and the Lake Woods corridor, this resolution is just the next step in the process of what we would submit to DOT is basically support from the commission to move forward in the process. Just so everyone's aware, if you kind of went through the backup or went through Kimberly's report, there is no current design. There is nothing that's set in stone. This is just moving forward because eventually what's going to happen is the DOT is going to let us know what we can actually do in the corridor on their roadway. So a lot of the things you saw, I know Commissioner Nalega, we spoke earlier about like kind of the rendering they did out in front of City Hall between Lake and Lucerne. Just a rendering showing what the possibilities are. And when you kind of traverse from north to south, there are certain areas where you might have the 2 lanes down to 1 lane, you know, the dedicated turn lane in the middle. It kind of, as you look at those renderings, it changes as you move down through the corridor. So again, that's not a design. Nothing's been designed yet. This is just kind of showing what the possibilities are when you look at some kind of lane repurposing like this. So again, the item is just asking for approval of the resolution to basically submit to DOT to continue this process.
I see that Commissioner Stokes has a light.
Yeah, I have a question about this. I'm curious about when we get the public engagement piece of this. I know we said that people went to the CRA and contributed through Hatch, but how do we get the word out to a broader audience and make sure that we get the public participation? Because from their last presentation that they gave us about a year ago, it seemed to be a pretty critical part to this whole process. It's making sure that the public is engaged and supportive and has all the best information, because we know, we've seen how quickly misinformation has been spreading in this town lately. So I worry about people looking at this and jumping on it and getting worked up if we haven't gone through the proper channels of doing the education and doing the engagement.
Correct. No, I mean, like Stuart showed in his presentation earlier, we had these charrettes and everything in the Hatch building. It was a multi-week process. There was a lot of public engagement already. There will be a lot on the back end as well, because obviously we have to have residents, visitors, business owners that actually border Dixie Highway. We need to have support across the board. And DOT is going to want to see that to make sure that this is something that people are in favor of within the corridor. So there's still a lot of work we need to do. This is just, again, it's a multi-phase process. This is just the next step in that process.
I have a follow-up question, but do I see another light? Yes. I can't see yours, but I see a reflection, so I'll assume it's there. Go ahead, Steve.
I just want to, on behalf of Mayor Resch, she did indicate when this discussion come up, she wanted to mention that in the design or consideration in this project, she mentioned that she certainly supports the need of canopy trees in this project. So I just want to convey that on her behalf.
Great, thank you. Thank you for remembering. I have also a question or two for you, Mr. Brown. Similar to Commissioner Stokes' concern, and for the period that I was on the TPA discussions with their director, the importance of the public buy-in, the public input, the public involvement at the design stage, the approval, the buy-in sort of stage is pretty important. I know that we did some, I believe it's already 2017, 2018, it's a while back.
Yep.
Everybody's forgotten. They don't approve whatever they said then. It's different. We need to rebuild that. I think that's going to need to be a quite conscious effort. How do you see that happening? Is that something that the commission needs to start organizing neighborhood workshops along there or meetings with business, or because I think it is, I think we all agree it's pretty important to build that support.
Yep.
And DOT obviously isn't going to want to invest a lot of money if they don't have some confidence.
That's something staff would be putting together.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be kind of like the same format we did initially with the charrettes and everything. Would kind of be on the back end, but now we'd be further along, so we can start really digging down further into what are the actual possibilities based on the feedback we got back from DOT. So now it wouldn't be so much of just theoretically, this is what it could look like. We get to actually dig down a little bit further and start looking at a lot of those options. He was talking about dedicated bike lanes, the raised medians, so you actually have a refuge for pedestrians crossing the street instead of just the double yellow right now. Trees, landscaping, things like that. A lot of the bus stops. Yeah, so a lot of the things that fall within that complete street structure but yeah, that would be something that we would be setting up with the help of CRA, and TPA would also be involved. And, like we mentioned before, city, TPA, CRA, we all put in together on that study that we had done.
Right.
So we're all going to have a lot of buy-ins. So.
And the public outreach and engagement part, will that happen at the early end of sending this thing to FDOT, or does that happen after FDOT sends us something back?
So that would happen. So the next step in the process, if we approve this resolution tonight, is actually submitting all the traffic data, everything we have right now to FDOT. That's when they actually say, okay, so they're actually serious.
That's really nice, but you can't do this.
Yeah,
can't do that.
So that's when the process kind of kicks off then. So then once we get back some information from them, that's when we can really ramp up the engagement portion of this.
And then my last question for you, if we approve this tonight and it gets sent out to FDOT, are we is this a time that we might want to express some leanings, at least as a commission and what we know of in the way of community input to date? Because I have some that I've received that I could give to you one another way now or otherwise.
Okay.
Is this the time to do that? Or what's the mechanism? Do we want to be sending, or do we just send it as is? Or do we want to say, hey, we saw some things in the Kimley Horn study for Lake Worth. Here's some additional input that we've gotten from the community. What's the best mechanism?
So like I said, the next step is just get this to DOT, at least get the application in. And then there is a whole back end of this whole thing, where there's going to be a lot of engagement. We'll be taking all of that into consideration, getting all the public input. So there's a big back end side to this before we even get to the point where
I'll
we're
give you a
at
couple of
design.
things anyhow, real quick.
Okay.
Because we don't want to stay too long. I think there's very broad support for trees.
Mhm.
So that, from what I'm hearing from the bicycle community, and I'd count myself into that, there's not a lot of enthusiasm for biking on Dixie Highway. That enthusiasm would go up some if the bike lane is really, really separated off of the traffic lane.
Yep.
Like, raised curb or something, pretty serious separation. Otherwise, yeah, we're not too keen on it. It's not worth it. I think there's a lot of interest in parking.
Yep. on-street
Especially
parking.
from the, right, and I don't know whether it's possible, but it seems like one could combine parking and trees. And that if you can make it work, I don't know how the design, anyway, if you can make it work, obviously there's benefits, more attractive to park under trees. And we like the trees, we need some park. So if one can combine that, you'd probably take a little bit of hit on the density of trees, and native shade trees. The other one is, I've heard a lot of enthusiasm for the come down in the lane reduction to 4 to 3. I think there's quite a bit of support for that. Also, to keep the road diet idea, can we squeeze the lanes a little bit? The lanes themselves with, and I may be forgetting something. The last one was the bottom end of the city down, but the end where Federal and Dixie meet. That is a real problem area from a biking point of view. So that some of the things that we did, and I think I've mentioned at another meeting. It's at 12th and Dixie.
Yep.
There were some quite interesting things of narrowing there that I think were quite a help on safety. Maybe something in that general direction could happen down at the intersection, that weird V where, you get people who are coming north and they go, oh, that's right, I want to go Federal, not Dixie. And then it's just as a biker.
Skip.
So that's all I got, but I think. Motion to, yes, second.
I was like,
Oh, wait, no, we have public comment.
yeah, I was second. I did have one quick question. Sorry, Jamie, this is gonna be like the most difficult question you're probably ever gonna get, but
Jamie can.
speaking on both those points from Commissioner McVoy and Stokes, and especially on the misinformation, the road dieting and the lane reduction, there's so much misunderstanding on the effectiveness of that. You and I, those of us who worked in, planners, our staff, those of us on the dais, I think we all know that it generally benefits, but I think, it would be beneficial to have some sort of outreach. And I don't know if if you want to answer whether or not this would be even effective or not, to explain, the research is there, the traffic engineers, like this is very clear that the lane reduction, like, I don't know what that looks like, if it's social media, if it's a series of videos, whatever it may be, just to kind of, get that point across people. I mean, just recently in the last couple of months, we've had cars go into 2 different buildings on US 1. And I suspect it's largely because of swerving, between multiple lanes, not paying attention. Somebody stops to turn left or something. So the lane reduction, it's, as presented by TPA, it's just safer. Like the data is there. It's pretty clear. And I would love to see some sort of effort, I don't know what that looks like, to help people see the light and come to an understanding of that.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what we can put together. There was a reason I wanted to have that actual presentation on the same meeting that we had this item. Because Stuart did present some of the stats earlier that if you weren't privy to some of that, you might say, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know it actually reduced by this percentage by having this kind of, so, yeah, but I can definitely look into like that.
Yeah, I would second the outreach part, the potential for misunderstanding is very high. There is data to support good policy, good complete streets type approach, but most people aren't aware of it, so. All right, so we have public comment. Let's start with Richard Stowe. Followed by Amy Mahelich. Correct us.
Excuse me, Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I do support this resolution for a complete streets policy. I also do support the
This one's a little different. This is for sending to FDOT. Complete streets policy is.
Sorry. Okay, my bad. This is yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I do support the 4 to 3 road diet. I think your points about the intersection of the southern end of Federal Highway and Dixie, that intersection is dangerous by design. Just taking one lane away is going to make vulnerable users like cyclists more, yeah, like more. We've had like 66 days in a row where the temperature's been like 90 degrees or higher. The feel like temperature is like 100 degrees or higher. It was like over 102 degrees today. I ride down to, last week I rode to like Boca, like Tuesday and Wednesday, back-to-back days. And the ride back, those bike lanes don't help me. The shade trees do. So unfortunately in Lake Worth, we were like an inner ring suburb where the road's narrower than like the more suburbanized regions. And we just have a very limited amount of space to work with. Putting those shade trees in along the Dixie Highway corridor will redefine the native shade trees, as you put it, will redefine Lake Worth. But at the same time, they will create a healthier space for our pedestrians and for our cyclists and for, you know, all our other vulnerable users. It's just, we really need to carefully think. I know the charrettes that took place in 2018 discussed that, you know, the bike lane, that consistency, but you brought up another very good point, and that is that how wide are the lanes on Dixie Highway? Are they 11 feet or are they 12 feet? And if they're 11 or 12, they should be shrunk down to 10, because that's what's possible with the Complete Streets program for streets that have 25 to 35 mile an hour speed limits. And
Thank you, that's time.
got it.
What's it? No. Okay, you will comment on this one, but yes, you're right. I mixed them up. John Olsted. No. John Olsted is from 207 Vanderbilt, cutting the number of, and he's speaking on this one. I think cutting the number of lanes in half will double traffic density, likely pushing traffic into residential areas. How is this not a problem? This is the education part that we need. Peggy Fisher is here. Sorry, I did mix up the streets.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street, and this sure reminds me of many meetings going past midnight. Kimley Horn did not really present their traffic study that the city paid along with the CRA and the TPA, but the city paid $45,000 for. And what was in the backup did not show the exhibits. And one of those, I think it was Exhibit D, was supposed to be where traffic was going to, other roads the traffic was going to go to, be it federal or other residential roads, which would have been very interesting to see because I tend to live on one that people use as a thoroughfare, even though it's not. And it's been 5 years since there was community outreach. And actually, it was really the TPA's outreach for the whole project, not specific for Lake Worth. And when I was reading some of the past meetings, because it started in 2020, at your June 1st, 2021 meeting, you approved giving traffic data or coordinating with FDOT to give Kimley Horn traffic data. And at the time, Ms. Nielsen, I believe her name was, laid out 3 things that you needed to do for, and this may have changed, for the DOT application. And one was a documented public outreach. And I think the reason you're saying we're getting all these misinterpretations is all of a sudden this is put on the agenda with all this backup and data that is over 5 years old. So people looking at it think this is what you all have decided. So I think if we're going to be honest about it, it needs a little bit more explanation when you put the item on. This is what we're going to do, and this is one step, and there will be public outreach within the city of Lake Worth Beach, because you generate all this misconception by not being open and giving all this information. So that's what I would suggest and point out that Kimley Horn should, in their presentation, talked about their project that they were paid, I believe, $80,000 or $90,000 for, which was the actual traffic study for the city of Lake Worth Beach. Just the traffic in our city, not the whole multimodal study. So I would like at some point to be able to see the exhibits to that Kimley Horn report if it can be made available online, because it's not in the backup.
Is that a possibility?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've brought this forward multiple times. If you guys recall, after you came into office, I brought it back again because it was the previous commission who we kind of started this process with. But I did not want to move forward with this and continue working with TPA, CRA, and then further down the line DOT if there wasn't still a consistent voice that we want to keep moving forward with this. So that's why we kind of brought it back, kind of represented everything once you guys were on the dais. And we, as Mrs. Fisher had mentioned, brought it back again when we were talking about the actual traffic data analysis, the diversion, which is just talking about what would push, all that's in a part of the study. So it's just a matter of continuing. Yep.
And I hear you that and that was certainly a wise approach to make sure the new commission was on board. And I think we are. But I hear Ms. Fisher clearly, and I think we've heard it from us, that we got to do the, and you got to do the outreach, and people will not be involved. And then suddenly something happens and people get alarmed about it and don't want it to go south.
Yeah. And it just as a side note, that's what happened with West Palm Beach. So FDOT is not going to move forward with something if they are not positive that the community as a whole is on board. And it started off in West Palm Beach that everyone was on board, and then something happened at some point in time. The business community was no longer on board. So DOT nixed the whole thing. They're not going to move forward and make an investment on actually doing a lane elimination project if the community is not on board with it.
So again, my question would be, is the time to get that public engagement, public information, business engagement, so on, is that before we send the application in, or is it okay to go ahead and send the application and we simultaneously get some?
It's a simultaneous thing because, again, getting the application going, it's going to take a while. And that's when all this.
Surely you could. Okay. So
yeah, there's like I'm saying, there's multi steps in this process. This is just another step in the process, but we are a long way from getting to the point where we need to be.
I think what you're hearing from us and from the community is probably, let's not slow down on the public
I
engagement.
understand.
Let's get that going.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, thanks. We have a motion, I believe, yes, and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes 4-0 with mention from the mayor of trees. Good. We're now on to item B, Resolution 62, 2022, City Complete Streets Policy. You have a few public comments on that one as well.
Yeah, good. Once again, Jamie Ron, Public Works Director. So the presentation we heard earlier, that was the joint Complete Streets Vision Zero presentation that Brian gave from the TPA. You know, a lot of the things we're doing and even did during the 4-year bond program were complete streets based. We just have never had an actual official city complete streets policy. And a lot of things we're looking to do moving forward, we need to have an actual complete streets policy in place. So I created one, and that's what is in the backup. And this is going to tie into the resolution you passed earlier on consent for the Vision Zero and everything that we're moving toward. This is a big part of that. And what's also going to tie into that is William Waters, as we've kind of discussed during the budget process, the mobility plan that he's budgeting for this upcoming fiscal year 23. This is going to tie into that as well. We're trying to get to a place where we need to be for development for a lot of different things, but everything is going toward complete streets, Vision Zero, safety. So this is just another step in that process to make sure we're establishing a citywide complete streets policy that moving forward, whether it's development, whether it's internal, external, whatever we're doing, this is going to be a part of that design or reconstruction or whatever it is that's transpiring in our city right away to make sure that we're focusing on the right things.
Motion to approve?
Well, we've got some public, yeah. Motion to approve. We have.
Oh, second.
Okay. Yes, I'm watching the clock here. Ms. Fisher, if you'd like to come up and speak. Okay. We got another one. I got one from Richard. But all right, he's in twice. You're up, Richard.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I just want to say I'm in favor of this complete streets resolution. I would like to see like the city commission generate a committee like transportation committee that would address issues like Dixie. Federal Highway, when we did it, we put the money in, the city put the money in for the mini roundabout study. We put $25,000 down, TPA matched it. And on May 9th, we had a work session where no public input was allowed. And then a resolution like took place 3 weeks or a month later. Yes, we definitely need more public participation. I do want to say also on this, on the backup on this, item or whereas city commission recognizes that these statistics are not acceptable. There's no reference to any statistics on this resolution, so that needs to be changed. I'm not sure why that's there.
There is a little bit, I noticed that too. There's a kind of weird part on one of the whereas. It's something, perhaps one got left out.
Whereas the city commission of the city Lake Worth Beach recognizes that these statistics are not
I think
acceptable for residents. Yeah, so that needs to be clarified. Also in the backup or the on vision under definitions, I would definitely add mini roundabouts. And then I think we should there should be some sort of preference for horizontal traffic calming measures versus vertical deflection. So And then under the applicability and scope, I would add in lane diets to road diets and lane repurposing. Right.
Looks like Mr. Brown is making some notes there.
Absolutely. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, road diets is actually and lane repurposing was actually the very last bullet point under applicability and stuff. So that's already actually in there.
No, just add lane diet to.
I think road diet is in number of lanes.
Yeah, it says road diet / lane repurposing, which is the same as diet, but
Okay, maybe lane diet. Richard did twice. Ms. Jennings.
Kara Jennings, North C Street. Just really, can we get some bus shelters? You know, when we redid 10th and 6th, I was in those committees, in those meetings. It was before I was a city commissioner, and there was the county basically gave the city the road because the county wanted bus shelters and the city wanted a landscaped median. So I know there's always a struggle for fitting it all, but we really need some bus shelters. So I hope that's on the short list. Shade trees, bus shelters would be the really important. Thank you.
The different grant programs through the TPA that you saw earlier when Brian was giving the presentation.
I think they have some.
Palm Tran also puts in each year because there is an ability for other organizations to put in for that. I know that I think it's 43 additional bus shelters throughout the county they're doing this year that they got granted. And each year they try to go for different shelters. I'm obviously pushing for upgraded shelters throughout the Lake Worth Beach corridor because Exactly. And when I asked for, because there wasn't really a breakdown of the locations within the county where those bus shelters fell. So when I got that breakdown after requesting it, none of them actually fall within our city limits. So that's something that
how can we best lobby for that? A letter to TPA, a letter to Palm Trans?
Yeah, I've been having conversations.
Do you need any, would backup from the commission in one another way be helpful?
I will definitely let you know. Okay. And I might be looking at, what's that?
Yeah.
If we only had someone who sat on that governing board that could.
We've got a representative up there and he will certainly be conscious of bus shelters.
Yeah, that is obviously something that is on after hearing what we heard earlier.
Yeah, ones with decent shade to them too. You know.
Correct. And if you've seen some of the newer ones that have kind of the solar, I mean, they're a lot nicer than what you typically see like across the street or what we have.
Yeah.
We can do better.
That's heard loud and clear. I mean, and that's one of the many benefits of lane reduction and road diet is you free up space to have an even better shelter and turn off for the bus. So, yeah.
Amy? And this is, if I understand right, this is your first public meeting here, even though you grew up in Lake Worth. So welcome to
Thanks.
Participate.
And I actually came for a different issue, and then I heard this one and I was like, oh, I really want to talk about this. So I do agree that there should be more public outreach because again, I didn't hear about this till showing up tonight. So I'm really happy that I was here. This is something that I really I like it. I like the idea. I think we should do it. I think that Amy Mihalik, 2032 Collier Avenue. Owning a car is a privilege for some and a burden for a lot. You have a car payment, insurance, repairs, gas money. And so I think having other options be like available and a really nice option, especially if there's trees, especially having the bike lane separate from traffic. Personally, I would love to be able to ride my bike downtown, but I don't feel safe doing it. I feel like I need to be on the sidewalk, but even then, I've seen so many people that, cars don't pay attention if there's a bike coming and they make a right turn and they hit someone, and it's just not safe as a bike rider. And so I know a lot of people might have concerns about reducing the lanes. That's going to be more traffic. But I also think that reducing the lanes and creating a better infrastructure for the bicycles, for the pedestrians, having them be shaded, having better public transportation with shaded bus shelters, invites a lot more people to use alternate options. And I think overall, it's better for the environment. It's better for our health. It'll encourage people to go out and be more active. It encourages community involvement and connection, you know, because if we're not in our little steel box at a stoplight, we're next to somebody else on a bike and we can say, hey, how are you? Where do you live? And create more connection. And if anyone has questions, I know that YouTube is a really great resource. That's how I've learned a lot about this issue. There's a channel called Not Just Bikes. And from there's a lot of other resources that people can find to see where they've done studies on how lane reduction actually contributes to less traffic and people not actually using all the side streets and things like that, but to actually use bicycles and public transport. And so maybe part of that public outreach, like for people just to go on YouTube and check out some videos. Yeah, that's it.
Put the two of you in touch and move on that. Carrie, you already spoke on this one, right? Yeah. The Boston. One thought, I think we're all in agreement that we'd like to have more public involvement in general. Whether that's a mobility board or a mobility committee or some sort of grouping of people in the community who have an interest and some knowledge on it and want to be involved. If we were to get that formed and active, would there be a mechanism that if people look more closely at the complete streets policy that we have, that you've kindly put together, that we could tweak that a little bit? Is that within our realm of doing?
Absolutely. So I even put in the policy, that at least once every 5 years, at a very minimum, it needs to be addressed, and it can be every year if we need to, because it's going to be an ever-changing thing. So yeah, we can always modify and add, subtract, whatever we need to do. But the important thing is we have a policy that we can actually modify now.
Yeah, and I certainly understand that for grants and for all the other,
Absolutely.
This is opening the door, the necessary first step. So
Correct.
as long as we have the mechanism, I think, because I think we've all talked about some sort of community group that focuses on mobility as broadly, and it fits very much in complete streets. So,
and I think as we move forward and with the mobility plan, if that gets approved as part of the budget, you're going to see a lot of that coming forward in 23. But this is a big step with grants, as you mentioned, and Vision U action plan and everything else.
Do we have a motion? Oh,
yeah. I just want to add one more thing about the mobility board, because we've talked about it for a very long time. And when I met with the city manager and Mr. Waters to follow up on the progress of it, he said that through the mobility study, that usually there's public outreach there, and then you get people involved and that helps form the board. But I just want to make sure, as we're moving forward with all these other things through Jamie's department, that if there's an opportunity comes sooner, that we take it to start developing this outreach and forming interest in that board and actually creating it. Because there's like a lot of different things going on. So I don't want to just.
I agree that I think we ought to have the public group, whether it's committee or board, however it turns out to be best to do it. Let's do it sooner rather than later. And let's have that give some input to the streets thing, give some input to the mobility plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you can do them a lot of different ways. And I think we want that, some of our own involvement, some of a board or a committee.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to see, even though it seems like it's kind of coming in different pieces, that mobility plan is really going to tie everything in together. The Vision Zero, the complete streets, the actual mobility plan as a whole. It's all going to be one large umbrella at some point. It's just we're kind of piecemealing it a little bit right now, but it does all fit together. It's like
we'll get that committee on it and put it together. All right, motion to approve.
Made it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Jamie. We are now on to item C, agreement with Bakeco Energy Solutions LLC for the fleet fuel system and dispensers replacement part. That sounds like that.
Me one more time. I promise this is my last one for the night. So this is what we've been discussing during the budget process so far this year. This is phase one of that project. Phase two is what we were talking about for next year, which is the in-ground tanks.
Yeah.
This is the actual dispensers and the actual software, upgrading from a software we use right now called Megatrax, which is our fuel management system, which is extremely outdated. So this is updating everything, modernizing everything. So we're ready to roll when it's time for phase two to actually do in-ground tanks.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. And Jamie,
Thank
are
you.
you off deck? I think you are. Mr. Brown, you had to. All right, item E, ordinance 2022-16, first reading, establishing a business advisory board. Mr. City Attorney, could you read the ordinance, please? And any comments that you'd like to make?
Okay, ordinance number 2022-16 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2, administration, adding a new article 16-111, business advisory board, providing for a new business advisory board terms, composition and duties, and providing for severability conflicts, codification, and an effective date. Nothing to add.
Nothing to add?
Creates a business advisory board.
Motion to approve.
We have a comment from Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, this is our first time. I know we've all talked about this board broadly during pre-agenda meetings and things like that. And generally, we're in favor of having a board. This is my first time getting to like read through it and see some of the details. So it's 11:35 at night.
It was sent to us 4 weeks ago.
We haven't talked it through as a body.
I'm saying it was sent to us 4 weeks ago to read through.
But I'm saying tonight is the first time as a body that we get to go through it together and ask if there's anything we want changed or to clarify and discuss. Which we aren't able to do outside of meetings like this. So I'm not sure how people want to go about this. My main concern is with the structure of the board only having 5 members and then 2 alternate members. So I know we talked before about if this is a business advisory board, how we make sure it's representing a diverse community, because there are, and I see that there are a lot of different categories of businesses. But I just am a little concerned with only 5 members. How much we're going to actually get different voices in the business community, and the 2 alternates. If I were going to be on the board and I was going to be an alternate and I'd be going to all the meetings and paying attention, I'd want the ability to participate and have a vote, and not just be like sitting on the bench waiting to get called in. So I know we have 5-member boards, we have 7-member boards. So that was one of my, one of the things that I had noticed. The other one was about the bi-monthly meetings. And so I was just curious who on staff is going to be going to these meetings. And I know every other time we've talked about staff, how limited staff time is. And to me, it feels like twice a month.
No, it's every other month.
Oh, every other month?
Yeah, it's bi-monthly, so it's every other month, because it was monthly, and we talked about Glenn and I and.
Okay, that I feel better.
Carmen didn't know that she was gonna be the appointee, and she's like, what?
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, no, so it's every other month.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And we even looked up the language, because we we're like, bi-monthly, that sounds like bi-weekly, but it's not really, it's every other month.
Okay. It's every other month. I feel a lot better about that. And I saw that it would either be the city manager or somebody that they appointed. So I wasn't sure if that was, so that's something that you're taking on, Madam Manager?
Possibly, but it does specify that I can have a designee, so it hasn't been determined yet.
Okay, so that makes me feel better, a lot better. It's like, that's aggressive. Yeah, so I guess the main thing I would like input on is, having only 3 members of the board is now a quorum, because we only have the 5 with the 2 alternates. They're going to be looking at our policies and giving advice on legislative issues and things like that that might impact the business community. And I just think for 3 people to be doing that with such a broad community
I'd
permit.
be okay with going to 7. I mean, as long as we can, unlike the historical board, fulfill the seats is always the thing. And there's been a big desire from the business community, since there isn't a chamber here and there isn't a downtown merchant, for them to be able to have a voice in like the things we talked about tonight. So I'd be good with going to 7. I mean, as long as we get enough people to apply and, you know, that fit into, you know, being a business owner, not just the fact that they just opened a business 2 weeks ago and now they want to be part of the advisory board. I could support that.
Yeah, and overall, you know, it's good. I like the flexibility. One thing, you know, my one comment is on the categories of what we're looking for in careers. I think maybe we should get some more flexibility than shall be comprised of those, only those categories, because something that I think is potentially missing, because we are talking about a board that might propose, you know, ordinances or regulations of our business. I'm thinking Commerce Clause issues, and maybe we should have, you know, the potential of a land use attorney or somebody who can sit on that board to advise on those issues.
What was the things for land use? I didn't hear.
Oh, I foresee potential like Commerce Clause issues.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah. So if we can like maybe give a little bit more flexibility on that, to have someone who can, you know, hopefully advise on those issues, I think it'd make things a lot cleaner.
Yeah, instead of just commercial realtor or business broker. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I like I'm fine with the idea of a business board. Something that's interested me for a long time is that we have a lot of small businesses west of Dixie. We also have a lot up and down Dixie Highway. Coming from a variety of nationalities, many of them Spanish speaking primarily, some of them Haitian Creole speaking. I would love to see a board that represented that diversity. I have a feeling that making that work is not so easy, that you might have to build in some extra effort to invite people from some of those communities. You might have to provide some degree of translation in some cases. So if there's a way to, in our writing of the ordinance, kind of build some of that in. I don't know whether we would want to say a geographic representation that we keep some, I certainly want to, I would go for the 7. I've been on boards where it was an alternate and it's like, why do I want to be? So I'm glad you're in favor of expanding it to 7 and get rid of the alternate idea.
I also want to say, you know, the Park of Commerce, we can't forget, you know, as much as we have west, we have that big Park of Commerce that, you know, their voice needs to be heard. You know, so to make sure that we have representation of all of those facets, manufacturing, you know, big commerce. And I mean, this is great because we get to do the interviews, right? And we get to make sure that the board's diverse and encourage people to apply.
Is there anything that maybe the city attorney has any suggestions, or the city manager, maybe from experience other places? Is there anything that we should build into this ordinance on the fly right now? Or, you know, over reflection that would help increase, I'm not going to say guarantee, but increase the likelihood of getting some representation of some of the businesses that might otherwise not.
I think,
or anybody else who has any idea.
I mean, I think the fact that you're doing the selections and you've just been through this interview process, you're a pretty diverse group and you get pretty diverse applicants. So I'm not sure what else you might need to put in
I
there.
don't think that, and I think that it's every other month, it's gonna be good for some business owners to be like, I can't commit to that every month, but you
Right,
know, knowing
right.
that it's every other month
That's
opens it up.
I think even geographically, like you're saying, is, you know, I don't think any of us on a board that's stacked 6 people that represent one kind of interest group or one part of town.
And the question is, do you all want to specify that? Because I know you also have had difficulty getting.
I don't think we're gonna have problems with
HRPB.
this board, you guys.
There's so many businesses.
I don't think I think as soon as the applications go up, we're gonna see people from all over apply.
Because you're not restricting, you're not saying everybody's got to be from Parker Commerce, everybody's got to be from downtown. So it's just, you pick the 7 best people.
I think it's more of a question of like, we all up here have a good connection, so we know we can encourage people to apply, but we'll, you know, this ordinance will outlive us on a dais. So will future commissions, do we need to have that for future groups to make that
I
decision?
think that is a valid question, sort of the same way that we build in pay for some of our boards. We want certain expertise. Do we want to build in, and I don't know, geographical representation, or do we want cultural representation? I don't know.
See, none of our other boards has that language. That's where, how do we single out the business board to only to put that language in when the rec board doesn't have that? You're singling out the business group to say, okay, you can have a board, but you gotta hit all these ticks. Does that make sense? I don't think that's fair. That's not equitable.
I
The
don't,
education board, we didn't do that to the educational board and say that we have to have somebody from each school or each school servicing area.
I am concerned. I think it's not a crazy thing to think about, that we have certain businesses in town or certain parts of town that are gonna have business owners that are very used to doing this. We're gonna have other sets of businesses that are not used to it at all. And that, especially if we're not here, as the attorney mentions, to sort of guide that, who applies, who gets put on. If you want to write good policy, and if we have a commitment to a diverse representation, we may want to find some mechanism to try to hardwire that in to some extent. Commissioner Stokes.
I'm curious if it can be, I don't know, preference is the right word, but for consideration when forming the board, when electing the board, we think it's important for the commission to consider the general makeup of this board. Because if we end up with 50 applicants and none of them are from the Park of Commerce, we want to say, oh, no, now we just don't have that seat filled. And, I think we need to make our best effort to try to reach out to the businesses and get interest throughout the city. But is there some way that we can not make it a strict requirement if for some reason?
But
It's hard
like
to-
aspirational.
Yeah.
Right, the city could seek membership that is geographically and ethnically diverse.
And sort of,
But I don't know that, that's.
It sounds like we're moving towards the, I hate to say this is a lobbyist, the catch-all. We're gonna make language in there that says we're gonna make our best effort to get, because I think there is probably concern in terms of like trying to regulate, certain kinds of people and trying to force who's on it. Like we'd have to be really careful about how we would word it, but maybe almost like, it should be when this group meets, I think when they develop like a mission statement, for example, that should be that's totally appropriate where that would belong, that there needs to be a commitment to the diverse interests of the city.
I agree. Just like I said, I've done it with other boards, so I feel like we're picking this one board and saying,
I don't have any problem with that. The different boards have different roles in the city. They have different relations, different parts. So doing different things with them I don't think that's a problem particularly. That does bring up the question. I think many boards, the mission statement is part of we call that the drawing a blank on it, the paperwork that established something, we have a president, we have a treasurer, and it all has mission. Do we want to write that to be able to set that? I don't think that's part of this, but if it is our intention as a commission in setting up this board and that we place importance on diverse representation, I think we should write it in somewhere, whether it's in a mission statement or in the ordinance or in something. I don't have a strong preference about where. We do have a public comment that might be relevant. Oh, and we have a light on. Let's hear from the city manager and then public comment.
As we talk about diversifying the professionals, I know you mentioned the Park of Commerce, and I'm still learning terminology.
Sure.
But I thought about what about our industrial community?
that is part of
That's,
that.
okay,
Well-
I thought it was. I just want to make sure I was clear.
It's based, but that's what it's referenced as.
Okay, so in the different or the various categories, would we not put that in here? So that's what we're saying.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to
And
make.
I think the industrial, actually, to your point, what about the sort of predisposed, that isn't the Park of Commerce, but it is more industrial.
Right, so I think
Probably
we should
should have
probably just do a general term,
Yeah.
industrial business. Just like we have retail business and commercial. So I think saying industrial in the general terms will capture from all areas.
Can we hear from Madam Jennings? Madam Jennings, Ms. Jennings, whatever.
The point Commissioner Malega's, Kara Jennings, North C Street, the point Commissioner Malega's making about the representation, how much you want to outline that for this specific board, I think is a really good point. And it's really probably should be on all your boards. Like that's a shame if the education board didn't ensure it had representation from each school in the city. That was a missed opportunity. The CRA board is just like so unrepresentative of the CRA district. It's horrible, you know. Maybe your new board's better, but the prior board was so painfully unrepresentative of that district. And maybe even looking at some of the other boards and making sure, just like you all represent districts, that there's board members from each district is something you should look at. But not tonight. This is your first reading on the ordinance. You have 10 minutes left. So maybe passing it on first reading and then tweaking it on second reading would make more sense, and looking at what city has a really robust, diverse business board, minority woman-led business board, and see what language they have that your ordinance might be lacking.
Good suggestion. And also good suggestion on moving it forward.
I made a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we've given.
Can I just clarify, so make sure I understand the direction? You want to change to 7 board members,
Yes,
no alternates,
Correct.
correct.
quorum of 4 instead of 3. You didn't mention that, but if you're moving from,
Right.
Seems reasonable.
okay. And then under the people who could serve, I heard industrial business. And did you say land use attorney, or should we just say attorney, or? Because there is a category as professional services.
Right, which is, I thought attorneys, CPAs, accountants would fall into that, but
It's true.
because it's professional, but then again,
That's
it's
a-
a personal trainer, it's a professional service.
Right, that's why I wanted to clarify how specific do you want to be? Professional services is kind of broad. Personal service businesses, commercial, you're pretty general in all of this, and adding industrial. So I'm not sure if you wanted to add anything else about either land use or attorney.
Well, attorney,
Or-
like you said, wouldn't that fall into professional services?
Yeah, and that can be a planner. It's a professional
Yeah.
service,
Yeah, it could be.
Architect, I mean,
architect, so.
Right, I mean, like, again, my thought on that is if you're gonna be proposing ordinances, potentially regulating businesses, potentially dabbling in class of people, constitutionality issues, it would just be smoother and cleaner to have someone from the get-go addressing those situations. Because I know, especially like Commerce Clause and business regulation, you don't want a group of 5 people if you have a CPA and realtors and people who aren't necessarily familiar with constitutionality. The margin for error is, I feel like, drastically larger.
So should I just add the word attorney?
Yeah, I would say,
Broad enough, okay.
because we have that somewhere in another board as well. HRPD, maybe, planning.
I think so too.
Yeah, just 2 things. One is I hope, that we're not accidentally leaving a class of businesses out. I look at this, I'm like, what, if I had a food truck, can I be on this board? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not, yeah. Yeah, I get nervous when you just list a bunch of categories. It's like, oh, did we leave something out? I don't know.
So instead of shall, you're thinking maybe should would be.
Or may.
Or may, yeah.
And then the other thing, when I Googled bi-monthly, it was both
right,
either occurring twice a month or every 2 months. So can we add clarifying language to this?
Every 2 months, every other month.
every other month.
Every other month, please.
That would be helpful. right?
Then we went back and forth with this about 6 times.
All right, does that give enough, are we comfortable with the direction that we've given? And we recognize that we're gonna probably tweak this a bit more at the second reading.
Yes,
Okay with that?
hopefully the mayor will be here.
Great.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Bye.
Aye. No.
Madam, I would like to retract my next item for the next meeting and ask to be put as A on the new business for the next meeting, since we have 7 minutes.
I'm opposed to that. I think we gotta sit here till 1 o'clock. Your
Okay.
motion is accepted. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second that.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, is that a motion to table?
Motion to move G to September 20th, new business A. So it doesn't get kicked down the block in 2 months.
What happens to the public comments? Can we carry those over or?
Yeah.
I don't,
Okay,
did I have any on? Yes, I did have 1 or 2 on that
So
one.
just keep the comment cards. Are there comments written on them?
were there any
Hold on,
sent into
hold
the
on.
clerk?
There
I'm
weren't
curious.
very many, but there were some.
We just don't have the time.
I know, we don't.
I do not.
No.
Oh, wait, I have one from Kara Jennings that's written out, or would you like to say it real quickly? Or we just move it to the.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, I will give you these. And there's also a comment on the housing crisis update.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
Commissioner Diaz.
Thank you.
And did we vote on it? I think we-
No.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. He said no.
No report.
North Park.
I'm sorry, what about the housing crisis update? You want to move that to the 20th? There is a discussion about the housing crisis, so they would tie in together.
Yeah, okay.
Let's put it on next time. All in favor of that? Yes,
Aye.
motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn.
I seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no nays, we are going home.